All right,
Oh,
this seems a lot better on the OBS side.
alright.
All right,
Hopefully
give
we'll
it
just have to see the stream.
we'll give it like 40 seconds to let people filter back in. Oh, oh hey, Shadow's already back. Neat. Okay.
Yeah,
Woo. Okay, yeah,
they
everything
probably never left.
everything looks better on my end, so hopefully the stream quality issues are fixed. Oh. No ads on my channel. My pennies. Oh.
Oh,
All right. I think we're probably good to launch again.
yeah. Alright. Okay. And Debbie? I'm ready.
Ready when you are.
I'm fishing out a copy of a key from my bag and unlocking the door. She lent it years ago after I complained about the mess and offered my help in cleaning up. I thought the gesture was completely unnecessary back then. After all, I could always knock. But she never did bother taking them from me, always returning it or turning away from the conversation whenever I insist. That's a little odd.
I mean,
She's trusting, I guess.
yeah. Like I have backup keys to the apartment of a friend of mine just cause as like a just in case
Just
thing.
in case.
Yeah.
Yeah. At one point, I simply stopped trying to hand it back to her.
Isabella? I'm coming in, all right?
Without waiting for her to answer, I push the door open and step inside. Her unit is still a mess. Wow, it's really pixelated. Like half the screen.
Alright, let me fix it on your end.
It's hard to see. There we go, that looks a lot better.
That looks better?
Mm-hmm.
Sweet. I will take it.
Alright. Her unit's still a mess. Instant noodle cups on the table, a pile of clothes on one side, papers strewn about everywhere, and an unkempt bed, among other things. This much is a given. Will always be a given.
Can we talk about Yang Yang brand noodle cups?
Yang Yang. I've been here several times already, and I still wonder how she can function like a human being with the place in this state. I agree, that's... I don't get how people can... Like, I need shit to be at least somewhat tidy. If there's clutter, I freak the fuck out, okay?
Camera awkwardly pans to my computer desk.
However, that's neither here nor there. I'm not sure what I'm expecting, but it's certainly not finding an empty flat. Granted, she could have left earlier, far earlier than usual. But she never, ever leaves without making sure she's unplugged everything. That's something she doesn't forget to do. It doesn't help that her bathroom appears unused this morning. Another habit, and it can only mean she hasn't been here since... last night? Perhaps even since the morning after Miss Cooper's death?
Yeah, pretty much.
Either idea doesn't sit well with me, what with the news we've been hearing lately.
The authorities are still trying to find the cause of death for all the victims.
No comment on employees' deaths.
No, yeah, because there was many people who'd gone missing. Maybe they found bodies.
Yeah.
Early investigation revealed most of them were employed under Briar Realty Corporation at the time of death.
That don't look good.
Oh boy.
Meanwhile, BRC has refused to comment on this.
Oh shit.
That's fair. They're like, well, man, haunted house, but like it got us a lot of money. Gathering my wits, I immediately place a call to her mobile. It rings for a good minute. The sound of comfort in itself, but when another minute rolls by without answering. Well, I'm not a woman prone to panicking. Sudden bouts of temper, maybe, but never panic, despite how I may sound when speaking. And when it ultimately goes straight to voicemail, a sigh is the only thing I let out. And then an ear-piercing shriek because fuck! No. The pause doesn't last long, though. In the next moment, my fingers are already moving across the screen in search of the two people who might be able to help. It's Ashton's number I find first and dial.
I mean,
Which
yes.
makes sense.
Call the
since
cop.
A would be before Z. Oh no, she's not calling him because she's a cop, or he's a cop. She's calling him because he's Ashton.
Yeah.
Called a habit, but even Isabella thinks he's dependable when the situation calls for it. Despite how much they give each other grief, that already says a lot about him. Zachary, but around this hour, he's probably still sleeping. If he has freelance work, it's very likely he's just gotten himself in bed. He's the last person I want to bother, if anything. The wait doesn't take long. Soon a click and Ashton's voice echoes through the receiver, rough and still heavy with sleep. What the fuck? No. He never did grow fond of mornings.
Becca? Christ, what time is it?
It's too early. No.
Not you, apparently.
Fuck off. No.
Good one. Did you call us
No,
early
that's
just
fair.
to make that joke?
Yes, click. No.
I'm going
Fuck
back to sleep.
you.
No, Ash, hold on. This is important.
Becca, stakeout last night. Make this quick.
I just wanted to say your rapping's terrible and your ringtone's dumb. Bye! No, click. Why doesn't he like me? No.
This conversation is starting to make me like Ashton more.
Right?
I've still got a few
Especially in
hours before
comparison
the
to
chief
Becca.
bothers me.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'll let you go back to sleep after. It's just that... Wait, you were on a stakeout last night?
Not what's
No,
important,
Becca,
Becca.
listen, focus!
Yeah, Becca, come on. Eyes on the target.
Did I say that?
Yeah.
Shit. Forget I said that. Forget I said anything. Forget we had this conversation.
So, you have no idea?
About what? About what? I also have no idea why we're talking so early in the morning, so there's that.
No, will you stop sleep talking or whatever for a second? Belle didn't come home last night. She's gone.
Who?
She's missing! No.
Isabella!
What? What? No. Instead of an answer, a brief pause comes after,
Who?
followed by something blunt, blunt and heavy hitting a hot surface and a string of rather colorful curses from him.
Wow.
Oh my god. This is the guy who's supposed to be a hero who's like shows up with the gun?
Our brave and
Oh,
bold
man.
hero.
We're all fucking dead. We're all fucking dead.
Look, fighting the ghost was never an option. This was all about survival.
Yeah, no, especially now with a gun. Unless it's from Supernatural and it's like the ghost killing gun.
Yeah.
Nah, you're fucked. The moment might have been one of many things I'll keep to myself and remember fondly in the next few days if things aren't the way they are. I.e., if we don't get murdered by gun.
Yeah.
Picks up again, there's no trace of sleep left in his voice.
Say that again from the top.
Isabella's gone, Ash. She didn't come home last night.
What was
Her
that shit
flat's
about not
empty.
panicking?
She left her telly running. You know she doesn't do that at...
Okay, Becca, stop. Calm down first. You're starting to panic.
I don't panic, I just
not.
think I'm panicking. No.
Yeah.
I already said in my inner monologue, I don't panic. Would you calm down, Ashton?
I. Yeah. I'm not panicking. You're panicking.
You are.
Right.
Breathe. One person's not going to simply disappear like that. This is Isabella we're talking about.
Bro, have you
You
seen
can ask
the
the BRC.
news?
Literally, tons of people have disappeared because there's a
Did you try
fucking
calling
murder
her?
house.
What did you think is the first thing I did? She's not picking up. It went to her voicemail.
How about Zach? Did you check with him?
No.
Not yet. I didn't want to bother him. You know he has trouble sleeping and all that.
All right.
Ashton, he has
Go
trouble
ask Zach.
sleeping,
I'll
please.
call you
No.
back.
No,
If you're not gonna call I just said no! No, don't call him! Ah! No. He hears the call before I can utter a single word of protest. No, you tried to.
Yeah, I was just like, no, I don't want you to call Zach, because then we might solve the problem.
Right? For the first time since entering this room, tension is gone from my shoulders and my breathing has eased. Oh well, I guess I'll just have to move on. The bed creaks as I sink down on it with a sigh. Ooh, no, don't lay on that bed, or don't sit on it. Look at that. The telly still blares in the same uninteresting news, and I'm surrounded by clutter. Uninteresting, bitch. They was talking about murders.
Yeah.
There's bodies, and she's like, boring. All the same, it feels strangely calm to be here without worry nagging at me. What?
Well, she's not worried because her boy crush is on the case. Detective Super Rap
Yeah.
is gonna solve
Yeah,
this.
Detective fucking Chain Wallet.
Yeah.
We're all saved. Don't
Yeah.
worry. I'm never gonna lose my wallet because it's fucking tethered to my goddamn pants. I'm sorry. What the fuck? That's not okay for anybody over the age of 15. I'm never gonna let that go. I'll have to apologize to Zachary later for sending Ashton his way this early, but for now, relying on the latter for this isn't the wrong choice. It never will be. That's something I won't ever doubt in him, much like his promises. And true to his words, he calls back only a few minutes later after the last one has ended.
She's with Zach.
Oh, I'm so glad to hear that. She could have at least sent a message last night.
What are you, her mother?
This is the
No.
second time a character has attempted to observe that Rebecca's a motherly figure.
Except she's fucking not. It's one thing to hear that from Isabella, but from Ashton?
I don't want to hear anything like that from you.
Also, whenever they get that
I'm
face, she looks like a
serious.
lizard
You've gotta
person.
stop treating her like she's
Her
one of your
mouth's so
students,
little,
Becca.
and like you just see
You don't
dots
have to
instead
keep
of her
tabs on
nose.
her every time. Last I checked, she's only 3 years younger than the two of us. That's almost a decade gap from those kids you're teaching, you know.
Says the person who keeps calling her Scaredy Cat.
That's... that's
Oh,
not
also, she's
related.
supposed to know that I like her unless I'm mean.
Yeah, right?
Duh.
Anyway,
Next
I'll
week I
go see
gotta
how she's
pull her
doing.
hair. Bye.
Stress yourself out. You go ahead to work.
Wait, you? Don't you have a precinct to be at?
Don't
Whatever
worry about it.
happened
Click.
to not treating her like one of my students? Because if anyone's going to ask me, I think you're doing the same thing.
Hey, remember that
I
time
have
5
students,
seconds
like-
ago when you were super concerned about her mental well-being and safety and location and all that shit? Glad we defaulted
but-
back to bitch mode.
Well, yeah, of course. She doesn't like Ashton and Frey. Or Ashton hanging out with Isabella. He likes her. And that's not okay.
Zach
she
said
likes
it's
him.
an emergency. Something happened last night.
Emergency?
He didn't put in those exact same words, but it sounded like it.
Ash, what really happened? Is Isabella fine?
She's alright. She's safe. Zach let her stay the night after she... Look, okay. Z-Man wasn't clear about it, but let me handle this. I'll check
Ashton,
on
you
her.
know he hates when you
Don't
call
worry.
him that. Yeah, no, fucking whatever. He said it. I heard him.
Look, bigger things at play at the moment, at least in this part of the story. I'll let
I
it
know,
slide.
Yeah, one of these days, Zach's gonna be like, if you call me that again, I'm gonna punch you. Like, bruh, we're gonna have some hands. Sounds like a lie if I've ever heard one. The sort where he omits things so people won't fret, and I'm not sure whether I should be happy he cares that much to do it. There shouldn't be a need for this between us, is there? We grew up together, didn't we? He knows I'm capable of at least hearing out the truth without gnawing at me for the rest of the day. Wrong, but okay. He knows me better than that. Like, fucking seriously, you get that app, you read through it. This bitch is crazy.
Yeah.
I know him better than that. Frankly, there's plenty of other things to say about this. But despite but despite just shit, nothing happens for most of hers except her just being a bitch. But despite and after all the trouble he went through, with how things are moving at the moment, only one thought occurs to me. What should I say?
So
I can handle it. Feels like it's going to be bugging him, and he hates that. So I would say sorry for the trouble.
This feels like the Harvey Birdman episode where it's just like passively aggressive or aggressively passive. Which is right for
Right?
you?
With Rebecca, I would say aggressively passive. But sorry for the trouble.
Oh, we're gonna go with sorry for the trouble.
I think so, because if you just get him mad, then he's just going to be pissy, and later we might need him to not be pissy so he can give us info.
Yeah,
Or be
right.
more willing to listen to us if we're like, oh, by the way, I can see ghosts.
Yeah, right.
I mean, everybody's seen the ghost, but like that's what I could already do that.
Sure. Oh, what do we do? What do we do?
recognize his contempt for what it is.
Hey, we're
Hey,
back
see,
to
there we go.
default with Ashton.
Dreams of him someday just psychically knowing that I've obsessed for him over 10 years is full effect. It's not new for him to go out of his way for us, and to be honest, this is what I love about him. And everything. He's my only friend. No. As much as I would have loved to take this off his hands, it'll only be selfish of me to insist, considering he knows my other commitments. To do so feels like I'll be trampling on that kindness he seldom offers to anyone.
Sorry for putting you up to this.
Don't mention it. You've got other things you need to worry about. Take care of those first.
I'm just gonna hang out with Isabella, that's okay. No.
I still owe
Except
you
it's
one.
Ghost, so, okay.
Oh, I can name a few things you can do about that. You know,
Oh.
there's this ice cream shop that opened near the movie house.
Oh.
I
Yeah.
can use...
Bring me food. That's A+. A+ request.
Okay, let's stop right there. That's enough. On second
Literally,
thought,
that's him flirting.
maybe I'll just think about it some other time.
Right?
Like, if anything could be considered flirting, it would be that. So,
Yeah.
if you're gonna be shutting that shit down and then you get mad because he doesn't love you, fuck you.
Yeah, if we're gonna play the, you know, they need to psychically understand my intentions game, that shit's a two-way street, brah.
Yeah. You be word. We both laugh. The sound lighter and more comfortable. Like those old days when a wayward 26-year-old is at the bottom of the list where we need to worry about. This is how we find a common ground. We may not agree on a lot of things. We may see things the way the other does, but the give and take is sometimes something we've learned to get used to over the years. Whenever it's like this, confidence in him is the least I can offer as thanks.
Really. Thanks for this, Ash.
I'll let you know what happened afterwards, I promise. I'll call you later. You have a good day. Bye.
Bye, I love you. Love you. I admit, the way he puts it isn't comforting enough. He can be blunt like that. So many unknown variables, so many words left unsaid. I wish he'd simply lay them all out in the open, because like this, I'm more inclined to think there's an exaggeration on the other's part. Says the one who doesn't fucking... okay.
Yep.
If it's from Zachary or Ashton, I don't know.
It's okay, we'll get through this chapter together.
I'm like, playing Luke doesn't seem so bad right now.
Right? Right? At least he's entertainingly an asshole.
Yeah, he like owns up and he's like, no, I'm a fucking douchebag. I don't even care. I'm rich and it's... In the end, all I can do is wait, go about my day and hope for the best. Before leaving, I spare Isabella's room one last glance, disturbingly quiet. No, without her. Oh my god. I'm just thinking about her day as being a teacher, and I'm like, oh. Answers from her later. Oh no, shh. No. I mean, she works at a school, and we already know one of those kids can be a fucking monster, so like, cool, great. That's
Yeah.
what I need, is more tiny, possessed children in my brain. That's always great.
Yeah.
For now, my concerns are best left here. I want the little sheepy stuffy, though. I think it was cute. The rest of the day slips away in a blur.
Thank Christ, now we can go to Sports Day!
Grr! Sports day! Despite my best efforts in keeping this morning's events from surfacing in my mind, it sticks. Everything today simply feels like a reminder. Every conversation, regardless of how casual, every topic, no matter how mundane it seems. God, Becca, just turn your brain seconds. I blame the news entirely for this. She does this to herself. She just works herself up into a fucking froth. Recent happenings brought quite a few interesting stories to everyone's attention. Mostly superstitious talk of death.
I don't know, it could have something to do with all the dead people on the news recently.
Yeah, the fucking murder house. And when locals talk about death here, anyone can sure as hell count on someone bringing up that mansion Isabella sold not a few weeks ago.
You mean
the
the
one
mansion
that
that was...
PRC sold? Where
where all the employees went missing?
Yeah, where all the... Yeah,
Just how do
that's just a really fucking weird coincidence.
Just how do I connect these two adjacent dots? Some sort of line,
All these
perhaps?
locals are just suspicious and superstitious. There's no way that the murder mansion that's been haunted for years that the fucking realty company was selling suddenly had all the people go missing has anything to do with it at all. It's probably like a serial killer Uber driver. Huh? Huh? Even my own students won't stop yapping about it. I think it's even worse than when it was put back up in the market.
Yeah, dead people is more interesting than real estate sales.
Shocking. Now there are more stories.
Oh my god.
That's because there's more fucking bodies that we know about.
Becca, get a fucking clue. Christ.
Seriously, if this is the world reminding me of what matters simply because the atmosphere around this time of year calls for it, I'd rather take the latter. At least then I can be sure people will forget about it in favor of another set of holidays after. Nevertheless, and this may be a painful thing to admit, but listening to them is a pleasant distraction while waiting for Ashton's call. Actually hearing my children that I teach, instead of just yelling at them about history or whatever and being like, yep, Lauren, bye. I hope he didn't forget. The school day's about to end soon. Maybe he's
No,
busy.
it's got nothing with what I heard.
Okay, that is not a
Holy
child.
fear stuff. I'm not sure if half of them's even real.
What the
No,
fuck?
really. Rowan knows about it. He used to be in the same class with them.
What?
I can
I
hear
don't know.
you from back here, you know.
Oh yeah, that definitely sounds like somebody related to Luke and Hannah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Whatever, Rowan. Anyway, the story goes like this. There were 3 of them. They entered the mansion on a dare,
Oh,
and
yeah,
they
the
were
kids.
all never
Oh,
seen
yeah, that's
again.
Confirm. Can't
That's-
confirm.
Yeah, that's...
Yep, no, they're
yeah,
dead.
we saw that video.
They're straight up dead.
Super dead.
Nah. Nah.
No one knows what happened to
Sorry, I
them
was giving my little
up
puppy kisses.
to this
You're
day.
sweetie. I'm
Scary
prepared to
shit, man.
freak out and get thrown if mommy gets scared. Scary shit, man. Like his
Cooking
voice
ghost
acting.
stories.
Is this what they
Calling
think
it
children
now.
sound like? That makes no sense. No.
No, you don't get it. Why don't you ask Miss Gales then? Better yet, why don't you go inside the place? I'm betting
Because
my
somebody now
allowance you
owns
can't
it.
do
What?
Yeah, because there's a locked door and
That's
security.
trespassing now, straight up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they
like you're
call-
gonna get shot.
Yeah, you disappearing to jail is not a ghost story. It's called fucking the law.
Yeah. Oh my god, Ash is so dense. How can he possibly not recognize my feeling? By the way, how come people keep complaining about the haunted mansion that's killing people when people die from the ghost there? Right?
Yeah.
Fucking, she's just like, The talk immediately halts when I look up, all of them suddenly pretending to be engrossed in their current activity. Yeah, why don't you ask me? No. Still, a word to put a stopper to this nonsense is needed. Creativity and imagination fostered by these stories is one thing, but reckless ideas should be corrected before anything potentially tragic comes from it.
Back to
Because
you,
that
worksheets,
mansion is
everyone.
absolutely haunted as shit.
And I
Yeah,
don't
that'll
want to
do
hear
it.
any talk of dares or going inside that mansion. It's private property now. You'd all better
These
stay
people are
away
rich
from
enough
it
to
before...
kill you accidentally and your body would never be found. They'd never face any time in jail for it. Don't do it. What was that? At the noise, the whole lot of them go silent. You can almost hear a pin drop. The look on their faces would have made a funny picture, but that's irrelevant at the moment. Because ghosts! No. If that is a student loitering around, someone's going to be in trouble.
I'll be back. If you're done, you can leave your worksheets on my desk. Keep the noise to a minimum while I'm gone, okay?
Okay. I
Okay.
can sense their eyes on me as I walk out the door. Yep. A muted kind of anticipation. A bit unnerving, but it's far more agreeable than the feeling of being watched I've been enduring the past few days.
Oh my
That's
god.
because the second you leave, they're gonna just not give a shit and be talking and out of their seats. Like, they don't fucking care.
If they could build a tank out of Becca, it would be fucking indestructible because shit is the most dense material I've seen in my entire goddamn life.
Yep. Bulletproof. Class is still in session for most of the rooms. In a few hours, once the final bell rings, however, this place will once again be filled with busy chatter and footfalls, an everyday cycle in itself. But for the moment, I let the silence guide me, my ears focusing on whatever sounds there are or will be, searching for that distinct clanging of metal. A good minute passes, and for the portion of it, only my steps echo through the halls. And another. I'm about to turn around when the sound of it halts my footsteps. It's a little muffled and infrequent, but grows louder after each interval.
One of the children are in the air conditioning vents again.
Yup, damn kids. All these pranks. When the hallway devoid of people, if I don't put a stop to it soon, it'll start to disturb the other classes still going on. Looking for it doesn't take long. It's banging.
Yeah,
metal,
you follow
like-
the sound.
Yeah, it shouldn't be that hard. All I do is follow the racket, and shortly I'm standing in front of a nondescript row of unoccupied lockers. And from inside one of them, sitting in the middle, comes a noise. Annoyingly disrupted now that I'm facing it. Whoever stuck a dog in here is not funny, except that one time when it was fucking hilarious. No, like someone pounding on the metal door from the inside, hoping to get out. Leaning forward, I try to get a glimpse through the horizontal slats of whatever's causing it. But in this light, only darkness greets me and another round of clanging. Louder than the previous one. More desperate. I've heard stories before, from other schools, from a few colleagues who had to deal with it once or twice.
Yeah, they'd locked a kid in the locker.
Yeah, because kids are fucking
Kids are
horrible.
assholes.
Yeah, Jesus.
Yeah.
Bacanium alloy. Definitely. Although personally, I've never encountered one myself, and I can only thank the heavens I haven't yet. But
If this is another kid some other student stuffed in a locker.
I swear to God, I'm gonna just let them suffocate. I don't have time to deal with this. I'm too busy focusing on my crush that I need to acknowledge, but I can't because I'm an adult now, and I don't know how to deal with my adult feelings. I'm not panicking.
So
With a huff, I straighten up and study it briefly with a frown.
I'm,
Get ready for
I'm
save real quick.
Yeah, I'm anticipating a quick time event.
Yep, at once it stops. Immediately replaced by the muffled sounds of phone ringing. Should something click? Mom, it happened again. No. I give the door a few raps before taking my attention away. A second. Another. When nothing or no one responds, I finally avert my eyes and pull out my mobile. Gotta save this kid, but first I gotta make sure I can answer my call first.
There's slots in the locker door. They can breathe. They're fine.
They were banging. They
Yeah.
just stopped because they're a little tired. Ashton's voice greets me from the other end of the line. All cheerful in light of this morning's matters. Maybe because I'm just expecting some grave or serious news from him. Instead, I get this.
Hey, Becca.
Well, you sound happy.
I do? My voice still sounds the same to me.
There are only two things I know of that could be the reason for that tone. Sweets, or he's gotten a good lead in a case. Porque no las dos.
Mm.
From the sound of it, I'm going to assume it's the former, since lately, that case is all that's running inside his head. If there's even ever a third one, I've never heard of it yet. It can only be one of the two.
Ignore that. How's Isabella?
Drove her home a few minutes ago. I think she's sleeping now. Sorry this took a while. Z-Man gave us the puppy eyes after we tried to leave. Had some food prepared for us, apparently. We didn't have the heart to say no.
That's all right.
Dude, Isabella was like, bitch, I'm starving. You
Right?
cook for us.
He made a fucking honey baked ham. You don't say no to that.
Oh, no, that shit looked so good.
Yeah.
Is she okay now?
I'm not really sure. She didn't say anything to Zach, but she mentioned a plan to take a few days off from work.
Gosh, I wonder if it has anything to do with the fact that the last time she said something to you assholes, you laughed at her and told her to shut up.
Yeah.
It was a passing comment.
Yeah,
before
and
I
thought
left
she
her,
must have
so
been
I
fucking with
didn't
you, even though she never is the kind of person who would fuck with you.
Yeah. I wonder if A led to B.
Must be because of Rose's
Right.
death.
Could be. It doesn't seem like it from Zach's story, though.
Not directly,
She said
no.
she was shaking when she got there.
Shaking?
What triggers a memory?
Oh yeah, the kid in the locker.
Oh man, I should probably. They haven't done anything. I should maybe make sure they're still alive, and if not, I was never here.
Yeah.
From 3 days ago, on the way home from her little treat after she sold the mansion. I didn't think much of it at the time, but I won't lie, it scared me. The terrified look on her face, how she started when she suddenly screamed.
Becca? Still there?
Yeah, no, just
I-
something on.
I
That's
just
probably
remembered
nothing.
something. Sorry, don't mind me.
Oh my god, that's
If
literally
you can
the.
talk to her, get the story out of her. That would be great. She wouldn't talk to Zach or me even when I tried. Maybe she'll speak up if it's you.
I'll give it a go, but I can't promise anything, okay? You know how stubborn she can get.
And how aggressively passive I can be.
Yeah.
But thanks for letting me know about this. If you want, I can get you that ice cream thing you mentioned tonight. As thanks. Just as thanks for all the trouble I've caused today.
A+.
Believe me, I'd love to take you up on that offer, but I've got something on my schedule this evening. Maybe some other time?
Who says sked?
It's shed. It's like schedule.
It's
No.
schedule!
Yeah, or if you're gonna say it's like on my sketch. It's not shed. Sked.
Oh my
It's
god.
shed. I don't. There's a short pause before he cuts the call from his end, and once again, I'm alone with my thoughts. But rather than answers, all I get from it are questions. More of them, one on top of the other, as if the world isn't planning to give me a break anytime soon. Especially not with this child stuffed in this locker who I'm totally just ignoring. But that's a problem I'll tackle later. Right now I've got to be taught follies of with the slightly open door and the smothered laughter from inside has any indication.
Is ice cream a euphemism? Nah, it's fish-shaped ice cream.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
she's too fucking dumb. He doesn't even know that she likes her because she's so fucking bad at communicating her feelings. But she's great at getting mad at people for not knowing how she feels.
Yep.
Despite not communicating them.
Yeah.
Okay, buddy, you gotta move.
All right, enough eavesdropping. All of you, back to your seats.
Is
It's
that
just a child in
your
a locker.
boyfriend, Miss Scales?
Nobody
None of your
talks like-
business.
Nice deflection. I'm sure
Right?
they bought it.
He totally is.
Oh my god, she's psychic.
Shh. Quick scuffle follows that comment. They beat the shit out of the one who taught me. There's a retort prepared on the tip of my tongue. I drop every pretense of letting it loose on them. They're children after all, and I'm a fucking teenager, or I'm a fucking adult. There's no use arguing with teenagers sometimes, boisterous as they all are. They're still my kids, though. Rough around the edges, maybe, but still my kids. Yeah.
Oh yeah, we still have this. We left the kid locked in the locker this whole time, but we just kind of fucking talked to Ashton the whole time. I hope they enjoyed it.
Right? And they were going, they're like, you should probably just tell him that you like him. And they're like, shut the fuck up. Shaking my head, I head back to my classroom with a smile, but not before taking a glance at the locker again. Oh, we're just assuming it's fine. It hasn't made any sound sense.
Yeah, the kid probably died in there. It's all right.
Oh, must be the wind.
What the fuck?
Are you high?
Yeah, I don't think wind can bang on a locker door like that.
Yes,
So,
everyone
okay.
knows that lockers spontaneously generate wind from inside them.
Yeah, and if it's loud enough to make it sound like a banging sound, it of course would just be one specific locker and not all of them because that's how wind works.
And it definitely would be rhythmic, like super rhythmic.
Yeah. Just can't. Yep. So without another look, I leave it alone.
See, the
Okay,
kid.
but why is your blood on the other tip? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Ooh. All in all, the entire school day ends without a hitch. It could have gone better, mind you, but with the exams nearing, getting out of work before the sun has set looks as though it's far from a far-off dream for now. Oh my god, it's the super generic elevator music. At least until they're over. Then we have the holidays to look forward to. We get it, you like Christmas. Does Britain have a Thanksgiving? I think they do, but it's different.
I don't know that they necessarily care.
No, not our Thanksgiving, but I think they have something like it.
Yeah, I don't know.
I believe. Like Boxing Day? Is that the thing that they do, or is that near? I forget. I've
Yeah.
heard of that. There's like paper crowns.
Yeah.
Yeah. No hitches except Timmy mysteriously disappeared. But who could have foreseen? How odd. Oh no. The scene.
That
Oh
would-
no.
Oh, there's no choice but forward.
Okay. It's fine. It's fine. I got my dog.
All right.
He's gonna get scared too if I get scared, so that's fine. He can.
Sure.
You'll be okay, buddy.
All right.
There really are times when you simply take what you can get for the time being.
Nothing wrong with that.
All I'm hoping for is this will continue until the whole day ends. There's still that promise I made to Ashton, and frankly, the idea alone doesn't sound good. If Isabella didn't talk to them, what makes them think she'll talk to me? It's not like there's a hierarchy, is there? Just because I can handle Isabella's childish tendencies, oh, fuck you, doesn't mean I can do it all the time.
Really, those two give me too much credit.
100%!
Yeah.
Buddy, what are you doing? You're getting in my headphone to... Oh, right, down. Oh, my fucking headphone cord is gonna pull them out of my fucking ears. Nevertheless, I'm keeping my fingers crossed, if only because I'm also worried about her, and both Zachary and Ashton deem it important that somebody get the story out of her. Here's to hoping it's got nothing to do with that letter. Again. Oh,
Shut the fuck up, Becca. Jesus Christ.
right. I understand if she feels a bit stressed lately, but keeping the story going on for more than a week is not normal. Probably not her trying to fuck with you. So maybe it's not what that is, and I should take it a little more seriously, or something else is up with her and she needs help, so I shouldn't be a bitch about it. I'm just saying. It's bound to get tiring at one point. Maybe after she's been killed by the ghost. Who knows?
Right? Yeah.
Seriously, I merely don't want this to end in another argument. God willing, the cafe special will help smoothen things out. After all, it's always been food with her. She has other things or money,
Okay.
but mostly food. She's such a fat bitch. No. At this hour, the cafe is usually filled to the brim with people.
But weirdly, it's the same two people that are in every shot of this restaurant.
Yep. I'm like, but we're not gonna fucking draw that many people, so take our word for it. That's the reason Isabella and I rarely ever go here during the evenings.
Oops.
What was that?
I think I accidentally hit the backlog button.
Cool. So, I mean, it's nice to know in case we ever miss something important.
Yeah.
It's simply too much of a hassle when we can prepare food ourselves in the comfort of our homes. And there really isn't much reason to eat out lately. Except eating out is nice. Fuck you. None of y'all are chefs. Isabella survives on fucking ramen, so shut up.
Yeah, right?
What with life going on a busy streak, all these murders and such. No time for long lines, but it's been that doing something productive, yes?
Sure.
Lucky there isn't one tonight.
I apologize for my little kobolds if you can hear them. They're something probably blue, like the curtains, and they're assuming we're under attack, so. Only a few people are idling around the counter. 4 of them, in fact, a woman in her 60s and a teenager busy with his phone. Both are just waiting to be served their orders. Oh, fuck.
Oh boy.
The other 2, a posh-looking man and a child who I immediately recognize as Kylie, appear to have not yet picked anything they want. This'll be great. For some reason, my stare lingers at the guy. Though dressed relatively well and looks harmless, I haven't seen him around these parts before.
Becca, do you...
I know! You fucking...
Do we not recall A, seeing this person, and B, seeing this person with a fucking ominous black cloud around him? Didn't we see that? We saw that, right?
That was just like Friday. It was like 3-4 days, maybe. I'm like, I'm sorry. That douchebag, like, you'd recognize him.
Jesus Christ.
He's
Becca.
recognizable.
Jesus.
You know he's rich and powerful. So,
Christ.
ew. I know. It's just...
Becca.
Oh, she's so dumb. Maybe she's not her psychic. Maybe she's just too dumb. She's too dumb a bitch.
She's so dumb that loops
Someone
back
knew
around
the
to being
name of
psychic.
the Yep. Even so, there's something familiar in him. Oh my god. I feels like I've seen him somewhere before. Recently. Perhaps just like 3 days ago? No. That also begs the question of why Kylie is with him.
A
Of course,
mystery.
the girl easily takes to liking anyone who buys her sweets, so it's both a bit worrisome and unsurprising. Oh,
Yes.
shit, good.
Obviously, this is
Don't-
an abduction and not some kind of familial relationship.
I mean, it's possible that it could have been an abduction, but yeah, I feel like a kid would probably show some sort of like, I don't know this guy, but he said he'd buy me candy and do stuff for him, so I'm like, I want candy. That's fine. The blonde bloke doesn't look particularly thrilled with the company, though.
Ah, perfect
Shocking,
cover.
He hates kids. How crazy. I tear my eyes. Clearly, it's not a kidnapping because he fucking hates the child, so he's not planning anything.
Yeah.
I tear my eyes away from them soon enough once the guy at the counter appears, ready to take my order. That, and I'd also hate to be accused of ogling strangers.
2, evening special, takeout.
He's already punching the order before I even finish. Saying my order out loud is really more of a formality's sake and made out of habit. He has known Isabella and I long enough that if we ever drop by here, he already knows it's because I'm buying dinner for the two of us. I rarely visit here alone if I can help it, but Isabella can sometimes be a bad influence. What the fuck? Gives me a small smile before leaving me to prepare my order while I fish for my wallet when...
Look, you little ankle biter. If I buy you the biggest parfait they have, will you please behave?
Fucking Luke.
Right?
I would just like 10 minutes of peace and quiet.
You said you'll get me some bread pudding this time.
Fuck, they didn't have it, you little turd. No.
Yeah, well, darling, they said they ran out of it. Just pick another one so we can be on our way.
Their parfait doesn't look as cute as the one my mom bought me.
Parfait is just ice cream, sweetheart. It'll melt no matter how dainty it appears. In the end, it'll all look like an ugly puddle.
Wow, big mood right there.
What? What the...
In the end, nothing matters. All ice cream melts. Jesus.
I mean...
Now, come on, just pick one. It could even be the most expensive one on that
I know,
list. I don't
Becca's
give a
just
shit.
a dumb bitch.
Yeah,
I hate
I
eating
don't
out so much. I never
care.
do it, but I eat here enough to be a regular.
See, he caught himself. He doesn't swear. He doesn't want to swear around children. Also, he's a raging asshole, so he swears around children on accident sometimes.
And an alcoholic, so there's also that.
Over under on him being drunk right now.
Yeah, but I'd say like probably like 40
Yeah.
and 60.
Yeah.
It's
what
gotta
I
be,
would
at
give
least a
for
little bit.
someone to buy you off my hands right now.
Jesus.
Whoa, that's a fucking weird tone. Jesus. Alrighty. What?
What? That was my reaction. What?
Yeah. My whole attention instantly snaps back to them and their conversation because what the fuck? No. Jumping to conclusions isn't something I'm particularly fond of. Okay. Especially when all I have are baseless assumptions. But you can't really trust a stranger these days. No one around the cafe seems to notice his words either. Very suspicious words. No, if you have kids, I'm sure there's people like, God, if somebody would come and kidnap you, I would be so happy to get a fucking nap.
Really, Becca? Let's.
Please, get kidnapped. See if I give a shit. No.
All right, Becca. Current score: a letter on ancient paper written in blood that says "Help me." Not suspicious. Your best friend, who's always like happy and cheery, suddenly like shitting herself in fright and staying the night places and like not committing to her usual habits. Not suspicious. Fucking an angry rich person who's angry at the fucking kid they're having to chaperone around. Very suspicious. Becca.
Especially because she's throwing a fit because she wanted bread pudding. He's like, they don't have it. And she's like, well, these parfaits don't look as cute. It's a fucking parfait. It doesn't matter what it looks like. It's all gonna get turned into poop. Just fucking eat it. God, I would sell you if I could because you're being so annoying. And she's like, I don't know. That's annoying, but no. Still, I don't move. Yet. But my hand has already shifted from my wallet to the book I'm carrying. Oh, she gonna hit him again. No, she gonna fucking, or not again. It was somebody else in the book, but she's gonna smack him in the skull. A hardbound textbook looks harmless, but if a situation calls for it, it might be a good deadly weapon. Oh yeah, those fucking textbooks are heavy.
Yeah, let's just fucking knock out the guy in the suit that's chaperoning a child at fucking Zarbucks trying to order like a shitty parfait. A+, Becca.
Right? Because she's being a bitch and wanted bread pudding, but they just don't fucking have it. So what are they supposed to fucking do?
Yeah, here comes Becca, super crime fighter for justice.
Back to get a fucking lawsuit. Might. I haven't gotten the chance to try it anywhere so far. Today could be the day. She's just itching.
Promised.
Motherfucker, I can't magic them. What am I supposed to do?
Yeah.
Huh? Like, fucking buy the whole restaurant?
How about a Bonifay pie? I'm sure it'll taste just as good as any other bread pudding.
It's banoffee, not bonifay.
What the fuck is a Bonifay
Fucking-
pie?
It's a banana toffee pie. It's
Oh.
really popular in, I think, Ireland and Scotland.
All right, I'd try
And
it.
also England.
Oh
I'll even buy you the entire tray. How does that sound?
That's not what you said before.
Oh my god, kid. Jesus Christ. You're making me
don't
sympathize
have
with Luke here.
Brett, right? I hope that somebody will come and buy you off his hands. God, you're annoying and you're evil
Well,
and you
sweetheart,
need to get
but
possessed,
adults
so go
change
away.
their minds sometimes.
You
Never
said
become complacent.
buy me a bread pudding, and I did, and now you won't keep your promise.
Oh my god, kid. You're making me sympathize
Somebody
with Luke.
please rescue Luke from the fucking child.
I want to go home. I miss Mama.
No, darling, if I remember correctly, and I have a good memory, honey. What I said was, if you come quietly with me, I might buy you one.
Oh, okay, now we're
That
back.
sounds suspicious. Okay, see, that sounds fucking weird.
Yeah.
The quiet
That's just
part
there.
didn't happen. Though now that I'm sober, I think this is a bad
Yep.
idea. I should just ship you someplace else for that peace and quiet.
So he drunkenly took, like,
He's like, no,
His-
we'll
his
hang out and
niece.
I'll get you pie.
yeah.
This will be great.
Yeah, you come with me, and
I
we'll
know,
go to
right?
the cafe and buy a pie, and
Right?
now he's sober, and it's just like, now I have a kid, what the fuck do I do with this? This is
I
bullshit.
don't want this. This is the whole thing. I don't want these. Oh, that's it. No hesitation. In a few paces, he's within my reach, and without warning, I'm slamming the flat. What the fuck, lady? You
What the fuck?
slam the book against his skull. There's a cry of pain, followed by him instantly crouching down, hands nursing the sore spot.
What the
Almost comically, if this were a different situation, the safety of a St. Goretti student wasn't at stake, I'd probably feel sorry for him.
Okay, let's pump the brakes for a moment.
I know. Like in the middle of a restaurant where you could be like, listen, that man over there seems suspicious. Could you maybe check on them? And they'd be like, that's Luke fucking
Yeah,
what? Wait,
we-
what's it? Right.
we've
Like that's his fucking niece, you dumb bitch.
this scene has 3 characters in it, all of them in conflict, and we've now reached the point where I hate every single one equally. That's impressive. This
I think weirdly enough, Becca's kind of fucking annoying me more because like Luke's an alcoholic. What the fuck is her excuse for her behavior?
her fucking
Huh?
diary from when she was. You just read the whole fucking diary in an app game. You've seen what
Yeah,
her excuse is.
Yeah, it's nothing. It's my
Yeah.
parents love me and I get good grades. I'm really smart. Nashon doesn't know that I like him because I tried to tell him one time, but he wasn't listening. So then I never tried again. I just got mad at him. And I've seen personal growth on somebody who I hated, and then it turns out she had a crippled brother who she loved and was just, trying to be a better person for her, and I still was a bitch to her.
So we had a question.
Oh,
I'm pretty sure we had a question earlier of just like Becca seemed to drop off the face of the earth for like several days in the middle. I
this
didn't.
is what she was doing.
Yeah, she
This
spent
is
a
what she
couple
was
days
doing.
in jail because of this.
Yeah, because Luke's like, what the fuck? Yeah. I mean, has anyone seen how thick this book is?
Get behind
Well,
me,
he
Carly.
certainly didn't, because it was the back of his skull.
Miss Pink!
What the fuck? That's my uncle. It's amazing how fast her expression changes from the pouting one earlier to something of utter delight upon seeing me. Oh, she doesn't even care that. But there's no time for any pleasantries, not even quick ones, because soon the man straightens and I'm readying my favorite newfound weapon for another hit. Except this time he's ready, and before I can land another one, his hand shoots up to catch my wrist in a firm hold. And the look on his face is justifiably really fucking mad.
Yeah, you just hit him with a book, you fucking idiot.
Bloody hell, woman, what's your problem?
Yeah.
To say he's pissed would be a complete understatement. That's fair. What the fuck? Had I been the weak-willed sort, I'd probably cower under his sharp gaze. But that simply isn't how I roll. Also, she's a lefty.
Oh, fuck. She brings shame to lefties everywhere.
Yep. If he thinks he can scare me and do as he pleases here just because I'm a woman, or whatever his reasons may be, it's because he just assaulted him out of
You
nowhere.
just
He's
hit
trying
him
to
with
have-
a book for no reason because he was
Yeah.
getting snappy with a child. Jesus Christ, Becca.
Who was being a little fucking turd.
Becca, Becca, you're dying. I'm almost to
Right.
the point of suggesting that we save Scum just to make sure she ends up a fucking corpse.
Right? If he thinks he can scam, he's got another thing coming for him, and it's this motherfucking book. No. So instead, I return it to him with the same intensity, with the same venom.
What's my problem? You're the one
About
who
to
has
get
a
even
problem
worse?
here.
Fucking what?
I cannot imagine how this gets worse.
I'm looking forward to it, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rotten bowbags like you don't deserve the freedom to roam this this town.
What?
What the? That's a
What are you
insult, I
doing
guess?
to this girl?
I don't know.
Yeah, rich people should be locked
Fucking
up.
niece.
Miserable rich.
It's my niece. I'm trying to fucking get her a treat. Thought I'd do something nice. Fucking realize she's a little fucking child and a giant bitch if she doesn't get exactly what she wants because she doesn't have the concept of the, like, if they don't have it, they just don't fucking have it.
And why is that any of your business, pray tell?
Oh, it's my business if I make it to be.
What?
Now,
If this
release
actually
me or
was a
call the
situation where somebody
police.
was, like, in trouble, like a child, okay, but this fucking...
If
Becca, you need to get some more info.
Yeah, if I'm Luke in this situation, it's just like, oh, calling the police. What a fucking A+ idea. Let's do exactly that.
Oh, yeah, Becca, you're going to
you
fucking
think
jail.
that scares me, Daisy?
What?
I have a name, you sleazy douchebag.
And I
How
don't...
could he possibly know that?
Oh, I'm sure.
His grip on my hand only tightens when I attempt to shake it off. His tone may be dripping with anger and sarcasm, but the gleam in his eye says it all. I'm getting a kick out of this.
Yeah, he's
I
about
mean, you're
to...
going to...
He's
you're
about to...
fucking sue you into...
Yeah,
fucking
he's about
next
to
year.
ram a herd of lawyers up your ass.
I know. Riling people up, getting on their nerves, invading their personal space. He knows exactly what and which buttons to push. I mean, the nerve of this person. I feel like almost anybody would be really upset at this. The nerve of this asshole.
You just hit him with a buck!
I know, what the fuck? If he thinks I'm going to give in to his goading, please, he might as well just kiss his sorry behind.
No,
In fact,
oh,
why not
okay.
do the most sensible thing right now? Teach him a tough lesson.
Now, hang on. Now, hold it. We can metagame this. We're already... So, like, we're already flirting with assault charges.
Yeah.
Let's get Becca arrested.
Yeah, hit him where it hurts.
Hit him where it hurts.
I love she stopped for help and they're like,
You have until the count of
and
5
they, like,
to
tackle
let me
her,
go
and she's like, what
and
the
step
fuck?
out of my personal space.
Yeah, no, was that gonna go up at all? I mean, probably if she screamed for help and he's like, yes, yes, I like this. Maybe. A fair warning. Fairer than any I can offer for people of his kind, and I'm already being considerate. Hell, this asshole doesn't even deserve a warning. If he doesn't listen, well, he's as much responsible for what will happen next as anyone.
Or else what?
Oh,
Such vulgar words coming out of that pretty mouth. A
Oh,
gorgeous
no,
flower
not
like
Buddy
you
Flute,
shouldn't
what the
even be saying.
Alright,
fuck.
alright, Luke.
Okay,
Hang on.
right, you're like, I was...
Rewind this a bit. We're rapidly
Luke,
approaching... Like, for most of this, I was just like, you're making me sympathize with Luke. Jesus Christ, Becca. Now I'm just starting to hate both of them on an even level again.
The other option goes down less. Okay, I'm like, no matter what, there's no way. He's like, no, this is fine, we're not bonding.
Yeah.
Yeah, spit in my face and call my name, right? Oh, he's totally... Yeah.
Don't say I didn't warn you, bowbag.
What the fuck
Love
did...
that
What is that
intensity,
word?
Daisy.
No, okay, now
FYI,
you're...
I like feisty in a woman. It gives them this certain charm.
By the way, feisty's what I call my dick. And she's like, cluck! And you're like, okay, that time you deserve... I mean, you definitely deserve this one.
5.
A second of silence. Then without any preamble, my leg moves in one fluid motion to deliver a swift, powerful, well-placed kick to his nether regions. Yeah, no, you know, that's what you get.
Oh, hang on. We
Like,
gotta...
she shouldn't have hit him in the first part. That was totally uncalled for. There are other ways to handle that, but nah, after that, yeah, he's getting kicked in the dick.
What was... most recent... Oh, most recent achievement. Nuts and bolts.
Yep.
Yep.
Needless to say, the effect is instantaneous. He yelps, abruptly drops his hold of me, and kneels over, howling from the pain. I can see how screaming for help probably made him, you know, would be less of a relationship negative.
Yeah. Somebody call
Yeah.
the police.
Oh, she's going to all the jail.
Yeah.
I can see tears forming from the corners of his eyes too, though the mere sight of it prompts not an ounce of remorse from me. I would have been gentler if he isn't such a dirty little prick with an ego too big for his head. Fair, but not for the
Yeah.
what you think.
Hey, remember that time that we were mad at him because we thought he was a child abductor? No, we'll just change gears and no one will notice.
Right? Too bad. Whether this obliterates any chance of him ever procreating remains to be known, but a part of me is already praying he doesn't ever breed after this. Oh, don't worry, he's probably getting killed by ghosts, so probably not.
Probably.
Hopefully not, because Hannah's possessed, and that would probably make like a demon ghost baby, and I've seen an American Horror Story that didn't end well. We have no need of more of him in this world. The
You
pedophile.
mad woman!
I warned you, you ass.
Why, you... This is harassment, I'm telling you! Harassment!
Actually, it's assault. You can call the cops for that.
Then
Oh,
why don't you
100%.
tell that to the police once they get here?
I'm going to.
Yeah, look at the cameras. You can see a sober alcoholic getting snippy with a child and then getting clocked in the back of the head by just some
Yeah.
random person.
Yeah, and they're like, this is my niece.
Yeah.
Whatever you're assuming I am, I'll have you know it's all in your head. None of it's true. You best have that pretty brain of yours checked before that gets worse. What is wrong with you? Is this the face of someone who'd do anything suspicious?
I mean, yeah, but
120,000%.
You don't think a stranger luring an innocent child with promises of sweets before whisking them away from their parents doesn't warrant any suspicion? You have a very funny definition of suspicious, asshole. Maybe you're the one who should have that head of yours checked.
The kid asked me to buy her sweets. You're the one who's suspicious here.
You
I'll
need
have
to
you know, I have a wife.
what does that have to do
No,
with literally
you need
anything?
to say, she's my niece. That's all you need to say. Everything here doesn't quite... If you say, she's my niece, I'm her uncle, I'm
Yeah.
fucking my sister's kid. She
Yeah.
wanted a fucking treat, and I decided that would be a good idea, and now absolutely no. No children ever. That much at least. He even makes a show of brandishing his left hand in my face with much flourish. Sure enough, a wedding ring is there, though all that earned him is an unimpressed glare from me. Immediately, a small part of me starts to feel so that the poor woman married this son. Fair. They're fair.
It's
It's
fine.
okay. She's haunted now.
Yeah, she's
crazy.
haunted now. Doesn't even matter anymore.
Yeah. I don't understand why he has to bring her up either, as if the mention of her alone will magically present a solution to his problem. She must truly be a remarkable woman if she can handle a dirtbag like him.
And even my wife of all people in this bloody city, has never, I'm telling you, accused me of such a scandalous thing!
Just say this is my
Crazy woman.
niece.
This is a lot of words that has nothing to do with what's
I
going
know.
on.
It's just trying to. It's to give her more of a reason to keep this going instead of going, oh, this is your uncle, and she's like, yep.
Married or not,
Nah,
you're
you just take me
still
out for a
sleaze.
treat.
Honestly, I feel...
Miss Pink, why are you fighting with my teal?
Whatever are still left to be said here dies on my tongue. Oh, I'm going to prison. No. Same thing goes for the sleaze. Besides us stands Kylie, gawking at us with the same curious stare she often brings with her. Oh, but she's just none of this. She's like,
I don't know how old
Mhm.
Kylie
who's
is.
getting me ice cream? No.
I'm pretty sure Kylie understands that hitting people in the back of the fucking head with a textbook is bad.
Also, she looks kind of like the drawing in the diary with Becca. She's supposed to be 12, and she's drawn like she's 8.
Yeah,
So I think she's supposed to be like actually like 12 or some shit,
sure.
maybe.
Yeah,
Because like this is how this company draws 12-year-olds apparently. This,
Yeah.
this is a preteen.
yeah.
Everybody. Yeah. Now I know that look all too well. A precocious child through and through. She doesn't say anything further. Her gaze simply moves between us, eyeing us both carefully, clearly anticipating an answer. Oh, 6 or 7?
Yeah.
Well, fuck it. This is confusing then. They need to draw the age of their characters better. They just need to work on that because fucking Luke looks like he's going to senior prom, and Kylie looks like a child, like a little itty bitty kid.
Yeah.
But then in the diary thing, they drew Rebecca pretty much like that, and they're like, yep, that's 12. And I'm like, there's no fucking way.
Mhm.
She doesn't say anything further. From my experience, when it gets like this with children her age, it's a sure sign they won't leave you until you've given them an answer they're satisfied with. I thought he was going to fuck you. No. And he's like, oh my god, no! No. Mine won't do either. It has dissolved into a shouting match, for heaven's sake. And did she just say Tio? Something falls straight into the pit of my stomach at that. Oh,
Yeah,
I'm so
it's because
going
they're
to
fucking
jail.
related. Oh my god.
Yeah. I mean, sexual assault can still happen within families, but like, this makes more sense than just, oh, some guy just picked this kid up and was like, yeah, I'll give you ice cream, just come with me and be quiet. But my tone is gentle when I finally address her, void of any apprehension and what might be the first hints of embarrassment. I pointedly ignore the latter. It can very well be just the hunger speaking.
Kylie, sweetie, do you know this oaf?
Yeah.
Wow.
Tio Luke.
That's my uncle. What's an oaf? And you're like, oh, fuck. Right at that moment, my brain stops.
Becca, your brain never started.
Every line of thought, every argument I still have against the man beside me dissipates in a haze. Amidst all of it, one memory gets triggered from a few days ago.
Tio means uncle or some shit.
Tio? The one you mentioned before? The uncle? The guy Rowan wanted to impress? Or was that a dare? I'm sorry, I can't recall. Is it the one who promised he'll take Big Brother someplace cool?
Yeah,
That
the one
sounds
in the
suspicious
same.
also.
Don't you know who he is?
I'm about to. No, I sure as hell don't, darling.
I'm sure the police will inform me when they arrive.
Oh, yeah. Oh, don't worry. And his lawyer. All of his lawyers. His big team of them, I'm sure. Because if I do, I wouldn't have let everything I've said earlier come out of my mouth.
He's my Tio Luke. Gazillionaire extraordinaire, am I? No. The fairy godfather.
He's your godfather.
Right.
That means that you're stupid, Becca.
Yep.
That's nice.
Jesus Christ.
The one
I
and
kicked
only.
it.
Did
And
I get
he's
that
rich.
right, Tio?
More than right, sweetheart. I'm sure Miss Pink here understood everything you said quite perfectly.
Whatever it is landed in the bottom of my stomach prior has shot straight up to my face and stayed there. It's my ass. My ass is right up in my face. I fucked up. The heat from it slowly spreading to my cheeks, coloring my face in almost the same shade as my hair. If only the earth would swallow me whole here and now.
It deserves to. You deserve it. What the fuck is wrong
Seriously,
with you, Becca?
I know, what the fuck? His eyes are on me. I can feel them, jeering, mocking. I can't even bring myself to look at him.
This asshole is gonna buy your school just to fucking fire you.
Right? What's in there? Amusement? I doubt it. He's probably having the time of his life right now. But I know. I can hear the sneer in his tone alone when he talks. He has that smug grin on. I mean, you assaulted him twice.
Yeah.
You made very, inappropriate allegations at him.
Yeah, and
He
he
could probably also get you for slander or some shit.
and he knows
I'm sure.
you going down, Becca, and you deserve
Oh
to
my
go
God.
down.
Yup. Which I may or may not want to punch off his face at the present just for the hell of it.
Sure, why not? Go
Oh.
nuts.
Yeah, that's fine. That's probably something you should do in front of the child.
Yeah.
That's not gonna send
Yeah.
a bad message.
Yeah.
But damage control.
Really, we're gonna work on damage control now. Okay.
Yeah, good luck there.
Uh,
I need to do some damage control before this whole thing goes south. Kylie seems fine. She's like, yeah, that's my uncle. I'm not even gonna acknowledge all the shit you guys said or what you were inferring, because I just wanted a parfait.
now, hang on. So, we're gonna try. All right. If we apologize to Kylie, nothing happens because Kylie doesn't give two fucks.
No.
If we apologize to Luke,
I think he's gonna laugh in our face.
he's gonna laugh in our face.
That sounds entertaining, though.
Do we? Oh, all right. Okay. So hang on. Do we want to embarrass? Do we want to embarrass Becca, or do we really want to hope that the cops get called?
Wait, which option do you think would be which?
So, like, if we apologize to Kylie, Luke is just going to continue being smarmy right up until the cops show up. If we apologize to Luke, he'll, like, dangle shit over our head forever, but I don't know if anything will come of it.
I don't know. Like, I have no idea what possible repercussions could have or what it's supposed to do. Because usually when they give us the choice, we assume
Sure.
one thing's gonna do one. Honestly, I say apologize to Luke and have him get in our face about it. That sounds entertaining. I love when he's being such a fucking dick. Because this is the time where I'm like, 100%, this is called for. Fucking Rebecca sucks.
Yeah, but
And
Rebecca sucks, so don't we just want to commit to the archetype?
Yeah, fuck it. Okay, apologize to Kylie. But she'll be like, excuse me, I'm the one you assaulted.
Yeah.
Of course, an apology is the most appropriate thing to say. Yeah, he's like, what? Yeah, that's gonna be it'd be like, I'm the one you fucking hit. Why are you apologizing to her? But no matter how much I will myself to do it, my own body refuses to budge. My own mouth refuses to open, and my head rejects the very idea of looking at him. No apology for an asshole. Not to someone with an ego too big for his head, says Becca. Let his pride suffer. I'm not going to eat my words for the sake of stroking his damn ego. Less reason for him to gloat. Way more reason for him to sue.
Yeah.
Kylie, however, I owe an explanation.
Don't worry, Kylie. I'm not fighting with your Tio.
I'm just assaulting him on basis accusations
Yeah, it's
assumptions.
Yeah, it's not a fight if
which
it's
100% chargeable offense.
Yeah, it's not a fight if it's one way. That's assault. That's your word for the day.
This is just a discussion. A very serious discussion between a very mature adult
Oh my
and
god,
one that's not.
Even Kylie's gonna call you out on that fucking bullshit.
Really?
So why?
But I've never seen Teal angry before.
Ha! Oh well, you've never seen him drunk before, apparently.
Mm.
And
It's because
also,
he's losing the argument.
What?
you hit him with a book
You
and then
hit him
kicked
with
him
a-
in the nuts.
What argument?
This is literally assault. Yeah, they're using arguing with you. You were just assuming that
Yeah.
he was trying to fucking kidnap a child and do things with her when it was actually just his fucking niece he's taking out.
But don't
Who's being a
ever
little
follow
fucking
his
bitch.
example, Kylie. You should always learn to be patient, even if things aren't going your way, okay?
Says the bitch who just came out swinging.
Oh, sure, a discussion. And it involves hitting random strangers you meet at a cafe with a book.
Yeah.
Thank you, Luke.
Seriously, what the fuck?
Hardbound book.
Mhm.
Mind you, the little me hasn't recovered yet.
Mm.
And Kylie's like, what do you mean?
Whoever
He's like,
survives from this,
never mind.
We are going to have more than words, woman.
Jesus.
I don't allow Kylie to hear this tirade and cover both of her ears with my hands. Now you're fucking just touching this child. What the fuck? As fond as she is of the man, there are words he shouldn't be saying in front of a child. You literally called him a ball bag, said that he's gonna lure her away. What the fuck?
Yeah.
You're saying shit she shouldn't be hearing. How could he not know about that? More importantly, how on earth did someone like him become a godfather? Who allowed it?
What?
I
There's
don't
a
know who allowed
fucking
you to be a fucking teacher.
yeah. What
Yeah.
fucking committee appoints godfathers? Jesus Christ.
No, that I definitely agree. Like, what the fuck? Maybe I should talk to Miss Suarez about it. One, how he's not a good influence for her children.
Yeah. You know what? Make as big a stink about this as possible. You do you, Becca.
I couldn't
Language.
possibly end
How can you
terribly.
use such crude words in front of her?
You said ball bag like 3 times.
Your goddaughter can hear you.
And
for heaven's
arsehole.
sake.
Oh, and you didn't.
Thank you.
If I remember everything correctly, you called me a rotten bow.
So you're going to repeat it in front of her, just to make a point?
You, Rebecca, get off your motherfucking high horse and let that motherfucker trample you down, because you need that a little bit.
Yeah.
You psycho.
Yeah.
What, are you 5? Even 5
Seriously,
years are
if
more
anything
sensible
more.
than you.
Really?
Like, he said little me. He didn't say my dick or my penis, even. He said my little me, which, like, she probably doesn't know what the fuck that means.
Yeah.
She's only like 6. And Rebecca's like, you asshole! Blah, like 3 times, called him a ball bag or bow bag or whatever the fuck that means or how you say it.
Yeah. But now suddenly we're concerned about the decorum of the conversation and the
You
poor
can't say
child's
that
ears.
Yeah,
Oh.
repeating what you said. If you don't want him repeating what you said, then what you said is also fucking bad, you dumb cow. Even Isabella, I can't say that with much certainty.
Even
Or I can say that with much certainty.
sensible than you.
See what I mean?
Are you fighting again?
Yes.
Yes.
And I'm winning.
Oh, no. Like I said, we were just having a discussion. We're actually done now.
Yeah.
God, I hate
Okay. Yeah.
But you need to promise Miss Pink you will never grow up like this guy. Good kids don't do what he's doing.
Good. They
Or
don't.
what you're doing.
Or what you're doing.
What I like, Teal.
Oh,
Yeah.
this ball bag scrotum.
Ky-
So she was just call him a fucking nutsack.
yeah.
Like 8 billion times.
Oh my God, Kylie has seen through our bitchness.
Yeah.
Oh.
And
Oh
I'm
no.
quite sure Tio likes you too. But liking people is different. Just because you like him doesn't mean you have to be like him.
What kind of fucking stupid-ass convoluted message are you sending, Becca? She's a goddamn
I don't
6-year-old.
know.
This nuance is above her head.
There are better role models for you aside from him.
Like you? Just going around hitting people with books? No.
Like
No
you?
moment. Oh, shit!
Not exactly what I'm trying to get at. But if that's what you want, I don't see why not.
Luke, go in for the finishing blow.
Okay.
Please.
I want to be like Miss Pink someday. I want to be a teacher, and I promise
That's
I
what you
won't
got
be
from
like
this?
Tio, even if he's a gazillionaire.
Wow.
Yeah, eat shit.
Turning my own goddaughter against me. How
You're such a
mature
bitch.
of you, Miss Pink.
Seriously. This tone makes me pause. For the first time since this talk started. Okay.
Yeah.
Instead of this assault, I look at him. Briefly, something flashes behind his eyes. Something close to what might be an expectation falling? Dismay? I can't be sure. It passes almost as soon as it appears. What's that about?
He's disappointed that we're such a fucking idiot.
Yeah. Does he actually like having Kylie around? Yeah,
Yes,
probably on
he-
some level, maybe. Drunk him seemed to think, yeah, I'll go and get her like an ice cream, we'll have a nice time.
Yeah.
Then she was throwing a fit because he didn't have bread pudding.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like it from the get-go, but if that fond smile on him is anything to judge by, then maybe?
Don't worry, Tio. If you buy me bread pudding tonight, I'll like you again.
That kid's a fucking genius.
Yep.
Oh, if that's all it takes, consider it done, sweetheart. We might have to find another place to buy it from, though. Somewhere safe, where a random crazy woman isn't going to attack us out of the blue.
That's fair.
Let's go.
Seriously, I want to be like Miss Pink and start running men in stores for no reason.
It's not more than Tio anymore.
Ah, eat shit, bitch.
Yeah.
See
Get
you.
fucked. Don't hit anybody else with your book, because that's assault. You're gonna go to prison. Kylie's already pulling him to the cafe's exit before I can protest on it. He's hurt. What the fuck are you gonna do? Like have, like hold her fucking hostage and call her mom? And her mom can now be like, what are you fucking doing?
Yeah, here comes Becca,
What the
family
hell?
cop. It's up to her to
Right.
remove families.
I know. Fucking what a bitch. Although it's not like there's anything to object on further. Exactly. There wasn't really.
There wasn't anything in the first place.
I may view that man, Luke, as someone hateful, maybe to the point of seeing him as an eyesore, but I don't think that that'll have any bearing on what the child thinks of him. Probably not. When you think about it, if she admires him so much like that, then maybe there's still something agreeable in him. I don't know about that, but there's definitely nothing agreeable with you, so.
Yeah.
A part of him only Kylie sees.
Or, people with eyeballs.
Yeah. He still has the gall to wink at me before they both. So maybe not. Yeah, that sounds about right.
She's gonna wake up surrounded by lawyers, like 90%
Oh,
sure.
oh yeah, it's gonna be that scene from Cat in the Hat.
Yeah.
Magical time traveling elves. However, there's no moment to ponder about it. Seconds later, the guy at the counter waves me over and hands me a paper bag as soon as I've paid.
Also, you're banned.
Yeah. He offers me another smile before. Did he not hear any of that? Because I fucking highly doubt it.
Yeah.
Normally, I return it simply for the sake of returning it, or I don't at all. With the latter happening more commonly. Wow, what a bitch. For the time being, I do so freely. After that encounter and the scene we've caused, seeing a friendly gesture being extended to me, albeit from a person I barely know on a personal level, it feels like a reassurance despite bearing no promise of a better day. It's literally just him being a customer service person, so trying to be nice.
Mm-hmm.
Just fucking smile and be like, thank you, and
Mm-hmm.
oh my god, I fucking hate her. I take what little of it I can with me as I step out into the night. Okay, when does Becca die? I'm ready for her to just, like, get got, okay?
Look, we're
Fuck.
trying, alright? Just fucking calm your tits. We're working on it.
No, I'm done with her shit. Oh my god. A cloudless night sky greets me when I walk out of the cafe. Beyond the tall buildings, a blanket of stars spreads out before me. Isabella once told me that the best place to view it is someplace outside the city, away from the noise and the obtrusive lights. She'd seen it once in her mom's hometown and another time at the university she used to attend. Then she asked if it's possible to try it out here sometime.
Ermgerd Spoilerth.
Ugh. Annoying. I agreed with her at the time, if only because she appeared excited at the mere prospect of it. We made those little plans along with Zachary and Ashton. Though up until now, we never got around it. Even so, I find myself enjoying this despite being told it's only half the experience. Little things, you know, stuff you learn to appreciate when you're alone, no longer able to assault random men. Because at certain times, you get to meet people who are unfortunately born with the innate talent to ruin the mood and the scene with their mere existence alone. Perhaps, possibly even me, but
I was going to say,
ignore
sometimes
that
those
thought.
people exist in the mirror.
Yeah. For example, the very driver of the car fast approaching my direction. Luckily, he doesn't notice me.
What the...
But the fleeting moment we pass each other by gives me a brief glance of the people he's with.
Oh, shit.
Kelly's sitting...
Oh, shit.
Oh, you're about to get fucking shot.
Yeah.
Oh, that looks like the ghost. Oh, why does it keep moving out? Okay, stop.
Okay, it's stopped.
Kelly's sitting on the back seat with a serving of bread pudding in her hands. And beside him, it must be his wife. It's not. Wow, okay.
Alright.
He takes a turn and disappears at the nearest corner. God, Becca, you're such a dumb bitch. But throughout the night, that cursory glimpse of all things to bother me has left me wondering what kind of person his wife is.
Some kind of
She
ghost,
looks kind
perhaps.
Right?
Yeah.
And more than that is a silent prayer to the universe. I hope I don't ever cross paths with that douche again. Oh, don't worry about it, babe.
I wouldn't worry about it.
Nope. Definitely won't happen. After having such an eventful day, anyone will think nothing will surprise me anymore. But here I am, standing at the top of the stairwell, watching an odd scene unfold before me. Relief crosses my mind first, followed by confusion.
What is she doing there?
Although, given what happened this morning, the question feels a bit inappropriate to ask directly. What's important is Isabella's here. She's sitting cross-legged in the hallway, just right in front of her room, with several papers and folders scattered about. Each of them seems as important as the next. More than once, upon giving the scene a quick scan, I spot Briar Realty's logo at the topmost area of the page. Everything considered, it looks like a mess by a third grader working on crunch time. The landlady will have a few things to say about this when she finds out. I have a few things to say about this myself, in fact. But something in the calm, focused manner she holds herself at present keeps me from disturbing her with that reminder. She'd gone through each paper with this intensity. Brows are furrowed, lips in a tight line, both hands moving in precise movements as she shifts through each sheet. When she finds something of note, she moves closer, nose almost touching whatever paper she's holding, and grabs the phone to call someone.
Hello. Sorry to call you this late. There's something I just want to confirm, if that's okay.
You're not dead, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Oh. Okay. Thanks anyway. Not that one
Yeah,
either.
I'll go fuck off and die. Bye. No. It's a cycle. She goes through call after call. Then after the last one ends, she shuffles through the pile again and dials another number. How long are you just standing there watching her with food?
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck? Is it work? I've never seen her this engrossed in her own work before. Otherwise, she would have noticed my presence the moment I've reached our floor. After the 9th call, she still appears as oblivious to it as when I've arrived. When she lets out a loud sigh this time, I immediately take that as an opportunity to interrupt.
Isabella, you know the house rules here.
At once, her head jerks back and hits the concrete wall behind her with a thump. Oh my god. There's the Isabella I know, glad she's still there. Concussed and all. Allow her a moment to nurse it before speaking again.
Becca, you're late.
Yeah, I ran into a little trouble at the cafe. But I brought food for the two of us, if you haven't eaten anything yet.
As anticipated, she grins once I raise the bag of food I'm holding. Yet it doesn't reach her eyes. There's nothing of the cheerful glint in it this time. Just a hollow tone for the sake of being polite. Ashton's right. Something's happened.
Yeah,
Maybe it's the fucking
Maybe
thing she was
later.
telling me about
Oh my
all
god.
fucking week.
Ma-
We're ignoring.
Yeah, maybe something is wrong with her. It can't be the thing that she said was wrong with her that we just brushed off and has been acting cold and distant since. No. There's a second thing.
Right. Ah.
Fucking bacanium alloy hard at work.
I've got to finish
Yep.
this first. Just leave it here. I'll eat it once I'm done. Thanks, Becca.
You can't eat this here. You know how the landlady would react. Why are you even working outside? Your room's right there.
Don't want to get killed by a murder ghost.
I
Yeah.
know. Sorry. It just feels stuffy in my apartment right now. I'll go back inside once everything's been aired out. I promise.
That has never bothered you before.
Well, it bothers me now.
Oh, really? Just now? I find that hard to believe.
Bacanium alloy, the densest material in the universe.
Actually, this time now I think she's being a bitch.
Yeah? Shouldn't you be happy? I mean, you've been complaining even if it's not your room. Now I know how you're feeling when it's messy, so I'm going to clean. Isn't that a good thing?
Not until you actually do it, I'm just saying. You're like, yep, I'm
Yeah.
gonna clean it. I'm gonna stand outside, wait, you're getting ready to clean. I know that dance. No. In spite of what's supposed to be a good news. In spite of what's supposed to be good news, an exhale comes from me, drawn out and slow.
It's a good thing, Isabella. Believe me.
But we're about
But
to
you're as
fight.
bad as Zachary at lying. What's really going on?
I told you, and you didn't fucking listen to me.
Yeah.
Fuck. She hastily averts her eyes, a surefire indicating that this is going to be one of those lengthy conversations it can possibly end with the other person angry.
Yeah,
Especially
she already
since I'm
knows
the
that I'm gonna
bitch.
be fucking stupid about it. Which
Yeah.
is why she's hesitating.
Yeah, because she doesn't want to say, because last time she told you, you just fucking threw a fit.
Yeah.
Again. Go. Okay.
Sorry.
It's the one thing I'd like to avoid tonight at all costs. It's like it was one word, but I read it. Still, I've made a promise to Ashton and Zachary. If she didn't talk to them, who else is she going to talk to? If she keeps this all to herself, who knows what might happen?
Isabella, you can tell me.
Literally can't. She already tried.
Yeah.
You were being a fucking...
Is it about your family?
Oh my god.
A slight movement of her lips. Although a frown, it's a reaction at least. I think also, though, she had gotten a call, so there's also that going on in
Oh,
addition
yeah.
to the ghost shit.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, when we played as Zach. I'm getting there.
That's a spirit.
Rose?
That's not family? She merely shakes her head. Just a little more.
Come on, I know something happened. I don't know if it's because of Rose, but I know it's related to her somehow.
Detective Becca on the case. We can.
Yeah.
What?
She's
Where
gonna find the answer, and then when it hits her in the face, she goes, "No, I refuse." And then Isabella's gonna be like, "And this is why I didn't want to fucking tell you."
Yep.
You weren't here when I visited this morning, and both Zachary and Ashton are worried about you. If you don't want to tell them, you can tell me.
Literally
Does it have
can't.
something
Already
to
tried.
do with work? Office?
Wouldn't that be the same thing?
But not so. Work would be something dealing with the property, like say, for example, the Ermagerd mansion. And office would be something like, say, the ghost followed me to the office and tried to kill me. So while similar, not the same.
Fair point. If I didn't know her, I might have missed it. She shifts then, her fists clenching tight and teeth biting her lower lip. And there's... fear. The look of terror in her is the last thing I expected to see out of everything.
Jesus
Even though
Christ.
the other day I saw her look in the mirror and then fucking scream.
And she was
like,
fucking
legitimate.
terrified, and she has been terrified for like a solid week.
Yeah, I'm so shocked. Her mouth trembles briefly before she opens them. When she finally voices it out, the words simply spill out of her mouth. There's a fucking ghost! No, one after another. All of it. True to what I've promised her, I listen. And then I tell her
And
she's
then
done.
dismiss.
Yep, immediately. Because this is something she's been keeping to herself, even from the two most dependable people I know. The fact she chooses to tell me this speaks a lot to me.
Becca, she She was there again. Last night? In the office? Boss passed me all of Rose's lurk load yesterday. For the Ermengarde mansion. I had to stay late to finish them all. And then... When I was about to go home, I saw her. I saw her again. She was standing in front of me again last night, Becca. I couldn't get away. She was blocking the door. If I hadn't hidden myself, even if I made the tiniest noise, if she found me, Becca, she almost did. If she saw me under my table, I think that would have been the end of it. I'm scared. I'm so scared I won't be able to do anything.
By the end, her hands are trembling and her breathing comes out in rasping intervals. For a long moment, I let the silence stretch out between us, let her sobs fill it instead. But even as the soft whimpers die down minutes later, there's a heaviness hanging in the air.
I am feeling like I'm about to be fucking upset with Becca in like 3 seconds.
Oh, I'm almost
this,
guaranteeing, not just from her, but also from me.
Because this is
know,
Isabella. This is Isabella finally actually attempting to confront her fear to
legitimate. This is actual fucking fear. Like, this isn't her trying to pull a joke on you. This isn't the fucking first Scream movie where they're just fucking around
and like
being great. Like, this is
and like for the 3 friend options, she has inadvertently picked the worst option, but also it's not an option that I think she could have chosen. It's just at the point where like it just finally just broke loose and she needed to pipe up, even though she knows even though she is probably 100% certain that we're going to be a stupid bitch about it.
Oh, I'm 100% certain.
Yeah.
If not, I'm going to be fucking shocked and I'm going to eat my hat. From my exasperation over this whole matter, from my own frustrations over her stupid superstition. Wow. When she could do us all a favor and grow a backbone.
Here we go.
What the fuck? She may be young, but she's no longer that young.
Here we go.
It's about time to put an end to this. Like, at the very, least, she legitimately believes what she's seeing and might need mental help, if that's the case, and, ghosts weren't real. Not, alright, you need to grow the fuck up. It's, listen, I think we need to get you help. It should be concern, not being a bitch. That would be the good friend thing. So what the fuck? She can't keep going on like this. She's still got plenty of years to live out. And what if she goes home? What if we're no longer there to keep her fears in line with what's real? You get a fucking therapist or get her some mental help if you think she's just being crazy.
Yeah.
Or something.
Yeah.
You don't just go, you know what, you're being crazy, you're not seeing things, grow the fuck up.
Yeah.
She's legitimately
oh, I had never thought of not being crazy.
Yeah, it's I'm sorry, if your friend is struggling mentally or emotionally to the point where they're actually physically terrified, they're shaking, they're not eating, they're not sleeping, their habits are all weird, you get them help. You don't just be a bitch and tell them to stop. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Throw back over the balcony right this instant. What would she do then? I'm more afraid for her, for what kind of imagination will do to her, or what that kind of imagination will do, than what of some imaginary monster could. Oh my god, Becca, you done? But with the manner she's looking at me right now, please just don't be a dumb bitch. There's an expectation in it. A hope and a please sewn together.
That maybe this one time you might consider being a friend, ?
Yeah, instead of just a bitch. She wants me to believe her this time.
No shit.
Yeah, because she's real, and she's also concerned for your safety. If it's like that, then what am I supposed to say now? Okay, we're not going to do this again. Is this why you didn't go home last night?
Right.
This again is obviously going to be her, listen, you need to stop. Grow up. It's not real. You're being crazy. And if I fucking have to listen to that, I'm going to fucking lose my shit. I can't deal with that. Such dumb fucking thing.
Deal.
This is the most realistic action I've seen Becca take in the time. Right? Instead of, give it a moment, what she wants to hear, what she needs to. What she wants to hear. You think the other thing is what she needs to hear, which is also terrible advice.
Yeah.
What the fuck? As much as I want to set her straight, a reprimand isn't what she needs right now. Thank you! God. With that pouty face she's giving me, I doubt it'll even end well if I push it. No shit!
Nope. My god.
Trying to be an actual friend, right? Huh? It's weird that we have to make a choice instead of her just going, I'm gonna be an actual friend.
Yeah.
I know her. When she wants to be stubborn, she's stubborn. But there are moments when she can be acquiescing too. Times when she'll be more accepting of what I tell her, despite her inclination to disagree with it. That talk can wait.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you. In the meantime, I'll be the ear that listens to her without judging her, without criticizing her, despite my own opinions on it. Oh, she's like, despite that's just who I am, I'm a bitch.
Yeah.
You should have called me.
Have you tried not seeing ghosts? I think that means ghosts will go away. No, right. She stares at me like I've grown another head, and a laughter slips out before I can stop myself.
There? I can't do that! What will you do? Hit her with a book? You'll be dead before that happens. And
That isn't what I'm talking about. After you got out, you should have phoned me. You didn't have to go to Zachary's.
Nah, fuck it. He was nice. He let me sleep. He talked to me a little bit, and then he made me breakfast. And
Zachary,
it was delicious.
Zachary
Fuck
was
you.
a real actual friend. You're just a fucking turbo bitch.
Yeah. Like, he didn't even try to pry. He's just like, listen, are you okay? Do you want to talk about it? No? Okay, well then, you know what? You just be here. You sleep. I'll give you some water.
Yeah.
Just, you're safe, okay?
Yeah.
And it's like, that's all you needed to do. Here to spread love, so please, I hope you get that a good
I'm
ending.
Radian.
I mean,
Stick
for
around.
me, a good ending is Becca dies, Luke dies, Zach gets everything he's ever wanted in life. He's beautiful. I love him.
Yeah.
Right. The corners of her mouth curl up, a sheepish smile. Thank you for joining, though. We definitely appreciate it.
Thank you for joining, and thank you for the bits. Stick around for a ghost story that also has our temporary starring as like the most turbo bitch of all time.
The biggest dumb bitch energy.
We're trying to get her killed. Stick around.
Yeah, seriously. Just, yeah. Yeah, Kylie also is kind of this little turd. Fucking. The corners of her mouth curl up, a sheepish smile by general definition, but this is Isabella. The smiles are never half-hearted, never lacks her high spirits. Except when she's being haunted by a fucking ghost! In spite of this, I know everything's going to be okay.
There we go. There's that baseless confidence we wanted.
Yep. Somehow. Maybe now that I'm listening to her, instead of just kind of shutting her down so she doesn't want to talk to me and doesn't feel safe. That'll work. After all, she's learned how to pick herself up long ago, long before we met.
Oh,
hi.
Yeah.
Will you have a good day?
Later, Meridian.
Yeah. Kind of the exact
Don't
step
even
where it's
remember
like, do
how
I
I
tell her
ended
my
up
dark
in
past or
Zach's
try to
place.
play it off? And Becca was like, should I be a
Hurry to
bitch
get
or
out of
maybe
the
a little
office.
less bitchy? Seriously.
And it was already
That's
late.
her option.
Mm-hmm.
Besides, I don't really think you'll believe me if I wake you up over something like that.
True.
Yeah, she already doesn't, but she's
Yeah,
decided not to be a bitch because we made her.
Yeah.
So
It's
you're
only because
welcome.
we forced her.
That's beside the point. True or not, there are people who will always be concerned about you.
You know, just not concerned enough to hear you out.
Yeah.
There's Zachary, but he's the first person you went to, and you didn't tell him anything. You just slept there.
Yeah, and he was okay with that. He didn't try to pressure you. He gave you the space you needed.
Yeah.
And just was there for you to feel safe.
Also, that's not because it was bullshit. That's because it was like only an hour or so after like an incredibly traumatic event. Like, holy shit,
Yeah.
Becca. Christ.
Seriously.
There's Ashton too, and me.
Technically, Ashton contacted her first, but yeah.
Yeah.
But how do you think I'll be able to explain to your aunt or your family if you suddenly disappeared? Think about that.
You won't be able to explain because she's been yelling the reason at you and you're just like, nop, 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 nop. Fingers and ears. Blah, 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 blah.
Seriously, I just fucking can't.
Right.
With Rebecca, oh my god.
I'll remember that next time.
Good, so then I can set you straight and watch you get killed by a ghost and then go, I don't know, how could this have happened?
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't like she tried at every fucking opportunity to tell me,
Mm-hmm.
and I absolutely didn't fucking listen.
Mm-hmm.
Then she grins. Playful and mischievous, a preamble to an old banter. It's still not quite there, still not quite her usual self, but with it I know we're bound to get her back soon. If we don't all die to a ghost. No.
I told you not to call me that.
I send an elbow to her side for added measure, and I make sure I break a couple ribs because I've already got one assault charge on me today.
Mm-hmm.
But when laughter follows the familiar gesture, none of it is unexpected. I guess I didn't hit hard enough to puncture her lungs. No. This is what's comfortable. This is how we've found an equal ground despite our stark differences, such as me being a crazy, jealous, petty bitch and her not.
Yeah.
Right? I know. I don't know. I've met a lot of moms who are shitty. Trust me. So for the moment, I accept things as they are. Afterwards, a hush stretches out before us. For Isabella, this is rare.
It's almost as if something is wrong.
Yeah, this isn't her.
No, Jesus Christ, Becca.
Yet in this moment, as she fiddles with the edge of another paper near her, as she hugs her knees close to herself and lets a pensive expression linger on her, it feels strangely fitting. What the fuck? As if this is where everything's supposed to lead if we allowed it long ago.
What?
Yeah, if you guys fucking actually were like, okay, you know what, I believe you, or at least I'm here for you. I'm not gonna just say stop being a dumb bitch. Quit it. Quit trying to fuck with us, even though you'd never do that. Seconds later, the moment is broken by the sound of a door easing open and a voice begging some little piece.
How many times have I told you girls not to loiter around the hallway? It's noisy. Some people here are trying to sleep.
It sounds like Becca's
go
mom's
do your talking
voice actress
inside.
again.
I'm pinning a memo to your door the next time this happens.
Oh.
Is she supposed to be an old lady? Is that what they think old people sound like? I'm just going to kind of talk like this, and now I'm an old lady. I know, right?
Millennials.
Fuck you.
Okay, boomer.
Sorry.
Right.
We won't do it again.
You'd better.
Bitch. Fucking give that old lady so much cred. The door closes and Isabella starts gathering the mess she's made, carefully stacking them all in her arm. At a loss for what to do, I help her pick them, and for the first time, I get a closer look at it. Completely unintentional, of course. I'm definitely not nosy or anything. But it catches my attention, nevertheless, and a confused frown makes its way to my face. Why is she looking through this?
Bacanium alloy.
I look to her for an explanation, but she merely ignores the question in my eyes, takes the paper off my hands, and finishes cleaning up. The last paper she puts on top is a letter. The one she supposedly found in the mansion and what's probably the root cause of this odd behavior. She still got that fucking thing? Son of a bitch! No. I shoot her a questioning look for that too. But all she gives me is a smile. What the fuck? No, explanation, please. And in a halting tone, so completely unlike her.
Becca, I'll find a way out of this. You guys don't have to worry about me. Anyways, I should go. I'll see you later.
Where are you
Hopefully you don't find me dead in my room with help scrawled on the wall all over with blood. Bye. No.
Yeah.
Getting myself some food. Don't wait for me.
But you got the food.
No, she brought you food.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Okay.
Oh.
Okay. I love she's like, Isabella walks away before I can stop her, before I can remind her I brought food enough for the two of us.
We gave her the courage to do something just now.
Well, that's good.
Is it?
Oh, maybe. I don't know. We'll find out. She quickly disappears down the stairwell while I'm left standing in an empty hallway holding 2 bags of takeout. One of them will go uneaten tonight. Just fucking give it.
Put it in the
Does
fridge.
she not have a fridge? You have a key. Just be like, and leave her a text message that says, "Listen, there's food in the fridge if you get hungry again, like in the mornings."
Alternatively, we can just assume that Isabel understands that she was supposed to eat the food that we brought, so her not eating it means that we should just throw it out in a huff and then hold it over her head for like a week.
Right? Fuck. Just an innocent passing thought. One that I don't dwell on too much. Literally, her thing is, I have a thought, but then I don't think about it.
Yeah.
Like, fucking shut up, Becca. Just shut the fuck up. One that I don't dwell on. I'm sorry, I'm just so done with her shit. One that I don't dwell. I hate her more than I hate Luke. Because he's at least entertaining and he owns up to, yeah, I'm an asshole.
Luke's
I'm
an
a skinny
entertaining asshole.
Yeah, an alcoholic, which is terrible in real life, but a game it's hilarious. It's hilarious. It's awful, but like you love to hate him.
Mm-hmm.
One that I don't dwell on much as I head back to my room.
We should wait 3 months while nursing the grudge before we have a massive fight about it. Yeah, that sounds
Probably.
par for the course right there.
Yup. Is it the next day?
Not yet.
Alright, okay. Ignore all of it. In the same way I've assumed I won't ever encounter that douche again, and hopefully he won't sue me for just fucking assaulting him out of the blue. Okay, there you go.
Thursday.
Hey, look, there's actually people. They drew some.
Hey, they cleaned the blood off the lockers. The brief lull the past 2 days has offered is nice while it lasted. Or as nice as it can get, with worries of Isabella's whereabouts creeping up to me every now and then.
And the body of that child they had to get rid of out of the locker that I found that I didn't tell anybody about.
Yeah. She hasn't showed up after that last talk we had in the hallway, and the dinner I've thought has since gone to a different neighbor before it spoils.
That's 2 days. She's missing 2 days?
Mm,
I'm sorry, what?
by all
What the
means,
fuck?
this shouldn't be anything to lose sleep over. It's just the whereabouts of a friend that is concerned with, like, murders and ghosts and shit.
Yeah, and was, like, fucking terrified to the point where she left her office and showed up at our other friend's house.
Did we
fucking
just...
trembling.
Did we just accidentally kill Isabella?
No.
Alright.
I can't be.
She's gone on work
If
trips
it was
before.
like, listen, don't be dumb, you need to quit this, you think that she would have just hung around or would have been like, you know, fine, fuck you, and stormed off somewhere?
Probably not, because she was already on the verge of, like, internal collapse.
Your friend giving you shit about this thing that is legitimate and you're, like, fucking not okay with would 100% be like, I'm not gonna just hang around this person, then fuck you.
Yeah, but probably wouldn't have gone to wherever she got the confidence to go to.
No, she probably would have gone somewhere worse and being all fucking just scared and angry.
No, maybe. She's gone on work trips before, usually a day or two. This might simply be one of those. Although, it's often with a message saying exactly where. But it's the dour note she has ended our last chat with that gnaws.
Like an ugly premonition.
Yeah, probably. You dumb bitch.
And as expected, just as things start to settle in a steady rhythm finally worms its way back to my routine, Thursday morning brings further disturbance to the now calm waters. With little ceremony, though still enough to ripple through everything. In retrospect, I really should have seen this coming. Luxburn is a small city, relatively speaking. Oh, here we go. Compared to, say, London or Glasgow, it's nothing but a tiny mass of land boasting a mere population of 68,000. But
That's
those,
less than Reading. What the fuck?
But those numbers alone are nothing to scoff at when standing in a busy street. And if you pay close enough attention, faces taking the crosswalk or riding the subway will soon grow familiar. How unfortunate that out of that number, it has to be Tio fucking Luke I encounter more than once.
Oh, you know, a few problems popping up here and there that the agents failed to tell us somehow. Nothing a few hired hands can't fix, of course. I would have preferred a place near the city and something that's new to save us all the trouble.
Luke's here to get
My
us fired.
darling wife insisted.
Yeah, good.
Who am I to say no?
Ah, are you kidding me?
His smug head is the first thing I see turning into the hall, in spite of the small crowd of parents and students gathered at the corridors for the primary's career day. It's not that he stands out, he's pretty unremarkable at first glance, frankly.
The whole thing is he isn't.
However, it's his countenance that draws people's eyes to him. It's not his look, but his appearance.
Right.
The manner he carries himself with all the confidence in the world, his mere presence dwarfing everything around him.
Yeah, and like the whole city knows about him because he's so fucking rich and prolific, so like it's probably that.
I'm willing to make a bet he's also enjoying the attention it garners him, especially ones coming from the women.
What an
Yeah,
ass.
without a fucking doubt.
A single glance at him, and I know immediately that, one way or another, if we ever bump into each other again, my day will effectively be ruined in some capacity.
A legal capacity. You absolutely assaulted him. There's witnesses.
He also
It's public.
exudes that air. The sort that makes you want to run him over with a lorry and pass it off as an unfortunate accident.
That's fair. Also, you do too.
With him, it's either you want to punch him or let yourself be charmed. There's no in between. I'll gladly do the honor of the former myself, but alas, there are people around us. Now, I'm stuck with having to face one of the two.
I shouldn't have
For
volunteered.
your, like, monetary and living situation's sake, you should probably not assault him again, just saying.
At the time, helping out sounded a good idea. I've no classes left today until after lunch. I could have opted to stay at the teacher's lounge and work on my lesson plan, but that means being left alone with our deputy head and his chatter. He's a good man, but Crivens, he can talk anyone's ears off. So, the moment an opportunity rose, I jumped on it. It's a simple task to boot. Just deliver a whole box of materials and a few posters for the event, maybe stay around to assist if time will allow for it.
I feel like this picture wasn't necessary.
In case you were wondering what a box looks like.
I had some papers. There you go.
I just wasn't expecting him to show up here. Out of the frying pan and into the fire. Had I known, I would have stayed and suffered through our deputy's impromptu speeches about a lice crisis instead.
Oh my god, so he's going through some shit and she's like, oh my god, human I can't.
But what's done
I
is
don't have
done.
empathy.
Going back is also out of the question. With how unexpectedly heavy the load I'm carrying is, I'd hate to lug this for a trip back just because my pride can't take another second of interaction with that guy. He's insufferable, alright, but I've had my fair share of dealings with teens of more or less the same temperament, all considerably younger than him, and they listened. Because they had to listen, Jesus.
Yeah, they're not grown adults with
Yeah.
fucking millions of dollars to their name who could just fucking...
If he wants to be
whoever they
difficult like last time, so be it. But he can bet his sorry English ass I'm not standing down. Left with no other choice, I brace myself and suck in a breath, mustering every bit of patience I have as I step into the hall. My grip on the box tightens when I pull it closer to me, and attempt to assume a low-key air as I amble towards the room. The box is not big enough to hide my face, even with the stuff piled on top, but if all else fails, I can just hit him with it. That's the solution right there. If assault in the coffee shop didn't get us into trouble, assault at our place of work, that's the ticket.
Yeah, in front of children, because I'm sure, the principal or whoever it is would be like, yeah, this is fine for you to set an example for the fucking kids.
Still, a small prayer forms in my head. If there's even one listening out there, please grant me enough restraint. Better yet, I hope he doesn't notice me at all. That'll make it easier with my life. Seriously, how hard can it be? He's standing a few ways from the door, and there are plenty of people between us to use for cover. If I'm careful, I can just go in, hand in the stupid box to whoever's in charge, forget every plan of staying longer than necessary, and step out as soon as I can. Easy as pie. But as luck would have it, the exact moment I reach the room's threshold, someone barrels towards me. She latches onto my waist before topping the sudden commotion with a gleeful squeal.
I knew it's you!
Kick her! No.
The force of it nearly throws me off balance, sending the items stacked atop the box, tilting dangerously to the sides. With the child's added weight at my waist, pinning me on the spot and both of my hands occupied, watching is the only thing I'm able to do. The short seconds in between slows as everything gradually slides off the box's small surface. The child is concussed. I am arrested. Under different circumstances, this would have made for a funny story some other time. Comical even. Until another set of hands reaches out and steadies the posters, threatening to take a nosedive right to the floor.
Oh, careful now, Daisy. Don't make a mess here.
My entire body freezes. Upon hearing his voice alone, an irrational impulse to hit him suddenly bubbles up. But before my limbs could catch up with what my brain is currently screaming at me, he moves to take the burden off my arms.
Yes, please. Assault the guy who's trying to just help you because you're carrying something probably too heavy.
Irritation gives way to surprise. Then confusion. It is in that moment when instinct finally kicks in and I tug the box closer to me before he can fully lift it off.
What are you doing?
What does it look like? You're surprisingly slow on the uptake for someone of your profession, aren't you?
Oh my god, he's gone into like full-on troll mode and he's just gonna troll us until the end of time.
That's what we get. That's what she gets.
Luke is my hero for the next like 5 minutes.
Right.
Bloody, doesn't this school have people for this kind of work? So much for being a center of academic excellence.
Academic
We don't
excellence
have,
doesn't
like-
mean lifting things, you idiot.
No, like, what do you think we have? Like a staff to the fucking educational staff. But
Yeah.
no.
I'm going to ignore that slight to my alma mater and my work, because that's not what I'm trying to get at. You know what? Why don't we just rephrase that to something you'll easily understand? Why exactly are you doing this?
Well, you look like you could use a bit of help. Have you
Well,
seen
if
your
you got
face
a
while
kid.
you were heaving this around?
Mister, I'm pretty sure if there's ever a look on my face, it's entirely because I saw something extremely unpleasant this morning.
Aren't you a ball of sunshine today, Daisy? Having a bad day, aren't we?
Oh, you have no idea.
I'd put it away if I were you. You might scare the children.
You don't have to
I'm
worry
Becca.
about
My
that.
level of bitchiness
This
is
isn't
so
my
high that I get the
department.
irrational need to
I
punch
was
people.
just
Oh,
asked to bring these.
Yep.
Anyway, I can handle this myself, mister. The room's just right over there. Behind you, in fact. Now, if you could please move over and make way, it would do the whole world some good.
Keeping my voice level throughout is a miracle in itself, but regardless of how polite my request is, he doesn't budge. Oh, he's trolling us into making a scene so we get
Oh, hell
fired.
yeah.
Go, Luke.
Good.
A+, Luke.
Protect the kids.
Yeah. Did what I've just said merely fly over his head? Were my choice of words really that difficult to comprehend? Surely it shouldn't be that hard. Oh, he's trolling you, and you don't even know. Bikinium
Right?
alloy.
Seriously.
I think he might be a little touched in the head.
Oh no, he 100% knows what he's doing.
I'd like to ask him that, actually, but Kylie chooses that instant to pipe in.
Don't worry, Miss Pink. Tio's strong. You can leave this to him.
Don't be such a dumb bitch and throw out your back.
Sometimes. But I'm not allowed to talk about it to anyone.
What?
Tio says it's confidential.
Confidential, Munchkin.
What?
What? Hold
Is
up.
her dad his, like, hired muscle?
Back up.
That's right.
Let's reverse for a
Where's
second.
the backlog?
Tio's smart, isn't he, Miss Pink?
He's something.
I'm still of the opinion that he's a piece of shite, but I must admit, his goddaughter's excitement is contagious as always. A smile makes its way to my lips. She has yet to budge from her place, though to be honest, I'm starting to lose some feeling on my stomach with how tightly she's wound her arms around
See?
it.
I'm
Kids are
sure
evil.
he is, Kylie. But I'm also sure he'll find better use for it elsewhere.
Like helping you out.
Damn it! No! Fuck! Okay.
Oh, well, that's one thing, but
You heard the kid.
no one's asking you.
Oh, you wound me, woman.
And I'm quite certain I can do more damage than that.
Like when
Shall
you
we
hit
give
him
it a
in the
try?
cafe.
Yeah.
No, here, get the box. Here, carry the fucking thing.
No, it's time to assault him at our place of work.
This could only end well.
Again?
You bitch. No.
He pales, stammers for a bit, until he ultimately decides against saying anything, and settles for a brief show of discomfort instead. He's probably having flashbacks of the last time we met.
Yeah,
His
you crazy bitch.
His composure, when he finally regains some of his bearings, says it all. It's nothing short of hilarious, if I do say so myself.
I'll have you know that threats never work on me, Daisy. Not in a million years, not ever.
You're assuming it's a threat. How cute.
But that too, I'm not scared of you. Just because you landed a hit.
I mean, you
Do
weren't
go
looking, and it was a
on.
big
Keep
book.
telling yourself that.
Luke, you're falling apart. Recompose.
Like, if he wanted to, he could probably fucking kill you, Becca, like physically, but
Yeah.
he's not going to, I would assume, because he's not quite that much of a douchebag.
Probably.
It
So
was
what
a
the
fluke,
fuck?
you hear? I was caught off guard and your damn book left a dent.
Seriously,
If I
and then
end
you
up
hit him in the nuts. That's
because
a
of
cheap
what
shot.
you did, I'm sending the chief of Luxburn Police after you, woman.
You could literally do that now. She fucking assaulted you. Like,
Right?
that's illegal.
Yeah.
You don't
100%
say.
you got grounds.
Just give me that bloody box.
He snatches it out of my arms before a single word of protest exits my mouth and quickly disappears behind the classroom. Not that it matters who brings it in now. My prior irritation has already melted into amusement. He's not so bad once you figure out how his temperament works. It's almost similar to a child.
Yep.
Though,
But-
I still have to ask.
Kylie, did your Tio eat something bad before coming here?
No, he's not on edibles. He drinks.
He's unusually nice today.
Does he eat pot brownies? She's like, what's pot?
A far-fetched idea, I know. But it's the only reason I can think of why this asshole is suddenly acting like a decent human he's, quite frankly, far from being. First and foremost, we didn't end our last meeting on a good note.
As you.
If I were him, I'd avoid the very person who put a dent in his skull, as he so aptly put it. Why is he acting friendly 2 days later?
He
No,
always
he's probably
is.
drunk.
But I made him promise to be extra nice to you since you helped me so much. I think you're gonna be great friends.
No, absolutely not. Becca's impossible.
I quickly stomp on the urge to groan loudly or gag at that. He's the last person I'd ever want to be chummy with in this whole city, but Kylie doesn't need to know that.
Are you sure it's not something he ate during breakfast?
I gave him some jelly babies this morning. Ruin got me lots of them. Mama said I should share, so I offered half of it to Tio when he picked me up. He likes the black ones.
Oh, that's probably why he's weird. Jelly baby overdose.
Yes, science.
Yep.
He could have done everyone a favor and choked on them while he's at
Do
it.
you want some? I've got more. I couldn't
Nah,
find Melody
bitch.
or Kakako this morning, but I'm sure they'll be fine sharing some of it with you.
No, I'm not really very fond of them. I was just asking. Oh, where's your mum, by the way?
Out of town with Papa.
An unexpected pang hits me at her words.
Oh, good. Now her childhood trauma.
The statement, though innocent enough, unearths a whole trunk of memories from childhood. So eerily familiar. Nights spent eating dinners alone, the number of days coming home to an empty house growing with each passing year, and sometimes several Christmas Eves spent with relatives instead of my own family.
Relatives are family, right? What the fuck? It's just extended.
It's too late to think about it now, but when I remember, the dull ache is still there. Familiar, though lessened by the years now. Besides me, Kylie takes a step back, having gotten tired of clinging to me. There's nothing but cheer in her. She doesn't seem too affected by the fact.
Maybe it's just me. No.
Although, it makes me wonder just how much of it is real, and how much there is to mask the loneliness, if there's even one.
Oh, she does have an older brother, so
What a lucky
that could
child.
maybe be it.
Weren't they informed of career day beforehand?
Yeah,
Bitch, they
I
got
told Mama
jobs.
about it. Mama was looking forward to it.
And they still left?
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
It's
big.
important business, so it can't be helped.
Oh, their husband and
Yeah,
wife
like-
fucking bouncer team. The fucking
Yeah.
hired muscle.
They promised to tell me about it when they come back tomorrow, though. Papa said he'll give me a gift if I behave. I've been a good girl, right, Miss Pink?
You
No,
always
but
are.
whatever.
But they asked
Evil
them-
demon child.
I mean, they asked your Tio to look
Wow,
after you.
what the fuck,
For this.
Rebecca?
Yeah.
What was that about language?
Yeah, right?
They didn't.
No? Then how?
It was supposed to be Tia. Mama likes her better than Tio, so she asked her, but she's sick and had to visit the doctor today. Oh, that's supposed to be a secret, by the way. Oh, but I think it's a bit confusing because Tio said she also went shopping.
What the fuck?
What?
Okay, this is information.
Hang on. Is Tia Hannah?
Yes.
So... Where are we in the timeline? I know we're pre-possession.
Yeah, because Friday night,
Right.
Saturday morning.
Yeah.
That's unfair. Don't you think so,
Oh,
Miss
no.
Pink? Mama doesn't allow me to go out when I'm sick. It's still okay, though, since Tio always buys me sweets before we go home. I'm gonna ask for a
don't know.
parfait today. Extra large. Do
Oh,
I tell the
you want a
Kakako,
parfait.
okay?
Yeah, I thought you wanted bread pudding. What the shit, child?
Jesus.
Listening to her like this, it's easy to get a picture of where Kylie's fondness for the guy comes from. She's far from a demanding child, unless you've made a promise of some sort. She never forgets those. She'll make friends with anyone, wherever she is. Buy her a few things, and voila, you're settled.
Yep.
No wonder she's so attached to the man. The douche probably showers her with gifts whenever he can. I can't say if the sentiment's the same for the latter, however. He doesn't seem the type, and probably just does it for the sake of getting some peace and quiet whenever he's with the girl.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with bribing kids to quit being turds, okay?
Yeah, classic techniques.
But before that, I'm gonna show him to everyone first. It's gonna be great. No one else has a gazillionaire fairy godfather. Also, when I grow up, I'm gonna be exactly like him and marry someone really handsome.
He didn't marry somebody handsome. He's supposed to be the person who's handsome. Honey, you need to get your shit straight. You're 8. You don't got a lot of time
Tia
left.
did. That way, I can be awesome too.
Then don't you want to be like Tia?
Right? There's some sort of misguided logic in there that I'd like to correct.
Yeah.
But before I can say my piece, Douchebag steps in, fresh out of the commotion from the classroom behind us, and plows into the conversation with every subtlety a wrecking ball has. No shite given, despite no one asking for his opinion.
Munchkin, sweetie, trust me. You don't have to marry someone for that to happen.
I don't?
Just do your thing, darling. I'm quite sure you can do great things on your own without lugging around an extra baggage with you.
Don't get married. It'll ruin your life. What? What?
Tia married you.
Kylie drops the statement without any sort of preface, and the moment it lands, the douche finds himself grappling with the conversation.
Okay, now he's having an existential crisis. Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, well, that's true, Munchkin, technically.
Oh, Jesus. Wait, if you have to bust out technically in a conversation with a 6-year-old, you've already lost.
Yeah.
But it's not the same thing.
A small frown creases the girl's eyebrows as she tries to comprehend her Tio's rather vague explanation.
What does that mean? Don't ask me. We're going to counseling.
It's not surprising either when Luke tenses under the child's questioning gaze.
Oh, wait, you don't want to talk about your alcoholism and, flirty attitude and Hannah feeling stifled?
It's familiar. I've seen the same look a great deal of times before, on Ashton, whenever he's trying to say something he can't quite phrase. Another second passes before the douche moves, kneeling in front of Kylie and placing both his hands on either sides of her shoulder. Kylie is the last word, or kind is the last word I'll ever use to describe the man, but in this minute, there's a smile on his face I can't place. Tender, by all means, for someone as obnoxious as him. It's a curious thing to see, if not a bit odd.
Listen here, sweetie. Tia was already a great person before she met me.
She is? But I don't see her doing anything. She's always at home.
Jesus.
I mean, that's her complaint, too.
Did you know she's really good at numbers?
Who gives a shit? Math's boring. No.
You helped me with my homework once.
Well, Tia's much, much better than me. She used to do maths with big numbers.
Oh, like millions?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Billions, even.
No. Gazillions.
What? Yes.
And she's really, really good at it. So much so that her dad let her manage anything that had to do with it. That was even before she met me, too.
And then we got together, and now she doesn't do that, and she's unhappy, and I drink a lot, and I flirt, and our marriage is falling apart.
And she's 2 minutes away from being haunted.
Does that mean she's better than you?
Leagues, Munchkin. Way, way better than I'll ever be.
Oh.
Is it? See, Becca's so fucking terrible. This game's making me feel kind of bad for Luke.
Yeah, right?
Becca's the worst.
Seriously. For some reason, I don't think he's still talking about his wife's mathematical prowess as his voice trails off. In fact, if I had not been paying closer attention, I wouldn't have noticed the change in him. The slight shift in his smile, from one that's tender to something wistful, like remembering a memory he has always been fond of, but has often kept to himself. And at the fleeting glance of it, a tiny, insignificant part of the world somehow also shifts. Opinions changing, impressions moving.
You know what? Why don't you ask Tia next time you have homework,
Okay, next time I'll ask her to help out.
See? No need to marry a good-for-nothing bloke.
Can I also tell her to not stay at home anymore? If Tia's good at it, I'm sure she can help you out too. And Papa.
She definitely could.
Computes a lot of numbers too. Tia can help him.
You go do that. I'm sure she'll love to hear it, Munchkin, even if it's been a while since.
Another silence from him. Then, without missing a beat, he turns Kylie around and lightly pats her shoulder in a gesture to end their conversation right here and there. And probably before he can say other things he's never intended to say or a child is not meant to hear.
But off you go first. I think I saw your friend run off to the other classroom. The one with the pigtails? Go say hi to her. You still have those jelly babies to give her, yes?
Alright! But wait for me, okay? I've got loads more to show you. They put up my drawing on the bulletin the other day. I'm gonna take you there later. I'll be back.
She soon disappears behind the small crowd, none the wiser to the sudden change in mood around her. Luke straightens as soon as she's gone. The expression on his face grows less kind now that there's no one to reassure. Despite that, a chuckle still escapes me. His head quickly snaps at me, an accusing glare in his eyes. Although, it's less threatening now, considering what I've witnessed earlier.
Yeah, that he's a human being and maybe he should go around just fucking assaulting people?
Funny how one person's impression of someone can easily change with that minute detail.
Why are you laughing like that?
Don't mind me. I just saw something surprising today. Don't let it bother you.
You know, putting it like that won't make me any less inclined to ask.
That's fair.
What is it, woman? If this is another one of your threats, I've already told you it isn't going to work on me. That good teacher act isn't going to fool anyone.
Didn't fool us.
What makes you think it has to do with you? I could have just remembered something funny. Not everything in this world revolves around you, mister.
Flawless deflection. He'll totally buy that.
I am not daft, Daisy.
Oh my god, he saw through us.
It's on your face for all the world to see.
But where our thing was flawless.
Now, say it so we can be done with this stupid talk.
I let out another laugh. More to delay than to express any sort of amusement over the matter. In truth, I don't know where to start. One wrong move, one wrong word, and I might offend the man. Oh, heavens to Betsy, we wouldn't want to offend him.
No, I mean, we already fucking called him a pedophile.
He's childish enough for that, even if what I'm about to say are just mere honest observations. Are we gonna keep up the stupid bitch talk, or are we going to, like, pivot to Kylie?
Maybe pivot to Kylie.
So that's, like, the good option, but we're Becca. And we're trying
I feel like I don't want to harass Luke with her nonsense, because if she's any more of a bitch, I'm gonna fucking get a gun. I'm gonna shoot the computer.
Alright.
Like, just to try to kill her.
Sure, alright. No, I don't feel like either of these is going to lead to getting stabbed by a murder ghost, so...
Sadly.
Yeah. That was kind of a lot of recovery on that front.
Right? I mean, he also wants us to spit in his face. He totally was into it.
Yeah. Ah, well, regardless of how he reacts, it's not like it'll have an impact on anything between us. I have no plans of getting too friendly with the man, though he might have some good points. Emphasis on might. The best treatment I can hope myself to give him is to stop thinking of him as a sleazy douche. Besides...
No, he's a sleazy douche. It's not for the reason she was giving.
Yeah,
I think.
and I'm starting to think that he's still better than Becca. Besides, after seeing that look on him, I figure someone like him can use a little compliment here and there. He probably doesn't get it much, considering how coarse his own language can get.
Can't
Are you
act
kidding
a
me?
wee
He's so
bit
rich.
polite for
People
even a
blow that
second
shit
of
up his
your
ass,
life?
100%,
It
I
will kill
guarantee
you. You'll easily get answers that way, you know? Instead of demanding things from people like a temperamental man-child.
Wait, wasn't this supposed to be the good option?
This was supposed to be the good option.
What the fuck?
I'll be nice when I want to be, woman. Don't tell me what to do.
This is Becca's version of nice.
And here I was just thinking how you're doing a brilliant job as Kylie's guardian. Was
See,
I
that sounds
mistaken?
patronizing.
Was I mistaken? What? Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Stop playing dumb. I hate to admit it, but you actually seem to be good with kids. Possibly
one.
even
Let's
better
not-
than most of the
Yeah.
teachers here.
I mean, if they're like you, I can see why.
Luke as a teacher is like the scariest mental picture I have in my head right now.
Oh my god. That would be fucking hilarious, but I would never ever want to see any of my kids go to that school.
Yeah.
Oh god, no.
What do you know?
I've expected him to just take it all in, bloat his ego more, and even brag about it. Instead, what I get from him is a sound resembling a squawk. Or maybe that's him choking on his own pride. I can't tell above the hubbub surrounding us. But when I glance at him, only a mortified expression is on his face.
No.
No? You should be proud of yourself. At least there's this one good thing about you. Isn't that nice to hear? Pretty sure not a lot of compliments get thrown around about you, knowing how you are.
There are a lot of good things about me, Daisy. My hair, for one. There's also my extraordinary good looks. Wax lyrical about those all you want. I'd be happy to hear it any day. Praise anything about me but that.
What is so repulsive about it? Even Kylie likes you. Shouldn't that tell you anything about yourself?
Kylie is one kid, not even my own. Trust me, you do not want to see me bring a spawn of my own into this world. This will be an
Wow,
abomination.
that's really self-aware.
Damn.
Maybe that's his
Is
big
that what you keep
reason why
telling
he doesn't want to have a
yourself?
kid too with Hannah. He's like, I'm terrible. They're just going to be terrible too. I don't want that.
Damn.
Right?
Is
Rebecca,
it
what
any
the
of your
fuck?
business?
Even this guy has more depth than you.
Right?
What are you doing down there, bud?
No. But if I didn't know any better, I'd say this is because you yourself think you're a little piece of shite and somehow it'll pass on. It doesn't work like that, by the way.
It can, but like not always. You can fight your nature.
That last remark just came out. There might be a sliver of truth in it, but I shouldn't have phrased it like that.
Yeah, seriously, what the fuck?
Even for my own standards, of the kind of person I'm talking to, it's still quite rude.
Wow, I love how even she's like, okay, maybe that was a little too much, bitch.
Yeah,
Uncalled for.
an apology is already at my throat, but the minute I open my mouth, all of what I've prepared myself to say dissipates. Lost in the moment in front of me. He has turned gaze outside, staring at some point past the buildings, blocking the view of the sky, equally lost in his thoughts. He's a vexing man under so many standards. However, in this moment, the morning light streaming from the window lends his features a certain air. Softer, less severe than what he often flaunts. I might as well be looking at a different man. There's a tender note in his voice when he finds it, the words muttered under his breath, not intended for anyone but himself. Nevertheless, it reaches my ears, unintentional as it may be.
You're right.
Oh shit.
She deserves someone far better than me.
Oh shit. No.
Aw.
Oh.
It's making me feel bad about Luke.
All,
Probably not enough to save him, but we'll see.
all that talk about self-worth makes more sense somehow. It isn't some profound knowledge that pulled out of his arse. It has come about because he's already been there, likely still stuck in the middle of it. Preaching about your own personal experience is easier, after all. Less room for mistakes, more for a double dose of self-loathing. What a complicated man.
Shame I'm just a fucking bitch.
Yeah, just when you thought you've already figured him out, he does one thing and says the other. People like him are the most difficult to gauge, far harder to understand. Yet, it might be exactly for this reason why some are so easily charmed by him. It's the mystery that catches them, of wanting to find out what underneath that bravado. I won't count myself among those, yet his winning personality isn't exactly my cup of tea.
That's fair.
But sometimes, once you get a glimpse of what's beyond that machismo, empathizing with the man isn't such a steep hill to climb.
Except for you, because empathy is like apparently a negative trait for you.
Yeah,
Jesus.
pretty much. Like, Jesus. If the comfortable silence we now share tells anything, that is. Perhaps this is as close to friendship as we can get. Several insults flung around, with a few shared silences in between, and
Yeah, that sounds like being friends with Becca.
that's not exactly a bad thing. He's not exactly a bad guy either, despite the awkward start we've had. Maybe it's for this reason that I can't resist throwing in a little comment to lift his mood before leaving him.
You know, Luke, you're not such a bad person.
Is that supposed to make me feel better? I'm touched, Daisy.
I know, right? You're like, wow, such kind
Yeah.
words.
Thanks a lot.
So glad you work with children. I'm sure that goes great.
Yeah, I'm so glad that you made up for that entire last conversation with that passing comment.
Take it how you will,
Shit.
but a little attitude change would help.
Okay,
lot.
alright, we've settled
Pot,
back,
meat, kettle,
right?
you twat.
Jesus.
Ah, bollocks. Right, of course. Let me know when you're done with your lecture, ma'am.
Oh, I don't think it ever ends.
And you can probably start by not leaving your wife out while you're having some quality time with your goddaughter. Who knows? Maybe that'll help change how the child sees her.
Where did you even get the idea I'm leaving my wife out? Have you ever even met?
No,
Yes, apparently,
I did
when they were
see her
younger.
with you two last time.
Oh, so you do fucking remember. Oh, no, right, in the car.
The car.
Oh, he's gonna be like, what the fuck?
Yeah. His indifferent expression quickly dissolves into a confused scowl while I meet it with matching perplexity. It has only been 2 days. Surely his memory isn't that bad.
What? When was this?
At the cafe, after you left. She
Actually,
was
at the
sitting
house,
right beside
but
you.
whatever.
Kylie was at the back and you were driving.
Daisy, are you sure you haven't accidentally hit yourself with your own book? Because that damn thing's quite big, and I'm really getting worried about you. It has only been a few days, and concussions can be dangerous. I suggest you have that checked.
As we're gonna say, but like not mention the fact again that Isabella probably should have went to the fucking hospital, and everybody said they're gonna take her to the hospital, but then nope, took her to the fucking hospital.
Yep.
Well,
She
you
fell
asked.
downstairs.
I just answered. It's pretty rude to make her wait like that, by the way.
What the...
How can I make her wait when she's not even with us?
What?
It was just Kylie and I that night.
Now you're just pulling my leg.
No.
Luke exhales, long and drawn out, his impatience rapidly changing the companionable air around us. In the face of it, I tense. I've accidentally stepped into another minefield. Any chat I've had with him so far has been like this.
The first chat, quote unquote, was you hitting him with a fucking book and
What?
kicking him in the dick.
Why this still surprises me escapes me. But above my worries of offending the man is my own bewilderment. I remember well enough what I saw that night, yet he says something completely different.
Wifey was out with Kylie's mummy that night. She wasn't with us. How do you think I ended up on babysitting duty?
But in the front seat. And Kylie's...
Miss Pink!
There's a body.
Oh
No.
shit. Uh-oh. Kylie's sobs reach my ears first, and then her familiar weight returns around my waist again. Hot tears seep through my blouse as she buries her face in it, her arms winding tightly around me. Luke and I briefly exchange worried glances, his own lips shut tight with concern. Her cries are soft enough not to attract much attention. Most of the visitors have been ushered inside the rooms by now anyway. Those that still linger, though, watches our little group with great interest and concern. If I don't get a better handle of the situation, I have a feeling Luke will start yelling at everyone soon.
100%.
Kneeling, I gently pull the girl away from me, cupping her face and wiping her tears, creating little trails on her cheeks. Her mouth is drawn in a miserable pout when she peers up at me.
All right, Kylie. Calm down. What happened?
It's my friend!
That's a little too vague, Munchkin.
Let her speak, Luke.
Shut the fuck up, Becca.
Who is it, Kylie?
Everybody be quiet.
Melody? Or was it the other one?
Yeah.
What, you don't even remember her name? The other one? What the fuck?
Teacher of the year.
Did the two of you fight?
She nods, then immediately clams up after, letting her sobs communicate the story instead, or as much as her shaking shoulders can tell me. Right behind me, Luke gives a nervous huff, while he shifts on his feet. He must not be used to handling children crying.
Probably not.
What a wuss.
Sweetie, I won't be able to help you if you don't tell me what happened.
Seconds pass before she responds again. The tears are already gone when she finally musters the strength to talk, her cries subsiding to mere sniffles.
I wanted to give her the rest of the jelly babies, but she won't come out!
Where is she?
In the little girl's room.
Is she still there?
Another
Oh my
nod.
god, are we about to find
She
a
was
fucking dead
wrong.
kid?
I kept asking her, but she told me to go away!
T-minus 20 seconds to toilet ghost. Here we go.
Ready's going to start
Good,
soon.
great.
I saw the price
As if
of
I'm
this
afraid of
house will
public
give us for
toilets. I'm
good.
not
She's
upset by
gonna
public
miss
toilets
it.
enough.
Is that what you told her?
Yeah, she won't listen. She won't even take the jelly babies. After he saved it for her too. She
Bitch!
wanted
What?
to keep the
Wait.
red ones, but I told him it's not for him. Miss Pink, can you talk to her? Tell her to come out. And I'm really upset with her.
Oh yeah, that's probably gonna go over well. Come out.
Yeah.
Your friend's pissed.
Yeah.
She needs to yell at you.
Child exit the toilet. Your friend's mad at you.
She brought you candy. Why don't you fucking eat it?
Just a little childish argument then.
Oh,
Times
yeah,
like
it's probably
this.
not gonna be a ghost or nothing.
Times like this, I'm glad I teach teenagers mature enough for petty squabbles. I do love being around children and won't mind having one or two of my own in the future, but it takes a whole different level of patience to teach several of them. I honestly admire my colleagues who willingly took the challenge. Normally, I'll leave this for their homeroom teachers to fix, but I can't just ignore the imploring look she shoots me. That's another weakness I'll have to steel myself against before I ever think of having one of my own.
Yeah, good luck with that.
For
Actually,
now,
she doesn't give a shit about feelings, so that's probably fine.
yeah. For now, I give in to it.
Okay, tell me where she is, sweetie.
In the little girl's room, weren't you fucking paying attention?
Right?
Sighing, I stand up and gesture for her to lead the way. Luke trails quietly behind us.
Yeah, he can't go to the bathroom now, so, like,
Yeah.
bruh.
Yeah, but at least he is concerned.
I know.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
Even with a small distance in between, his apprehension is palpable. Understandably so. No one wants to be caught in the middle of a children's spat.
Not over jelly babies.
But in the end, this is all just part of my job. I just can't shy away from it, can I? Kylie escorts us to an adjacent hall. At this
Looks
hour...
like the exact same one, though.
It's even got the same room numbers. At this hour...
And posters, isn't that weird?
The corridors and the rooms lining its sides are empty. Save for the gentle rustling of leaves, the twittering of birds outside, and the tapping of our foot against the floor, the whole area stays eerily quiet. Not unusual, though. This is the part of the building reserved for club activities at the end of the school day, and with the rest of the school busy with another event, it's only natural for it to be this deserted. Come afternoon, right after class, it'll once again be filled with people. For the time being, I focus on the toilets at the far end, heading straight for it. Luke stays behind, opting to wait for the end of this drama instead, obviously not wanting to deal with another person's kid. Meanwhile, Kylie falls right after me, unusually silent as we approach the ladies' room. Sometime before we made the turn down the hallway, she has stopped sniffling and started singing a tune under her breath.
London
No.
Bridge is falling
Fuck you!
down,
Do you know any other
falling
fucking song?
Falling down.
Not when she's possessed.
London Bridge is falling down.
Probably to
my
brace her calm
fair
herself,
lady.
or maybe this is her way of preparing to pull her friend out of her sulk.
Fucking with London Bridge? Don't think so.
It certainly reminds me of another person. I make no remarks on it, however. It's all part of growing up, they say. Let her learn. The door is slightly ajar when we get to it, and from inside the sobs of a girl echo weakly, barely audible even in this kind of hush.
Oh, there's a ghost.
Is
Or
it?
you fucking tell you now.
Is it? That's
It's
not the
gonna
ghost.
be.
It's gonna be the ghost,
Just
but that's not
wait.
ghost crying.
No, not yet.
Maybe that's
gonna warm.
oh,
There's gonna be blood.
maybe that's the ghost crying before it gets like echo distorted.
Maybe.
Turns out Kylie's not the only one upset about this. Despite the situation, a smile forms in my lips as I call out to her friend.
Hello? Hello there? You're Kylie's friend, aren't you? Melody,
I can't remember
is
your
it?
name. No.
She's looking for you.
Children can be so amusing sometimes.
What the fuck?
Granted, they can be exasperating, especially around this age, but the endearing things about them outweigh those. All you need is enough level of patience.
Career day's about to start, too. You'll have to come out, or you're going to be really late for it. Miss Alice won't be happy if one of her kids isn't there. I heard she brought little gifts for everyone who'll behave. Don't you want to receive one?
However, her cries show no signs of abating. They only grow louder. Not close to a wail. Alarming, regardless.
Yeah.
Are you okay?
I mean, obviously not.
From where I'm standing, it sounds almost like she's in some kind of pain, and it's not impossible. They do that at times, hiding what ails them for fear of a reprimand. If it's like that, coaxing her out might be useless. It also makes sense why she chose the loo farthest from her classroom.
Or she's a fucking ghost waiting to kill somebody!
Wasting no time, I gesture for Kylie to wait and amble towards the door, calmly so I don't alarm her. At the same time, a distinct sense of deja vu hits me. I've been in this position before, behind a door with someone crying on the other side. My call is ignored as their cries grow into a wail.
What?
Just this past week, actually. Gosh, I wonder what happened. Was it perhaps that accursed mansion that my friend has been warning me about and is continuing to be upset about and says there's a ghost?
And also, I saw that guy there with his wife, so I should know that she's blonde.
Oh, shit, I forgot that.
Right, I know, it's just like, fucking...
Yeah.
God, Rebecca.
Even so, being in the same situation before doesn't bring any comfort. I'm putting up for the child beside me is the thick undercurrent of worry trickling into my stomach. I take one last breath, then I nudge open the door. It all happens in the span of a second.
Fuck.
I don't make it past 2 steps into the room. Her cries abruptly stop. Light footsteps shuffle behind me, coming to a halt at the door. My heart skips a beat. And when I turn...
Kylie?
Oh, what?
Miss Pink? Miss Pink? Why didn't you help her?
No, seriously, just fucking get rid of her. Stick her in a crate,
Yeah.
poke a couple holes in it, ship her to Africa or
Yeah.
China or somewhere on the exact opposite
Yeah.
fucking place on this planet.
My whole body becomes motionless at the sight of her, words catching in my throat and my heart pounding rapidly against my chest. This is Kylie, I'm sure of it. Yet nothing in the manner she speaks, or the way she tilts her head in question, carries the youthful, innocent vibe she always brings with her. As if I'm merely looking at a dead, hollow imitation of the child.
God, that's so...
her. She's asking for your help.
No!
But it is not those that trigger a memory. It's those chilling eyes, calling, beckoning.
Why won't you listen to her?
All at once the memory returns to me. A tide that has receded and now returns to shore with an overwhelming force, carrying images of a single moment from days ago. Of a world passing by in a blur, and of features I can barely discern under the little light there was. Not even a week has passed. In this minute, while I keep my eyes trained on the child before me, they return with such unbearable clarity. There are no horrid wounds this time, no blood streaming down a pale face, thank heavens. Just lips contorted into small, twisted smile.
That is not small.
They brim with venom I've never expected to see in a child, sending tiny pinpricks of dread crawling up my limbs and winding up my neck.
You're a bad person. People like you deserve to die.
Shit, the ghost has
See,
got
now
our
I'm agreeing
number.
with the ghost.
Yeah, now we're rooting
Well,
for the
damn.
fucking ghost here. Jesus Christ. I can't breathe. Those whispers and laughters again. Judging, mocking, taunting. Each scathing word ringing sharp and true against my ears. My throat closes in. My whole body tenses. A chill settles at the tips of my fingers, every digit gone rigid from the cold. With every single draw of breath, any struggle for air or freedom, the coils wrapped around my body tighten, dragging me down. A gradual, torturous descent into another bottomless abyss. On, and on, and on, until I lose touch with myself and the world.
Help me!
Until darkness claims me and, unexpectedly, a note. In the distance, harsh and piercing, cutting through the thick stupor and shattering the haze without warning.
Are you ladies done with your business
Luke is-
Ladies, I'm sorry, one of them is just a fucking little child, girl. Like, what do you mean, lady?
My eyes snap open and the world shifts into place with a ragged gasp. When I glance up, a different set of eyes greet me.
Are you okay, Miss Pink?
No!
No
and she just,
anger.
like, goes over and, like, kicks her, just like, get out!
No vile hatred in them. Just plain, sincere concern. Bit by bit, I become aware of my surroundings and myself as warmth steadily slips back to me. I've reached out for the nearby counter to steady myself at some point, and my knuckles have gone white from how rigid my grip on it is. It's over now, yet the tension hasn't left my body. My heart still hammers hard against my chest in an erratic rhythm, and my breathing still comes in short, shallow bursts. Before me, Kylie fumbles with her hands, utterly unsure of what to do to an adult in what's probably a laughable state.
Did you get sick? I'll call Tio, okay? Stay here and don't move.
Where the fuck's your friend?
No. No need. Just leave me alone.
Tio,
Get the fuck away from me.
Oh, wait, okay?
I wish I could speak reassurances to her, but I can't shake it off. The dread is there, twisting my insides in anticipation. Of what? I am no longer sure. Pushing myself off the counter, I break into a run. Brushing off the anxious look Kylie gives me when I gently push her away on my way out. Or the furrow in Luke's brows when I stumble into him outside. Whatever they both
Fuck your
saw...
friend, I don't give a shit!
Right? Whatever they both saw in my face, I care not to know. Bloody hell, I don't even understand what's happening anymore.
Weird, it's like that thing that Isabella fucking told you about. But
Well-
okay, whatever. Let's keep thinking she's just got an imagination.
Time for Bacanium Alloy to go teach a class.
Yep.
The tremors continue long after the last of my classes have ended. Although none of my students have commented on it, I've caught a few sharing anxious glances every time a pen slips from by my hand, or my shoulders tense whenever they're called. How unusual it must be for them to see the normally composed Miss Gales become a bundle of nerves. Even the most boisterous ones have given me less grief today. You'd think being on my 4th cup of quote-unquote tea would provide any sort of comfort. Or is this the 5th? Egad, why does counting matter now? The fact that I can't easily shake it off this time should tell me something.
It should!
The last time this happened, I passed it off as some lapse in my part, having been sick the week before.
And it is a natural conclusion.
Yeah. Bacanium Alloy, master of the natural sciences. Those are just stories, a centuries-old lore passed by the locals to keep children in line. What place doesn't have those? One of my Dawes books even went so far as to describe them as a strong part of Isabella's culture. Tree giants, women who feed on unborn children straight from a mother's womb, or hell,
Gross.
there's even that story about a demon baby. All folklore that never had a smidgen of truth in it, most probably told to scare off the natives there back in the old days.
Yeah, but like you're either hallucinating or you're seeing a fucking ghost.
Much like every other one in every other place. The world is more universal than people care to think. But looking at it from where I'm standing now, after staring right into the eyes of that woman, after all the things I've been hearing and feeling, perhaps there's really more to that bloody letter than some awful Halloween prank.
Thank you, fucking God!
Isabella's right all along.
Yeah, perhaps, you dumb fucking bitch!
Now hang on, hang on. We floated the idea, but that idea was somebody else's. Now, it's time to convince ourselves that we were right all along.
Right.
A terrible thing, if true.
No shit!
Though, that thought doesn't linger long,
Oh my
thankfully.
God.
Soon, the ringing of my mobile takes my attention away from it. An unfamiliar name flashes before me once the screen lights up and my brows knit together. Marianne McCulloch.
Wait, okay, so...
This is post-library meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because they exchange numbers at the end of it.
When did Marianne end up in the dungeon? I think it was while they were preparing for the party. So tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yeah.
This is still...
Yeah.
I believe this is still Thursday?
Yeah, this is Thursday.
Or it is
and
Friday?
Or
that happens Friday?
that happens Friday. This is Thursday.
Okay, still.
Yeah. Staring hard at the screen, I try to remember when I've entered this person on my contact list. It takes a moment, but when it clicks, my eyes zeroes in on the book lying wide open on my table.
Okay.
Loaned out from the library almost a week ago. I met the woman there by sheer coincidence, a fellow history buff apparently. We were after the same
or whatever.
Yeah, we were after the same book, but in the end, she's given it to me under the condition that I call her once I'm done. To be honest, I've completely forgotten about it until now, and, well, I haven't really taken a peek at it until today. Normally, I'd be done with the whole volume of this size a few days after taking it out, about 1 or 2, depending on how busy I am. But finding a chance to sit down and read through it has been more difficult lately than I anticipated. One
Probably
moment.
because we're all being fucking haunted by a ghost, but whatever.
Yeah, one moment, I'm busy simply grading worksheets, attending a movie premiere, and the next, then someone's suddenly inviting me out for one reason or another. Days later, a friend stops showing up in her flat, right after worrying reports pop up in the local news.
Of murders!
Oh, those silly kids and their disappearing during a murder spree. There simply isn't enough time to breathe and get a grip on things. I have been flipping through the pages of said book moments ago, though never really reading anything and merely hoping for a distraction. To no avail. My phone gives out another ring, and this time I do not hesitate to answer.
Marianne?
I still got the book, bitch. No.
Hello. Here I was starting to wonder if it was a bad time to call. Is it?
No, not at all. I dismissed my last class a few minutes ago. I'm pretty much free for the rest of the afternoon, unless something comes up. Is this about last time? The book?
Not really. I was hoping to ask you about some other thing.
Oh?
Oh, Marianne,
Sure.
don't.
What about?
This woman's a bitch.
Only to Isabel. She's cool with everyone else.
No. I mean, Marianne.
Oh,
She should go
yeah.
after somebody better than Rebecca. Rebecca's trash.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
She should
100%.
be more.
You grew up in this city, didn't you?
It's a peculiar question to ask someone you've just met, but I answer her nevertheless. I'm more curious where she's heading with this by starting with that.
Born and raised, third-generation migrant. Why do you ask?
So, you must be familiar with the local lore. The, stories?
Quite.
She's
If
literally
I'm
just
going to
talking
teach
about
about
it.
history, I'd like to think I am, yeah? But a family friend would be a better person to ask. If you want, I can contact him for you.
No. Let's just keep this thing between us, okay? It's nothing too big.
This has got to be right after Marianne saw some shit.
Yeah.
Alright. I really don't know how else to put this without sounding a bit crazy. But things have been really, odd. Do you remember the mansion I mentioned back when we met? My current project?
In hindsight, I should have expected it'll lead to this. She must not have lived here long if she's just asking about this now. It didn't take a week with Isabella when she arrived, but that's Isabella, superstitious down to the last hair. Though, it won't be too far off to think Marianne has only started thinking about this recently. She's working on the damn house itself. I must admit, even I'm curious now, despite living here for so many years and having so many chances to look it up before.
The Ermengarde Mansion, yes?
Yes, that one. And, the thing is... Oh dear, this is a bad idea. You know what? Just forget I ever called you about this.
It's one of the shit, but that's okay.
The sunny weather. It's making me sick and see stupid things.
Oh my god, you British. Always thinking, oh, well, fuck
Yeah,
it.
the sun makes me will.
Boosting any ghosts instead of, ghosts.
Well, here comes Bacanium alloy to set her straight.
Yeah, don't worry.
See things?
No, wait. It's all right. I don't mind.
There's a moment's pause before she responds again. She's right in that. This is a silly thing to talk about, especially between what I assume two people who are pretty grounded on their beliefs with regard to these things. I won't blame her if she hesitates.
I can't believe I'm asking you about this.
It's fine. Why don't you just think of it as some form of research?
Well, alright. But after this, we're going to forget we ever had this talk.
My lips will be sealed. Now, what is it about the mansion?
Just, what do you know about it? The general gist. The place's past. What happened to the owners?
The layout of the dungeon underneath it.
Anything you can give me.
How many bodies there are?
Let's see. To start off,
I do my best to give her a concise summary, from the time the house was commissioned 400 years ago and who had it built, up to the point it got deserted after the last heir's death and the deed was passed on the Ermengarde's nearest relatives. Frankly, if it weren't for those urban legends persisting, the house would have already faded into obscurity long ago. Demolished, even. Those are all nothing she probably hasn't heard before, yet there's dissatisfaction in her tone once I finish.
That's all there really is to it?
as far as I know. There's this little bit I forgot to mention about
Oh,
Lady
yeah.
Charlotte Ermengarde's death, but most of those are just theories. Aside from
Yeah,
that,
can we,
this is
go over
really everything we've been
little
teaching all
important,
these years.
Please, because it's how I saw the shit.
What?
I know, right? I said, can we go over that last part there? Because this house is really haunted as shit.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. Can we go? Yeah, let's talk about
go over that thing?
the mysterious death part. That seems like a thing that might fuel a ghost or some shit. I don't know.
Should there be anything more?
No mention of any other weird stuff? Other crazy stories? Or a letter of some sort?
My blood runs cold. Any warmth and comfort the tea I've drank has given me prior has instantly been drained out of me. The phone creaks softly as my light hold on it turns into a firm grip. This whole letter bullshit is starting to turn into more than a coincidence.
None that I've heard or read of. What does a letter have to do with this?
Oh, no. It was just something I came across. Ignore it. Random thoughts, you know? By the way, I need to run. Thanks for answering my questions.
Here comes Bacanium Alloy to rationalize why the letter is still bullshit. She ends the call abruptly with only a clipped goodbye, leaving my mind heavy with even more thoughts. The mood around my classroom has gone considerably denser, almost as dense as I am in light of what little I've gleaned from that conversation. I don't think Marianne's lying about her intent. Her intent is genuine, I'd give her that, but she's left a lot of things out. I get the sense she's only asked because something's happened around her too, and if she hadn't mentioned the letter, I probably wouldn't have made the connection.
Just what the hell did we get ourselves into?
It's fucking haunted ghost shit!
Of course,
like, it's made pretty clear.
Of course, there's still a lot of confusing details in this. All of these are just assumptions. No concrete conclusion to be formed from what we have, and if we want to find out what we're really dealing with, I think Marianne's right. There might be something more to those stories. As absurd as it sounds, the very place that gave us that letter might tell us something beyond what we know. And tomorrow night, I have a few hours of that chance at the housewarming party. Totally not an exciting thought, since the place is privately owned now. Can't just wander around. But it's enough reason to keep the dread at bay as I step out of the room, ready to put an end to the day. However, all those good vibes disappear into thin air when I run headfirst into Luke. There's really something in this man. Regardless of how much my opinion of him has changed over the span of a few hours, he simply blasts through every good impression people have of him, without care or thought. He doesn't even need to open his mouth, his mere presence does it. In all honesty, I think he's the kind of guy only a mother can love.
You're still here?
Obviously. Who do you think's standing in front of you?
I mean, it's fair.
An ass.
I mean,
Come on, Daisy, you've done better than that. Losing your touch?
Luke, I don't have time for this. I'm heading home, and your face is the last thing I want to see before I leave. What do you want?
Belatedly, I notice his hand. Partly raised, almost poised for a knock. At a slight lift of an eyebrow, he quickly drops it to his side and turns to Kylie. She's standing a few steps away from him, holding her hands behind her back, and towing at something on the floor with the tip of her shoe. Then, he proceeds to make vague gestures at me and the child.
Here's my friend that I found. I'm sorry. No.
I found this child. Do you want it? I'll sell it to you. He resembles a fish flopping for air with the way he's moving his arms, though I think he's trying to urge her to speak up.
Munchkin, I thought you wanted to tell her something.
You do it, Teal.
This wasn't my idea, darling.
Don't worry. I won't tell Tia what you told me the other day. And this morning.
What the fuck?
Luke exhales, rolling his eyes at the ceiling and maybe praying for the universe to grant him more patience. He knows a losing battle when he sees one.
That's fair.
He may act worse than a 5-year-old throwing a tantrum at times, but he's no match for an actual child. Nothing better than being served a dose of his own medicine, Once his frustration has been promptly let out, he points a rude finger at me. I do my best to stare the offending digit down, but I can already hear the demand before it is even let out of his lips.
You, come with us.
What makes you think I will?
Because little Rugrat here is upset and worried, and it's your bloody fault. I've no idea what happened this morning, but if you don't come with us, I won't be hearing the end of it
Did
from
your
her.
friend ever come out of the bathroom, or was there actually anybody even in there, or was it just a ghost? Is anybody gonna just follow up on that?
All questions.
So do me a favor, Daisy, and just be glad I'm inviting you.
You're asking
What?
for a favor, and you can't be bothered to be polite?
No,
I
Rebecca,
don't
shut the fuck up. You got no room
It's
to
been
speak.
a really busy day for me. I kind of miss my couch.
Daisy, you just say yes.
A pause follows, almost too dramatic. Afterwards, his face twists into something between a grimace and a smile. As it happens, he appears like he's in a lot of physical pain. You'd think the man is getting an aneurysm by simply being polite.
Please?
Tia said it'll be his treat.
What? I said no such thing, Munchkin. I only agreed to this because you requested it. I'm under no obligation to feed her.
I promise I'll be quiet the next time I visit.
Oh,
Bullshit.
alright, but just one meal and make it the cheapest.
Oh, fuck you.
He and Ashton will get along famously in that department. On a different front, the offer of free dinner does sound enticing, however half-heartedly given it is. Mostly because Kylie has wisely put on her puppy eyes, and by the second, I find all my choices slipping away from me.
See, Miss Pink? It'll be fun. You don't have to feel sad anymore, okay?
Oh, well,
My mobile buzzes from my pocket, cutting me mid-sentence, and for a second, I'm spared from the act of giving an answer I'll regret either way. Fishing the gadget out, I wave a hand at him and excuse myself. A disgruntled expression is on Luke's face before I turn away. I'd be lying if I said it didn't amuse me. He's as eager
Such
to
a
be
bitch.
done with this as I am, but what can I do? Checking, a message from Ashton shows up. Oh. Hey Becca, I'll be around Salemwell this evening. Need to meet someone in the area. I might have to drop by yours and Isabella's place after. See you. Just the usual. Unlike what he does to Zachary, Ashton has the decency to let us know when he's dropping by or he's
Well,
in
if he
the area
just
for some
breaks
business.
in and you guys are like undressing yourself, you're gonna fucking shoot him. He'll be like, "Oh God, I'm sorry."
Yeah.
Whoops.
From the way it's phrased, it sounds to be the latter. Either way, I'm glad he's at least aware of that boundary. Not that Isabella's ever going to let him leave the building unscathed, if he ever pulls the same stunt he does with the other man.
Oh yeah.
I cringe to imagine what she'll do to him.
Probably not hit him with a fucking textbook that's gonna give him a concussion, so it's probably fine.
Sighing, I slip the gadget back to my pocket. But looking up to see Luke's utter impatience on his face, I now face a different dilemma. The two of them are still waiting, and knowing the kind of person Luke is, this is already a grand gesture of goodwill coming from him. All to please his godchild. His denials aside, it's easy to tell he's really fond of Kylie from his actions alone. Kinda hate to ruin that.
Well, Daisy, we're waiting here.
Okay, this is gonna be our choice then.
On the other hand, there's Ash. His message doesn't exactly imply he's going to wait or he's expecting me to be there, but there are matters I hope to discuss with him in person, to put it simply. Housewarming party matters. With inviting Isabella out of the question, I only have Zachary and Ashton. Although, the former has made it clear he'll be busy this week, and well, Ashton has been my first choice from the start. Even if he detests attending gatherings like this. It's company that counts. We can be miserable together. But that's the problem, isn't it? He hates them, and it's very likely his answer will be a flat no.
Well, we know he ends up going.
I'd rather not hear that. If, by some miracle, he agrees to it, he'll probably be sulking the whole party. Not really a tough choice when you put it like that. Still, tough choice, but I have to pick one. So,
We know that he ends up going to the party with her
yeah.
because he's there, and Hannah's like, "Oh, do you like him?" And she's like, "Shut the fuck up, Hannah. Shut the fuck up." No. I kind of want to see how this lunch is gonna go.
I want to see how this lunch goes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because like, fucking, we can have Ash talking some other fucking time. It's
Yeah.
fine. Like, we know he goes, so us not showing up, like, he still ends up there, probably because he's like, you're not going there alone.
Yeah.
These people are up to something. I'm
Yeah.
gonna find out.
And if
Police
Ash-
business, and she'll be like, okay, cool, great.
And if Ash actually wanted to talk to us, he would have put, "Hey, this is important." And then we would have
Yeah.
said, "Oh, it's important, bye."
Yep.
In the end, it's my own fondness for Kylie that wins out. Chances are I'll only have to endure his presence for an hour or so. If it lasts more than that, I can make up an excuse. A sudden call from a friend, or things to work on. It doesn't seem so bad when I think of the pros and cons. At best, it'll be a quiet dinner. At worst, it'll be an awkward affair we're both eager to be rid of.
Can't be worse than the last time you were at a fucking place of eating together when you were fucking assaulting him with your book and kicking him in the dick.
Just leave the weapons at home and stay out of dick kicking distance, and this will be
I
better
would
already.
have fucking hit her if she was just coming at me
Yeah.
with no, like, real justification. Like,
Yeah.
that bitch is lucky he seems to not be fond of hitting women.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Because she totally should have gotten punched or something. Like, what the fuck?
I'm leaning more on the latter happening, hoping for the former, of course.
Okay, but only because Kylie asked.
Kylie's face instantly lights up. For the third time today, she tackles me into a hug before pulling away and dragging me by the hand towards the building's exit.
That's alright. I'm sure Tio doesn't mind. He let me pick where we're going to eat. Don't worry, it's just close.
It's the school cafeteria. Luke follows closely behind, and perhaps out of some desire to keep the dead air away, I can't resist throwing in a quip.
Keep your distance. You better not do anything funny, you hear?
I'm the one who should keep my distance.
Right?
You crazy bitch.
May I remind you who approached me first and what you did right after?
Yeah, seriously.
Oh, I remember it clearly. But perhaps it's you who needs a reminder.
Rebecca,
You seem to have never learned your lesson. Care we
What
give
the
it another
hell?
try?
Becca, what the fuck is wrong
what
with
the
you?
shit? He's offering to buy you dinner.
Yeah, he offered to buy you dinner, and you're the one that beat him in the head for no fucking reason, and you're the one that's just like, he's a threat. Just fucking...
I'm gonna hit you again for no fucking reason. Thanks
Yeah.
for dinner,
Maybe
back.
this time it'll stick.
Maybe this time it'll stick.
I love him now, suddenly. Rebecca's so terrible.
Yeah. To my surprise, his tone lacks the usual sardonic note in it, and briefly I pause to stare at him. He quickly shuts his mouth right after and walks ahead of us. All talk and no trousers, like the usual, and for the better part of our walk, except for Kylie's excited chatter, we don't speak. Somehow I have the strange feeling I'm already getting used to this kind of banter with him. I'm not sure if that's a good or bad thing. Luke's actually pretty great most of the time. He's a solid... he's a solid heel. He's an amazing heel. Becca just sucks. And amidst this newfound friendship? Dare I call it that? Ashton's message lays forgotten and abandoned in my pocket. Of all the places nearest to the school, Kylie picks this one, the cafe. And waiting for food to be served is as awkward as I've imagined it would be.
If only we could have just drawn one more fucking restaurant.
Yeah. The pleasant kind. Surprisingly, Luke's an okay bloke when he tries. When he tries. So long as you're willing to look past the tactless remarks or we're not exchanging acerbic quips. It's clear he's making an effort for this to be as fun as possible for the 6-year-old by being chattier, even going as far as to laugh when Kylie's story calls for it. It's an interesting thing to hear from the man. More than once, I catch his frequent, cheesed-off expression easing whenever he looks at the girl.
And your friend? Did you make up with her?
Yep. She said she just saw something she didn't like. She didn't accept the jellies, though. She told me to give it to you instead. She knows you like the red ones, too.
Very well. Hand it to me later. I'll bring some of them home. I think your Tia would love to have some.
What a terrible liar. He says he dislikes the idea of having children of his own, but it's easy to see some part of him genuinely wants them. What's stopping him? Once Kylie wanders to the nearby bookshelves after having lost interest in the conversation, however, we both
Yeah,
revert
being
back to
sexual.
silence.
Just, I'm done talking now. Wee! You're like, oh, fucking, you're the one who wanted to come out here.
Yeah. On our
No.
own, we have little to talk about, aside from a few questions about the other here and there. At one point, it does veer on local politics and history. He's surprisingly versed with it, that he can hold a decent conversation without throwing a jibe. Nothing too personal is ever mentioned so far, though. It's too early for those, and besides, I don't like him enough to speak of every minute detail of my life.
Trust me, nobody wants to hear.
Better keep it strictly between the silence and the casual repartee. This whole thing already looks and feels wrong on so many levels. I'm quite sure she feels the same. So when another bout of silence hits us and becomes too much, I've taken to finding something else to occupy myself. Toying with my mobile, turning it from hand to hand while we wait for our respective meals. But it'll be a complete lie if I say I'm not waiting for some intervention. Something to pull me away from this place. Someone. Ashton's probably at Salemwell by this time, working on whatever business he has there. Maybe if I make up an excuse and leave now, I can still catch him.
Cut that out, it's distracting.
Yeah, seriously, quit playing with your fucking phone.
Yeah, like, don't be rude.
My hand stills, holding the gadget awkwardly between us, arrested mid-pass by his bored tone. He's been quiet for a long minute now, after complaining about how appalling the tea they're serving here is. Before that, he has whined about how uncomfortable his chair is, and tasteless the decorations they have here.
I mean, it's just bicycles, so that's fair. What the fuck?
Previously, yeah, this looks like an Applebee's, like, threw up and we picked up the remnants.
And they're like, oh, we're gonna be a classy Starbucks with bikes on the fucking wall for some fucking nonsense reason.
Yeah. Previous to that, he has griped about how dull the place is compared to the one he frequents on the upper-class side of the city. Well, I'm sorry for being a bunch of peasants, Your Majesty.
Yep.
Figures he'll lose patience soon, having already grumbled about almost everything his eyes can reach. It's just unfortunate he's turned to me now.
Why don't you just look somewhere else?
I can't. If I turn elsewhere, I might end up looking at the bobfuck right behind us.
What?
Bobfuck? Do I even want to ask?
I don't want to hear it. If it's coming out of his mouth, it can only be either rude or offensive.
Says
Regardless.
Becca, who's called him a ball sack like 7 billion times.
Regardless, he continues.
Everything looks good. But have you seen the face?
Oh.
True horror.
What is wrong with you? You know, I frown about this in practice, but that mouth needs to be washed out with a particularly potent soap.
You didn't even swear and you called...
Preferably by your own mum.
A shame she isn't here.
For whatever reason, that puts an end to that talk right away. He returns to watching his godchild, who has found a particularly interesting picture book and is now poring over it, while I turn back to my mobile. Still no message. Would it kill him to at least send a message? Check if I were home? Meanwhile, Luke's silence lasts all but 10 seconds.
What is it with the damn mobile? Are you on a curfew?
No.
He's got the immature act down pat, I'll give him that. Seriously, how old is this guy? Has he somehow
17.
Been deprived of affection during childhood? You're all 17.
And what is it to you? I don't think it's any of your business what I do with it.
It is my business, alright?
You're sharing dinner he's buying you a dinner. Quit acting like a bitch for Jesus.
1, I'm the one paying here.
Yes.
2, I'm being forced to eat dinner in a place this stuffed and noisy.
There's 3 people!
Lastly, it's been 10 minutes, the food isn't here, and I'm hungry.
Dude, it's gotta cook!
Yeah, slow your roll, fucking Michelin star reviewer, Jesus Christ.
What you're doing with the mobile is annoying and distracting, when the least you could do is keep things entertaining while I suffer.
That's your problem? Shouldn't you be more worried about how this entire affair looks to other people?
Oh, I didn't realize this was one. You move fast, Daisy. You could have informed me first, you know. Had I known, I would have taken you someplace nicer.
There's still a
Certainly
6-year-old
the kind
here.
with better food and plenty of good wine.
Luke is just 1,000,000% fucking with us, and I endorse it.
Why did I ever think this was a good idea?
Because a player...
No, it wasn't, and that's why.
Yeah, it was a terrible idea, and that's why we did it.
Did it ever occur to you how inappropriate this might look to everyone?
Who cares?
Why should I care? It's only inappropriate if you make it out to be.
Seriously.
Relax. I won't do anything to make your boyfriend angry. He doesn't even need to know we dined out. It'll
Yeah, that's
be
a good way
our
to go about that.
dirty little secret.
Oh my
He's not my boyfriend!
You're showing weakness.
So there isn't he.
The words come out with more force than I've intended. By the time I realize my slip-up, his lips already spread in a sneer. Heat slowly crawls up my face.
Oh, so
Go for the
there
throat.
is someone. It's so easy to read.
That's because she's got such dumb bitch energy. It's insane. It's fucking crazy. It's palpable. That's like 85% of the molecular fucking makeup of Becanium.
Yeah. Just like dumb bitch isotopes.
Yep.
Briefly, his eyes search my face. I have no idea what he sees, nor do I care to know, but in the next second he barks out a laugh, displaying his amusement without reserve to everyone within earshot. In that moment, I know I've flipped a switch in him somewhere and I've lost my chance to deny his assumptions. Do I even want to? Isn't that the reason why I've been so focused on my mobile, waiting for another message from him? For a reason to dump this awkward meeting to go after him?
Look how mottled you are. Now the nickname makes more sense. Shy Miss Pink and her cute little crush.
Oh shit, he's nailed us.
And the color suits you, by the way. It matches the hair.
It's not
And
a
your
crush.
clothes.
Classic.
But in love, he just doesn't
But
know.
in reality, you want
He
him
will.
to be yours. And your every move is made to make him notice you.
Uh-oh.
But somehow,
In
he
fact,
doesn't, and maybe you could
don't
just
want him
talk
to see
to him.
you with another man in a non-professional capacity. Because he might misinterpret it.
Or worse, he wouldn't even give a shit and she'd be fucking postal.
He's a psychic ghost.
The same thing goes for you, doesn't it? Bloody, yours is even worse. What about your wife? Aren't you concerned she might misinterpret this?
Daisy, just because we tied the knot doesn't mean we have to be joined at the hip at every single opportunity.
Despite what possessed her might say. No.
Don't be ridiculous. Why else would you marry her if you don't want to be with her for the rest of your lives?
No, there's a difference.
not-
He said. That's not what he said.
Yeah, this is like, that's not...
Rebecca, what
Yeah.
do you think marriage is?
Tying the
It's
knot...
not being attached at your hip.
Tying the knot doesn't literally mean like doing a potato sack race until the end of time. It means...
Seriously,
Jesus.
Jesus.
Because Daisy, she also has other things she can do with her life and friends to spend time
Yeah,
with.
seriously.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Just because
Granted,
you've
I don't
only ever
like
had
some
one
of them,
friend.
and I have a few of my
Seriously.
own she utterly dislikes. But wifey doesn't have to know my every move. Nor do I hers. Do you know how boring that would be? To be with the same person for all hours of the day. Losing sleep over the mere fact they're not with you.
There's a
While
little
putting
subtlety.
everything you
You
have
spelled
aside to please
subtlety
them.
again.
To have your whole world revolve around one person.
Aren't you just mistaking that for something else?
No.
Unlike you, there are other people here who don't share the same jaded outlook you have. Don't lump everyone together just because it didn't work out for you.
What's not working in anything that he's saying?
Yeah, like
And
what?
you, my dear, are unexpectedly naive.
What's so naive about it? If
What,
you
you
love
think-
each other, wouldn't you want to always see them, be with them, to have them focus solely on you? Maybe
And now we know
haven't
why
been
you got
loved
problems.
enough.
Baby, you need to know what love is, bitch.
Oh.
Because that's obsession.
It's that kind of thing for you, isn't it? The love is eternal, love is a strong emotion shite. A starry-eyed girl pining for her dashing Prince Charming? What's next? Romantic confessions of love? A grand wedding on the beach? Dozens of spawns running around in some picturesque home in
What
the
we called them
suburbs?
Spawn.
How quaint.
Spawn.
Are you also expecting it's going to be sunshine and rainbows after? A happily ever after? Please.
What? I never once said. And is all of that such a bad thing to hope for?
Woman, I've been married for 7 years, and I'm telling you, it's far from what you have in your pretty red head.
No,
Tell
that's
me,
partially. You guys
how
have
long
some
has
major
this song
problems,
and
but
dance
still.
been going
Yeah.
for you and your man? Maybe I am mistaken.
Averting my eyes from him is all I managed to do. What does his mere 7 years have compared to the 17 I've had with Ash? It's laughable he thinks those two things are even comparable. You're the one comparing them, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and also, you guys aren't dating. You still can't communicate with him openly. So, like, if anything, I'd say that's worse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ash and I may have never moved past the boundaries of friendship like what I'm hoping for years, but what we have isn't something anyone can scoff at. I've always been by his side, endured everything with him. I know him better than anyone.
Gosh, she's the craziest ex-girlfriend that isn't even an ex.
No matter what this man, this complete stranger, says, I know there will always be a place for me beside him. And yet...
Come on, Daisy, that shouldn't be too hard. 3, 5, 8, 10, 20.
His words easily seep into my heart like sharp daggers, gradually picking apart everything I've ever been sure of. Despite myself, the doubts resurface, and my defenses crumble right in front of my eyes. It's no wonder he sees through me, and as expected, he ridicules it.
I mean, you were being a bitch, and you're trying to talk shit on his marriage.
Seriously, like, you tried to shit on his marriage, and now he's, like, dunking on you. Like, what the fuck did you think was gonna happen?
It's not his fault that you fucking suck.
Yeah.
You loser. No. But get your shit together.
Restrained, low and rumbling, a sharp sound striking the air around us amidst the murmur of people and the soft notes of the music playing over our heads. His shoulders shake, and when his mirth becomes too much even for him, he reaches up a hand and passes it over his face, as if to hold his glee close to him.
Lordy bullocks, this is just brilliant.
Luke is having the time of his fucking life right now.
Yeah, yep. I'm right there with him.
Mother, why do I always keep running into these things? This day couldn't get any better. I think I'm gonna need a stiff drink after this.
God, you're watching a child.
He dissolves into another peal of laughter, but when it subsides, what he has for me are more words. Scathing, each of them. The urge to run from here has never been this strong.
Is everything you said how you plan to act, if that man of yours ever ends up with you? Cling to him? Put him on a bloody pedestal? Let him become the center of your universe? Although with how long this seems to be going on, I think you've already done so. Marriage will just be icing on the top. Like some sort of reward for you, isn't it? For being a good, patient, loyal little girl all this time.
Somebody call 911, I'd like to report a murder.
Somebody get some fucking ice, because this bitch is burned.
Someone pining over him this long.
Somebody get the Wikipedia list of burn centers.
Right? Somebody get some of that fucking head on, apply directly to forehead. Shit is
also a little surprised he hasn't suffocated from all your attention yet.
Seriously.
Laugh all about it if you want. It's not like you'll ever understand.
He's done a real good job so far. Luke falls silent. The ridicule in him is gone in an instant, and his eyes meet mine, sharp and imposing. A challenge, but I hold it against him with the same intensity, because if there's something I won't let his opinion trample on, it's this. What does he know? However, he's the first one who looks away, focusing his eyes back to where Kylie is, and for a moment, I believe I've won.
Okay, if you want to believe that.
Until he draws in a breath and turns back to me.
Bitch! No.
The words he drops next, though hushed, hang heavy in the distance between us.
You're right. I won't.
Damn.
But I do know not to mistake love for obsession, woman.
Thank you!
They are not the same thing.
Thank you! Motherfucking she needed to hear it!
It rattles. Out of everything he said tonight, this is the one thing that twinges in my heart. Maybe it's in the matter that he delivers it, the lack of conceit in his posture, or an underlying insult in the tone he takes. The remark is not meant to cut, merely to express a simple truth.
Yeah.
This time, it's him who holds gaze against mine. Another unspoken challenge, and I realize that, if this happened minutes before, I'd already have an equally searing retort at the tip of my tongue. There's none. But the anger is there, ringing at my insides, prodding at the uncertainties I've long kept. Isn't it enough? We have the long years we've been together, we have the memories. Wherever he needs me, until other people came in between us, I've always been the one there. That dedication and loyalty should mean something, shouldn't it?
Honey, that's not how it works.
I've always been sure of it, and that one day, he'll see it for what it is. In spite of that, in this minute, under this man's scrutiny, my own heart wavers. Now I struggle to find the words. Now,
I want to see what right you have, so she has a fucking complete bitch meltdown.
yeah,
But
then you have to
I don't
watch.
know.
So here's the thing. So I don't need to answer that. We might get like pecked at a bit more from Luke, but that'll be the end of it. If we go for Turbo Bitch Meltdown, Luke is gonna have like day of the year, and then just like go for the finishing blow. Like it's gonna be straight up Mortal Kombat finish him.
I know. I fucking see the fatality where he just fucking picks her, just decimates her because she's completely in the wrong. She's so delusional. Yeah, she's obsessed with that. She's like, there is the difference between friendship and like romance.
Yeah.
So like, what the
So are we
fuck,
going
bitch?
So are we going for entertainment, or are we gonna like abandon ship?
I say go fucking we're on whole hog. Let's have this fucking meltdown.
Let's go for it.
I think so. Maybe.
All right. Yeah.
I fucking hate listening to that tone of hers, but like I want to just hear him fucking dissect her.
Right.
She needs to fucking hear this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
She is insane.
Yeah. All right. Here we go.
Mm-hmm.
That unexpected music change, and we're back to bog standard with Luke.
Yeah.
How dare he, though? How dare he just waltz in and act like he can do as he pleases, say what he wants, or trample over other people's feelings? He doesn't know anything about me or Ashton. We've only met a few days ago, and yet he acts like we've been acquainted for years. He hasn't even met Ash. How can he say those things about him? The longer I hear his tirade, the more it sounds like he's pulling it out of his ass, out of some misguided thinking he's better than anyone in this whole bloody city. What a pompous bawheed. Normally, I'll ignore people like him. He doesn't deserve a single second of my day, but a small voice at the back of my head protests at the idea of simply leaving things here. I refuse to let this go until I've said my piece and defended myself.
I want to hear this fucking argument.
Those aren't merely months of harboring feelings of someone he's scoffing at. They're made of years, all of it built upon memories we've had from childhood.
What right do you have to tell me that?
None whatsoever, Daisy. But did you assume I haven't seen that before? Those longing looks. The face of someone who wants something but has yet to get it? Give me a little credit here, woman. I'm not daft, nor am I blind to your silly little feelings. It's plastered all over your face anyway. I didn't even need to try.
A pause comes after while I wait for him to add to that. He doesn't, but briefly, a wistful expression spreads across his face. Surprisingly gentle, as if remembering an old memory from once upon a time, or something he has constantly seen in the mirror. It's gone in the next second. Then he turns his attention on a box beside him. For the next few minutes, he's content himself on making a mess out of the paper napkins inside, folding them into clean shapes without any clear intent before crumpling them in his hand while he loses interest, and dumping them in a small pile in front of him.
This isn't the meltdown I demanded.
No, we're building up to it. I feel like it's coming.
It fucking better.
I allow it to go on for a little while before I interrupt him. I am not yet done.
And somehow that's reason enough for you.
Not at all. In fact, you didn't even need to stay here and listen to me ramble about it. Go on, walk away, the door's wide open. If you wish to be done with this mindless topic, you certainly will hear me complaining if we just drop this now. I, for one, am very eager to be done with this stupid nonsense about your man and your...
You don't know me.
He pauses in the middle of folding another paper napkin into an airplane and glances up at me.
I'm quite sure we've already established that, Daisy. But go ahead.
And you know not a single thing about him.
That too is true. Are you going anywhere with this?
We've always been together since we were children. We've been friends for a long time. We know each other better than anyone. Compared to those 7 measly years you're so proud of, we've been with each other for almost a lifetime.
Not quite. Add a few more years, maybe? It does sound romantic when you put it that way, doesn't it? Not many people get to have someone with them that long. That's what you have going for you, isn't it? Cute years playing hide and seek, going to school together, and sharing lunchboxes? Did he also protect you from bullies? I bet my socks he did. Lucky I don't even remember anyone from my old neighborhood. Well, except for that one Nancy who spat his drink in my face years ago. You better pray I don't find him.
So, you're just going to call it that? Despite what I told you, you're just going to call it an obsession?
Isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course it isn't. Didn't I already tell you?
Did it ever cross your mind how your man would feel about all this?
You think I've never thought of that? Listen here, you.
Or were you expecting he'll simply feel the same all because of some shared history you have? Because fun fact, Daisy, feelings
for the
change
throat.
and people most definitely also change with time.
Oh, shit.
Yep.
Whoever that person was 10 or 20 years ago, whatever idea you have of them floating inside your head, they won't be the same now.
What are you trying to get at?
Suppose that man of yours wants something else for himself. What if he never returns your feelings, the way you so desperately want him to? What will you do?
Probably get a gun and shoot him because she's
not
fucking
going to.
crazy.
Are you going to beg? Tell him to choose you instead? Or are you going to lash out at the poor woman or man who happened to catch your man's attention?
Yeah, I love how he's like, woman or man, you don't know, maybe he's gay. That could be why. Very open-minded of him.
Also totally latched onto the fact that Becca's a total raging bitch to Isabella.
Right? And she's like, well, I mean, no. Yes.
My voice falters. His eyes focus on me. The pieces of paper he's been folding earlier now left forgotten in the space between us while he waits for my response. However, I can't give him one. He's already aware of that, and it shows in his face when his lips form a lopsided smirk. How can I when I've had my suspicions all along? One that rears its ugly head every time I simply see the two of them in the same room.
Oh no, is she gonna go kill
I hit a
Isabella now?
nerve,
Oh,
didn't I?
sorry. Sorry, Bella.
Sorry, Bella.
That's none of your business.
It's true, though. The poor
It
rogue
is.
doesn't have any obligation to return your precious feelings, nor can you force him to. That wouldn't be right.
If you're just going to mock me, we might as well sew your bloody mouth shut this instant.
Now, no.
You're the one who started it, bitch.
Yeah, right?
Fucking come on.
But come on, 20 years? Gordon Bennett, if nothing's happening past that mark, you might as well consider your options, woman.
Seriously, just look to other people. Don't just fucking obsess over him, because you're gonna get
Even
mad
I
when he
wouldn't
eventually
last that
finds
long.
somebody.
Stop it.
One of these days, I'd like to meet the guy and share a few drinks with him, just to give the poor bloke a break from
Jesus.
you. And probably see how dense he really is.
Not as
I mean, a
Becca.
lovely woman like you chasing after him, and he doesn't give a shite? That's new.
Oh, fuck.
That's a weird compliment up in that too. Hello, he's like, you're lovely, and like, fucking, he's so dumb.
Beyond me, don't worry.
I said stop it! I don't want to hear a word of it anymore!
Dude, her face is doing like the XD thing, just
Yeah.
Hold on.
The chair scrapes the floor as I abruptly push away from our table to stand. Looming over him with the most piercing glower I can summon, anger undeterred by my own ragged breathing and clenched fists. Looking down at him in the same manner he did to me throughout this chat. The only way I can keep my pride intact in front of him and the other people watching this sudden scene unfold.
Make a big scene.
I hate this man. I hate the fact he can unsettle me like this, turning everything around what I've believed in with his mere words alone. What's even more awful? It's how easily those can replace the very ideas I hold dear to me. Not because I am easily swayed, but because in each of them, I'm aware there's a sliver of truth.
There's a whole fucking tree of truth, but okay.
Minutes pass in quiet tension. Some of the diners have already lost interest in the commotion and returned to their meals. A waiter serves our food, and soon enough, and Kylie makes her way back to our table, unaware.
This picture book has trains! Why is it quiet? Why are there a bunch of napkins? I'm hungry.
But before I can take a seat, Luke mutters something. The words spoken in the same biting tone he has assumed since earlier. Despite my opinion of the man, I stop to look at him. His eyes are on his food as he speaks, busying himself with cutting a portion of meat on his plate.
Yep,
But what comes out of him only rings true against my ears above the din of the coffee house.
Is that all you are? Just some lovesick woman craving for another's affection?
Oh, fuck.
I sincerely hope not. Kylie spoke highly of you.
No, but like, it's a good point. Like, her whole thing is just about... And it's like, honey, you need to diversify yourself. Like, have hobbies, have something that's not just, someday he's gonna notice me and realize we're meant to be together.
Yeah.
Jesus, like this, it's sad. That's not healthy.
He spears a piece of his food and pops it into his mouth, and that's it. With that, however, he leaves another challenge in the air. Another question. One whole day with this man, and I still can't figure out what his deal is. This time, I don't rise up to it. Doing so means facing a different set of truths I'm not ready to face. Bitter truths. Those are for me to ponder on later, not in front of these people, or him. His loathsome face and his sneer are the last things I'd ever want to see if that introspection ever happens. But for all this, I can't bring myself to think of him as someone wholly despicable. The rest of our meal slips by in silence afterwards. Aside from Kylie's occasional chatter.
You know, he's not the worst, though.
The whole dinner goes by without another word exchanged between the two of us. Somehow we managed to make it through the whole thing without triggering another tension-riddled conversation. This is the line where Luke just fucking wrecks Becca. Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's good. Like, she needed to.
Yeah. A good thing, perhaps. One, because Kylie's sitting in front of us, and two, I probably won't be able to hold a proper conversation with my mind heavy with thoughts. We depart from the coffee house just as the evening crowd starts to thin out. The same wordless silence fills our short walk back to the school, except for when Luke gestures at a nearby flower shop and enters it without waiting for Kylie and I. He emerges minutes later, carrying a bouquet of daffodils, with the same softened expression back on his face. Unlike the previous ones, he tucks this one away almost as soon as he looks up at us, a moment he's not willing to share. At my confusion, he merely answers with a shrug and continues walking.
For someone important.
Aww.
I accept it for what it is, if only because he doesn't owe me an explanation. It does leave more questions about him, each one as baffling as the previous ones.
Trying to call him such shit, and he's like, you know what, I should maybe just do something nice for Hana. I'm an alcoholic, so...
Did Luke show up to the party with Daffodil? No, he didn't show up with anything, he was just trashed.
Yeah.
Alright.
No, we don't know, this is Thursday night.
Right.
So...
Okay.
I don't remember. I think it went from Wednesday to Friday with Hana. So.
Yeah. Those are the last words spoken this evening before we head our own ways. Up until I arrive home, I still can't understand him. Here...
How dare you say maybe I should have a personality and, like, goals that aren't just getting Ash to love me.
Yeah. How dare he, like, dismantle my entire life and worldview because I'm fucking...
a dumb bitch.
Yeah. Because I'm Bacanium alloy. Apparently it's dismantled by exposure to sunlight. Who knew?
Fucking right.
Here, however, a whole different set of questions await me. Much like everything today, it comes with the littlest of things. A lone note greets me upon reaching my unit's door. Its edges flutter lightly against the faint, warm breeze passing through the small complex. My hand stops short of twisting the knob as I stare at it, though I don't make any moves to take it. Ashton's neat script lines its surface. Dropped by earlier, you weren't around. Any idea where Scaredy Cat is? I couldn't contact her. Inspector Abigail has a few questions. LPD stuff. Something about her dead coworkers. Anyway.
Coworkers. Multiple.
Anyway, let me know how the two of you have been doing. I'll see you later. Ash emoji.
Winky, squiggle, sparkle.
The message he left, short and straight to the point, but not without the underlying hint of friendship. He's looking for Isabella, apparently. Something about LPD's investigation of her coworker's death, but ends its formal tone by checking on me. Us. Any other day, the former part of his message will likely prod as the piercing envy I've been holding, while the latter will probably send my heart a flutter.
Oh, you crazy bitch.
Little things from him that I want to mean something more. Yet this time only guilt fills me, and my eyes briefly shifts towards Isabella's empty unit.
Good! You shouldn't feel... like, envy or jealousy. Isabel didn't do nothing.
Luke's words repeat inside my head as I do so.
Just some lovesick woman craving for another's affection.
Oh shit. He's in our brain.
No, but see, because she needs to get into her head that, like, your self-worth or value and entire life shouldn't just revolve around that one thing. That's unfair to Ash, even if, like, he was into you, or could be. That shouldn't be the only fucking thing.
Have I always been like this?
Yes, you have always been like this.
Oh my fucking god.
I mean, I didn't play the game, but JC did.
No, she has. Yep. Yeah, no, it's literally like the whole thing was just about how much he's obsessed with Ash and how dense as fuck he is and didn't pay attention because he's just not interested in you. Girl, move on.
This selfish?
Mhm.
In truth, I've intended to call Ash after that dinner, if I didn't catch him here, invite him to that party like I've planned. There's time, and he's still probably awake at around this hour. But my hands won't move. And perhaps it is for the better.
Means it there anyways.
Until I've had the time to think this through, it'll be best if I distance myself from those I've been clinging tightly to. Find a different perspective and see things for what they are. With a soft sigh, I reach for the note and crumple it under my hand.
Good, that's healthy. Move on.
The knob twists open with much ease when I enter this time. Maybe after some introspection, it'll be easier. For tomorrow, I have that woman in the mansion to worry about. I want to take a quick break. I need to go refill my drink.
I gotta pee, so yeah, we'll pause
Sure.
real fast.
Sure.
Buddy is so cute. I don't need to be watched. Thank you for checking in on me. Oh, you got your wham job? Oh, you got your little wham job? Oh, can I see you? Oh, thank you. There you go. Okay. Want to push out? You're gonna be squeezing the fucking windows. Don't just get the pits. I'm sorry, this is day over. Okay. Alrighty. Stop it, no. No, ow, stop you. Ow, stop it. It's sticking. You have food. Go eat it. We didn't get more food.
Okay, I'm back. And new day.
Alrighty. The night was on without further incident, despite the great number of thoughts swimming inside my head. Come morning, there's only a hush. A strange sort of stillness, unlike the ones greeting me every morn. This one's an easy, tight with anticipation, like a string stretched thin, merely waiting for the proper time to snap. Oh, Jesus, she's gonna go crazy now. Granted, it doesn't make my day... Oh my God, I'm sorry. Doesn't make my day any less pleasant, but the edge is there. And as expected, the second I step out of my flat, it comes apart, broken by the voices of two squabbling adults, echoing from a floor below. The quiet was nice while it lasted. Shame.
What the hell were you thinking?
I wasn't. Ow! Could you let go?
Well, I know who that is. Not a few seconds later, they both ascend the stairs, with Aspen pulling Isabella by her wrist. She struggles, as she should, but his hold on her remains firm. Freeing herself means having to draw blood, as she attempts to pry his hand off with her other one or using unnecessary force to push herself away. What the fuck? Neither of which is better than the other. One could potentially end in an accident, while the other means having to hurt him physically. Wow, geez, Rebecca sounds like she's about to push one of them down the stairs. She has the good sense to realize that, at least, however, it doesn't take the desperate edge in her voice when she answers Ashton's temper with her own. So on they go, none the wiser to my presence.
Do you have any idea how much trouble you could get in?
That's why I'm asking you for help.
Is this what you've been doing these past 3 days? Because this doesn't make your case convincing, Isabella.
What has changed?
Rose died, Ash.
I don't know.
I know.
It could be what
Every
she's
single
trying to do.
person in Luxburg knows. It's on the damn news. But that doesn't mean...
People are missing. Some of those are my friends. And BRC's just covering it all up.
Oh, shit.
I mean, I could see why they would want to. If it's a fucking murder house and they're trying to sell these fucking things.
Yeah.
You can't just barge into my office and expect me to do anything about it, right off the bat. This isn't a children's game, Isabella. We have procedures. We have to follow protocol. There's red tape all over this case for a reason.
Yeah, so that you can actually get the bad guys and then not just get a fucking legal loophole to keep by.
Yeah. Oh, Ash is still on the there's no ghosts train.
You know,
He thinks something's going on, but he's like, it's not a ghost.
Ash, you have to believe me this time. If we don't do anything right now, more people will...
It's been a whole week. This stupid letter prank is getting old real fast. I'm sick of it.
Ash, you gotta fucking...
Ash.
Who has to end up dead for you to finally believe this, okay? Fucking
Bruh.
who, man?
Bruh.
I know. Fucking... He's
It was
trying to
funny
be
the
so
first
reasonable
time,
because
not
what is
so
he gonna
much
do
now.
against the ghost? So what? Fucking wave his gun in his badge? No.
It was funny the first time. She fucking almost broke down
funny.
crying.
Yeah, dude, it was not Ash, come on, we had that cute scene at the park. You got a little smoochy on the cheek. You were blood. It was so cute. Now you're... Quit being...
You're the only one that can help me with this, Ash. Even Rebecca won't.
All right, you two are awfully loud. What's going on here?
Both of their heads snap up, almost in unison. A displeased frown is on each of their faces, but this is a necessary interruption. What can they do? People still in their units have already taken interest in the commotion, with some taking a peek behind the curtains, while others are bold enough to creak open the doors if only slightly. Hell yeah. I'd be fucking like, what is going on?
Yeah, I want to hear why people are arguing about
I
murders
know
outside.
information. If they don't keep it down, pretty soon our landlady will show up with her fake old person voice.
Right?
Getting a reprimand from her is the last thing I want to happen. First thing on a Friday morning, even if this is hardly my fault.
Well, if you want to continue this, you two better do it elsewhere. You're disturbing other people.
Don't worry, we're
I
done
say
here.
at the top of my lungs, definitely not disturbing those same people.
Right.
No, we aren't. Becca, I looked it up. I called them. I visited some of them, and...
Which you shouldn't have done in the first place.
Yeah, that's what you do when you investigate things.
I know. That's my job that I'm not doing, apparently.
Isabella,
what the
you're
fuck?
going to create more problems for us with what you're doing. A team has already been assigned to it. Leave it to us.
Your precious team is looking at it the wrong way. Becca, it's not just Rose. There are others.
That last bit strikes a chord, prods strongly at a memory. At that vicious smile already etched deeply inside my mind. The image appears clear enough that, at the mere mention of it, I stumble on my own question.
What do you mean?
The letter, Rebecca! It's not...
It's nothing. If there's really something going on because of that dumb letter, none of us would be standing here. We've all read it, haven't we? But Rebecca's alive. Zach's alive. I'm alive.
Oh, shit.
So for the last time, this isn't a curse.
Now? You don't fucking know, though.
Hang on. Pump
I
the
know,
brakes
hopefully
for a
we can be
second.
like, no, look, I've seen shit. But I don't know if it's going to give us that fucking option, even though we've seen shit. Twice.
Would Ash be on board if we let either Isabel or Zach die?
We're not letting Zach die.
No.
Make it clear.
No,
Okay.
I'm not
Don't
saying
even
we
say
do
that.
that.
Don't even say it. Don't say it. It's not. No, not on the table ever.
Oh, I'm sorry. Forgive me for theory crafting in this multiple ending bullshit.
There's a murderer on the loose, and your coworkers happen to be the victims. Give it a rest, Isabella. It's too early for this shit.
Don't you think that's too much for a coincidence?
Not so much. Most serial killers follow a pattern. I'll tell you about it some other time. And anyway, coincidence or not, the point is, civilians like you aren't supposed to get involved. You're putting yourself in danger.
That is fair, though. People at the company she works at are turning up missing. She shouldn't be just going off necessarily on her own.
True.
Because what if whoever is like, if this was like a serial killer or something else, nefarious, they'd be like, well, she works here and she's looking into shit she shouldn't be. Time for her to die.
Yeah, gosh, if only she had a friend who was like a super parka detective that she could like enlist the aid of.
Yeah, who never has to worry about losing his fucking badge because it's on the wall that's attached to his fucking pants with his fucking chain.
Yeah.
I know.
I wasn't chasing after.
Will the both of you slow down and stop arguing for a minute? What's this about your coworkers, Belle?
Becca, please don't tell me now you believe this shit.
Just shut up. Hold a fucking second. Let me listen to her. Dude, calm down. Sure, in a heartbeat, I'll agree with Ashton. That's how it has always been, besides having a very good point. Really, they're the very same ones he'll make every time I ask too many questions. But the fact of the matter is, what he wants to hear from me right now is far from what I've been sensing these past few days. Thank you! It doesn't matter what Isabella or I believe on our own. Something odd has been happening around me, and that letter she picked up is at the heart of this. I might have seen her.
Might have seen her.
Yes. Ashton in particular won't be too happy to hear it. Yeah, fine.
Whoa.
What, he's like,
Isabella went way the fuck up.
That's because I'm like, listen, okay, I have been seeing some shit. Imagining the look on his face doesn't take too much effort. Stick a bear claw in there, it's fine.
No, that's the professor.
Yeah, but I'm sure anybody who just holds their mouth open just...
Sure.
There you go. His entire posture shifts the moment my reluctance shows. Shoulders tensing, brows furrowing, eyes gaining a sharp edge. Comparing notes after you guys finish. And I bought this. It was on sale, too, so I'm going to be playing the shit out of it once we finish the playthrough. I'm holding off because I'm like, I don't want to stumble across possible other spoilers or something. So.
I'm interested. I would love to hear more later. Shadow.
He's already bracing himself from the disappointment. And it will be a disappointment. Not in a million years did I ever believe I'll be saying this either.
I might have seen her. The woman Belle's been telling us about. The one she said she saw in the attic.
Both of them stare at me like I've grown an extra head, and for a few moments, Ashton looks as if he's about to have a fit. Quick, shove an ice cream cone in there. A pause treads at its heels after a silence thick enough one can almost hear a pin drop. A lot of pins
You're
dropping
kidding,
these days.
Right?
Do I look
fucking
like
wish
I'm
I was.
joking?
Really, Becca? Not funny.
Ash,
I'm not fucking laughing.
lying. Why would I lie about this?
Yeah, why
It's
would we
been
be
this
fucking
way
with you like this?
Since the film fest. The past few days have been really odd since we read that letter.
Or maybe you're all just feeling under the weather.
I'm not sick.
Why does
Don't
everything
you
being
think I
sick
know that by
equals
now?
all these hallucinations? How many times have you been like, oh yeah, my tummy kind of hurts and I'm seeing, weird creepy dead ladies. Yeah, it's fine. It'll probably go away in a couple days. No, that's not how that works.
Right?
Becca, you're starting to sound like Scaredy Cat. Give me a break.
Why don't you?
Listen.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, you two.
It was Isabella's voice cut sharply through the conversation, abruptly putting an end to the brewing argument.
It's all my fault. This is all my fault.
Yes, but
I was only
had
hoping
to
I
for the
could
game.
fix this before any of you. I'm sorry for dragging you all into this.
I can't wait till Ash starts seeing shit. And he's like, oh, well, fuck. I guess I have to tell everybody I'm wrong.
I guess I have a stomach ache.
Better go to see a doctor.
Yeah.
She breathes in, deep studying, and in that moment, something falls behind her eyes as she looks away.
I'll fix this. I promise.
quiet resolve. The same one I saw on her that night from 3 days ago. But this time it burns brighter. Even Ashton wavers at its sight when she looks him straight in the eyes, gaze unflinching. Gradually, his grip on her wrist loosens. Finally,
Well, there's nothing to fix. The problem is...
Just this once, Ash.
Her voice, though small and lacking any force, stops him. Along with it, every sound, every noise dies around us, a hush descending as if the world is waiting for her words.
You don't have to come with me. But if I don't do anything, I am going to regret it.
She lays her hand atop his. Gentle. Pleading. Almost intimate, if one does not consider the circumstances we found ourselves in. She's going over the balcony. Oh, what a terrible accident! Ash, you saw it. She fell. Tripped. Ashton will never tell a soul. Will never admit to even himself, but in this short second that his own resolve breaks. The moment the hard edge in his... What was the hand? It just...
They basically hold hands.
And he relinquishes this hold on her, letting his hand fall limply to his side. When they float. I'm sorry. Dissolve, float. Wordlessly, Isabella steps back and runs off, leaving only a muttered thanks and a small, lackluster smile. No, literally, Ash, you should probably go with her and make sure she's okay and isn't gonna get into shit. It's gonna get her, actually, in trouble with something and not just murder ghost.
Yeah.
Yeah. Only after the last of her footsteps fade away does Ashton move, breaking the silence with one of his sharp exhales before reaching up to pinch the bridge of his nose in a gesture of frustration and surrender.
Did you really have to tell her that?
What do you want to hear from me then? That everything's fine?
No, I want all of you to stop putting these ideas in her head. None of it is helping.
We're seeing shit too. It's not just her. We're not just enabling her. There's fucking
Don't
ghosts.
worry about her. I'll bring her back here.
Good luck. He's already poised to leave when my own instinct takes over. I reach for him, gripping his elbow with the same unyielding grip, the action prompted by voices whispering at the back of my mind. I love you! What? I invite you to a dance. or not a dance, it's a there's gonna probably be dancing. You know the haunted ass fucking mansion with that guy who you're pretty sure is up to a whole bunch of illegal shit? Yeah, I'm going to their house. Wanna come? He's already made it clear he's not going to believe me, but he deserves a word of caution. Who knows where all this will take us, how all of this will end. He shouldn't be caught off guard, beliefs notwithstanding. Don't be a fucking idiot.
Ash, I know you don't believe in those things she's saying. And you know me. I'm less inclined to believe in those things as you do. But I've seen something. There's something strange going on here. You don't have to buy it. If you don't want to listen to me, fine. But please, try to hear her out. It's bad enough that Isabella goes off like this without telling anyone. I'm just worried something might happen to her if she keeps at it. Talk to
Seriously,
her,
because
okay?
fucking ghost.
Or I don't know, fucking enlist more aid.
Seriously.
Yeah, go in
Well, I'm
groups.
only wondering, how has he has to have seen something by now, right? They all looked at it at the same time. I mean, now Zach's experienced something.
Mm-hmm.
Hannah's experienced something. She's about to be possessed. We don't know what Luke's seen. He's alcoholic. So, he could be seeing shit constantly. He's like, oh, this is new. Marianne's seen something. Rebecca's seen something. Isabella's fucking nearly been killed by something.
Yeah.
So, how is he not? Or is he just, definitely nope, not real. It's a trick of the light. Yep, okay, I got shit to do.
I think Ash has been following the same playbook as Bacanium Alloy. In just being must have been a drug addict with a wig that I happen to keep running into.
I had a cough for half a second there, so I'm clearly just hallucinating because I'm sick, but it's fine. I'm not going to try to stay home or anything. I'm just
As if she
shit. It's
trusts
okay.
me enough for that.
Doesn't the fact that she approached you first about this, instead of me, already say a lot?
A different kind of trust. Granted implicitly and never spoken, sometimes too big, too fragile to last. He falls silent for a long moment as he turns it over in his mind. In the end, all he managed... Some of the animation just... In the end, all he manages to offer is a small nod before he departs, and a promise to at least listen to her, without the teasing or the jibes. Good, that would probably fucking help.
Though that's where he follows up with Zach.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A favor for me, and the least he could do for her.
Okay, so that was a conversation that led to Ash and Belle going to see Zach and just being like, "No, okay, we're gonna try this. Try believing this time."
Yeah. This is as much as I can do for him as well until I've understood what's happening myself. Also, there was like a tenderness between Ash and Isabella, and she didn't get all fucking petty and pissy. So, like, good for you, Rebecca.
Victory.
See, isn't that much fucking better? Something to do with your life than to just be fucking awful.
Right.
Tonight, hopefully, where this all started will provide answers I'm looking for. Oh god, tonight this shit goes down. Just on like a social level, let alone who knows what Rebecca's gonna see there. Because probably gonna be ghosts, I'm sure. Except the whole thing's off to a bad start, and all of a sudden, whatever Isabel claims, dwelling in the mansion becomes the least of my concerns. Of all the cabbies in Luxembourg, I have to chance upon the superstitious one. Still not as bad as finding out your car started refuses to crank on when it was still working this morning, yes? But it's equally as frustrating when you're forced to walk the rest of the way. What? He's like, nah, bitch.
Oh, you actually did do that. It's just like, nah, I'm not fucking going there.
Fuck?
Walk your
That's
ass
a fucking
over.
haunted mansion. I am not getting no ghosts in this fucking cab in my life. Done. That's smart, though.
1-star Uber review.
Well, yeah, but fucking 5-star for Survivor in a horror movie. That motherfucker already getting got. All because the driver got spooked. Isabella and him get along so well. Or will get along so well. I do get his reasons. After all, I've had my fair taste of the bizarre lately. Yeah, she's all up. She's like, I mean, there could be some haunted shit. So, all of which might have been brought upon by that letter Isabella found here. But you'd think he'd at least be charitable enough to take me a little closer to the house itself, not at a distance 15 minutes away from it by foot. Good thing I'm not wearing anything too formal or constricting. Oh god, yeah, that'd be a bitch and a half in heels. You take those fuckers off, put them back on once you get there.
Yep.
The cabbie refused to take me to the Murder Ghost Mansion 0 if I won't pay again. But when I end up dead, he's not. I guess he's gonna have the last laugh. No tip or anyways. Otherwise, that short walk would have likely put me in a bad mood long before I have to suffer in a room full of strangers tonight. Although this soon proves to be a problem the second the driveway comes into view and I near the entrance. Severely underdressed is a total understatement to describe how I look. Cars, with more than my own apartment and childhood home combined, line the mansion's front yard. Men and women decked out in the best also flock near the entrance. Most are eager for the festivities to start, while some are simply idling about, enjoying the warm afternoon sun before it sets. But once the woman standing at the front porch speaks, their undivided attention immediately shifts to her. Presumably Mrs. Wright, from the confident manner she holds herself among present company. This despite keeping a far simpler appearance than the rest of her own guests, or not having her husband beside her. A trait worthy of utmost admiration at best. At worst, she's the envy of every woman, the subject of every gossip in Luxembourg.
Welcome everyone.
And Mom said we could have been good friends, so... I can't even picture myself mingling with the kind of guests she has. Though I admit she does seem familiar now that I've seen her this close. Memories of sitting in a vanity not mine, being dressed in clothes too fancy for my taste. They flit briefly in my mind until her cheerful tone rises above the buzz of our enraptured audience again.
Please, make yourselves at home.
I wish I can share her enthusiasm, really. But being surrounded by all this extravagance, for the lack of a better term, merely makes me dread how the rest of the night might go. I shouldn't have let Luke's words affect me like that. I should have just gone ahead and asked Ashton like I planned. I mean, we know he ends up there.
Yeah.
Canonically, so she's gonna be like, what the? No.
Yeah.
If he were here, then I won't have to...
Be careful with Shirley, alright?
Fucking car. This piece of shit.
Yeah.
Don't you steal that car? And they're like,
Yeah.
sir, don't worry.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take any of them. The rest of that thought dies in my mind at once. A moment of astonishment overcomes me before confusion sets in seconds later. It takes another for my body to catch up. Once it does, when I finally turn to see it for myself, it's his familiar mop of hair that catches my eyes first. He didn't even fucking change, and there's still a damn chain attached to his fucking wallet. There's one asshole. And there he is, almost an arm's reach if it isn't for the guest standing between us. Ashton Frey standing in the Armengard Mansion's driveway with an air too lackadaisical? That can't fucking be a word.
No, lackadaisical. Basically careless.
What?
Yeah.
That's a fucking weird looking word. Okay. Lackadaisical for someone who absolutely abhors parties of any form. Or has any business here as far as I know. The picture it forms is too bizarre for me that my mouth speaks out ahead of any coherent thought.
Ashton?
What the fuck? No. He swivels on his heels with an equally puzzled face. An odd expression flashes momentarily across it once he sees me, though he blinks it away before I can figure out what it is exactly.
Becca, what are you doing here?
I was invited.
Really? I had no idea you were friends with the host.
Well, I wouldn't call it friend. It's complicated.
No, I'm a
lot of
child.
parental issues.
Well, it's my parents, actually. But that's beside the point. What
I
are
opened the
you
letter.
doing here? You hate parties.
I still do. I'm just here on behalf of a friend.
That in itself is weird coming from him.
Oh, Isabella would have gone to investigate, but instead Ash was just like, no, you'll fuck it up, I'm going.
Yeah, or if you think there's actually a ghost, like maybe you shouldn't show up to the fucking place where you found the thing.
Yeah.
It doesn't help that he isn't even making an effort to spare a glance my way when he answers. Instead, they're focused at some point in the crowd. His gaze darting between people walking past us until a small frown forms on his face.
That's rare. Do you have someone with you then?
Nope, just me. I won't be staying long.
Well, if that's the case, maybe you and I can...
Chief?
Ashton, what's...
Unexpectedly, he places a hand on my shoulder, stopping me mid-sentence. Does he not realize that Luke and the chief of police are like buddy-buddy? And also that the chief of police is a bag of shit? Because, like, he's had to have held more than a 30-second conversation with him if he's a detective. And, like, that guy's a very glaringly apparent piece of shit.
I'm gonna go with no and yes in that order.
Like, but he's at all the part. You think it's somewhere he would have heard of it. And they're like, hey, so how was that fucking Luke Wright's party that you went to? And you were hanging out with him last weekend because you're just buddies. Some fucking detective he is, you know? He still has the distracted look on him, except this time his eyes are sharper, as if he's found what or who he's been searching for among the throng of partygoers earlier.
Sorry, Becca. I need to... There's something I need to check for a bit. I'll talk to you later. Do you
That's
have a ride
fine,
home?
No,
I don't.
I had to take a cab here. My car wouldn't start this afternoon. But what about...
Could be haunted.
I told you to get that old thing checked before, didn't I? You can head back with me after this. Anyway, I gotta go. See ya. Be careful, okay?
I meet the smile he hastily throws my way with a frown of my own. What does he mean by that? But before I can ask, already he has turned his back from me and is walking away, without a single explanation whatsoever. In some desperate effort, I try to catch up with him, for I don't know what warranted this sudden departure and his odd warning at the end.
Hey, be careful! About what exact...
Only for my attempts to be interrupted by a muffled ringing from my pocket. Mom's cheerful voice greets me as soon as I answer.
Yes, I'm at the party already, Mom. Yes, I'll say hi to her if I can.
Conversation itself doesn't last long and definitely doesn't warrant getting that really awkward sounding voice actress on again.
No, we could only pay her for a couple lines. She's good to go.
Yeah, no one will miss it. Just a simple hello, a reminder to enjoy the party and to send their regards to their old student. I hate her. How dare she have affection for my parents and them actually care.
Right.
No. But when the call ends and I get to look up, Ashton's already nowhere in sight. With a sigh and admittedly a little disappointment, I tuck my mobile back into my pocket and head inside. Even with familiar company, however coincidental this meeting is, this is somehow shaping up to a terrible evening. And oh, what an evening it's gonna be.
Right.
The party hits full swing an hour later. With the host's opening remarks given, still no sign of her husband, the poor woman and the guest promptly fed Does Rebecca not realize that Luke is Hannah's oh my god. She
Nope.
saw them at the open house!
Yeah, but she's fucking
Gosh.
dumb.
She's gonna be like, well, I had no idea! What a weird coincidence! Oh, this is super awkward!
Yep.
Cool. With the host open, and the guest promptly fed, the band shifts the melody to a livelier tune. Soon, laughter and the rhythmic tapping of shoes filled the room, all in accordance to the lifting strains of music. It seems fun, I admit. Fascinating at certain moments, the flurry of dancers making their music their own, almost with no care in the world. If I weren't so indisposed, I'd have joined the crowd for a song or two. There isn't a lack of invitations anyway. Plenty of them, in fact, with someone asking more than once. See, look, like, people are interested in you, no care, you could take a chance. But no, it's only my stubborn refusal that prevents me from joining them. Exactly, at least
Yeah.
she can admit it. And I can. A single nod is all it'll take, and the evening would have been far enjoyable for me.
No, but instead I'm gonna stew and brood and just be a bitch in the corner.
And then being mad at everybody else.
Yeah.
The pride of my own silly hopes, the thought of being seen with one of them by him, curbs that, as much as I hate to admit it. If anything, at like worst, being the you're kind of crazy, maybe he'll see, notice, and get jealous and realize, hey, maybe I do have feelings, and if at the thought of her not being available, it makes me upset. But whatever.
I mean,
Like, that also is not healthy, but like...
yeah, I was about to say the I will make him jealous play. That's not any healthier than present course.
No, but you'd think that she'd be like, if she was so obsessive.
Yeah.
Because doing so also means outright acknowledging the douche's claims.
Ooh, he under our skin.
I mean, somebody fucking needed to tell her, because seriously.
Yeah.
That he has to be the one to tell me that still sends my blood boiling. I would have preferred someone more agreeable, less of an honest. I love how she's like, I needed to hear it.
It's not from him.
It's a hard truth to swallow, especially when the very person at the center of it makes denial difficult. Can't even spare me a minute of his attention or a single glance at me the whole evening. Hell, Zachary might have spoken more words to me. The big guy is busy covering the event to boot. But at least he manages to slip in a conversation or two between takes, or a small wave of his hand when he passes by. See? I mean, I wouldn't want that to, poor Zach deserves way better, but like, Zach's nice. But you can show interest. He's a very interesting, kind, caring person. He's adorable. He's a photographer. He can cook.
We are not punishing
Yeah.
Zach by making him end up with
No,
Becca.
absolutely not.
Yeah.
No, like, he deserves a nice person without the fucking crazy baggage.
Yeah.
So, like, nobody in this fucking game.
Yeah.
But, like, she had, like, it's her own reason that she's just clung to Ash.
Yeah.
And only Ash.
Yeah.
And so, that's on fucking her.
Yeah.
What's Ashton's excuse? Busy with his fucking job because of his murders? Ah, douche, no. He's been flitting in and out of sight the whole time. One moment he's hanging around a small group, and another he's hovering around the string band.
My god, it's almost as if when he told you he
He's-
was here because of someone else, that he was here because of someone else.
And also, he means that in like a work capacity, because that's what he do. Just a second ago, he's wolfing down some deviled eggs with a buffet table, a glass of wine in hand. Okay,
yes.
I mean, he's got to eat.
A man of culture.
Hey, deviled eggs are good. Fuck you. I'm personally offended now. Dude, I love deviled eggs. They're yummy. They're super easy party food, too.
If I'm at a fucking rich person buffet, I'm not going straight for the fucking deviled eggs. Like, $100 says there's something way better to scarf on at that area.
I like what, caviar? Ooh, it's salted fish eggs.
No,
Fucking
don't
just
go
because
for-
something's a-
Fuck you, not the fucking fish eggs, the fucking chef-prepared hors d'oeuvres that are there. I don't know, some bacon shit.
some bacon shit. There could be bacon in the deviled eggs. Like, you chop some of that up, a little bit of pickle relish. Like, I know it sounds a little weird, but it's actually really delicious.
No. There's got to be some kind of fancy, like, single bite hors d'oeuvre thing that I could just, like,
Probably
grab
like
buckets
a
of.
scallop bacon wrap with
Sure.
like some really fancy sauce.
Yeah.
I still you can have a deviled egg and then some other things though, Ian. Jesus. You don't you get one object, you pick one thing and that's all you can have for the night. That's not how it works.
Yeah, well, he picked the one object as being the fucking deviled eggs, so.
He's got a fucking chain wallet. Of course he's eating the fucking deviled eggs. This fucking guy. I didn't know any better. I'd say he doesn't want to be with any of his friends. All 2 of them. No. Is it because his boss is here?
Oh, God.
No, please forward those to me. I love food.
I will.
Yep. Thank you. What's the big deal about that? It has never bothered him before.
I swear, the next person who asks, I'm dancing the night away with. Ashton can go fuck himself.
You would catch his eye a lot better if you wore nicer clothes, don't you think?
Or just acknowledged him and talked to him and let him know, you know what, Ashton, we've been friends a long time.
Oh, hey, we hated Becca when we were in this conversation the first time, too.
Yep. Her voice almost makes me jump, too focused on the gobshite wandering around the ballroom and my own annoyance to notice. If she's heard any of the profanities I've mumbled or she's taken notice of my discomfiture, she makes no comment on it, merely greeting me with a smile when I turn my attention to her. Miss Hannah Wright gives off a whole different air when she's not speaking to an audience. Homely, a bit too friendly for my liking. I don't have feelings or friends. No. But I guess that comes from being raised in such an environment and having to deal with pompous, snooty people. Though I suppose nothing has really changed from years ago. I remember her carrying herself in the same manner during that one and only visit. Does she remember any of it? I won't be surprised if she doesn't. It has taken me a while myself. She's probably met a lot of people like little Becky throughout the years. Might have already forgotten about me or my parents. She did it because she sent that letter.
Yeah, she fucking invited them.
Yeah, like a week. God, just fucking... Becca also have like short-term fucking dumb bitch memory loss? People like her thrive on connections after all. Nevertheless, I return a smile, awkward and stiff as it may be.
Didn't realize the housewarming was going to be this fancy. I would have gone with a nice dress if I knew.
Oh, you're
Not that I own
fine,
any.
dearie. It's only really the parvenu, those who climb, that come to these parties all dolled up. Quite the black-haired beauty, isn't he?
It takes me a while to realize who she's talking about. Until Ashton walks by again, in closer proximity than any of the times he has done before this evening. Still without a look of acknowledgement our way, though, even if Ms. Wright speaks loud enough to catch the attention of anyone within earshot.
Who, Ash?
Nah,
No,
he's a
you
fucking
really
spaz.
should
You
have
see his
turned
fucking
down
chain
his
wallet?
offers. If I wasn't married, I'd happily go dancing with those young men. But you said a name. Ash. That's the exquisite lad you've been looking at all this time.
Call him exquisite.
I
Like,
don't
he's
know
cute,
him,
but
and
he's a
I'm the one
fucking
hosting his
idiot.
party.
Yeah.
That must
Yeah, I'm
be
into it, but god damn it, he needs to lose that fucking chain wallet. Like, I love Billy. We've been together over 10 years, but if that motherfucker started wearing a chain wallet, I would have to, like, consider some things, okay? First one would be toss that fucking thing in the trash and be like, don't do that. You're a grown-ass adult. Get a fanny pack before getting a fucking chain wallet. Damn. Like, don't do that, but come on.
Ashton's chapter is going to be a wild... No, Ashton's chapter will be fine because we never have to see him.
Nope, there we go. Is he a boyfriend? I mean, we'll see his picture when he dialogues, but it'll be from, like, the chest up. So I don't have to see that fucking wallet.
Yeah.
Is he your boyfriend then? Because... Oh, no, that's what she said. This isn't the first time someone has made that assumption. Almost every student I've had in the past did. My coworkers, more often than not, assume he is. A few of my neighbors also think we're an item. It's probably because you have sass so fucking much.
Mm-hmm.
Not that Ashton has ever reacted to those. He's been quite indifferent about it, in fact. Well, then maybe he just doesn't want to have to clearly be like, look, Becca, I'm not interested in you romantically, because that seems a little harsh.
Yeah.
So, like, still, the heart of a blush creeps up my cheeks, a denial ready, despite wanting it to happen so badly myself.
What? No, that's ridiculous. He isn't my boyfriend.
Such a violent reaction. A simple no would have sufficed.
Seriously,
Many here would
Becca,
be
what are
happy
you,
to hear
six?
it.
And I haven't been looking at him.
Bullshit.
You fucking absolutely have. It's literally been just him. I do my best to summon a straight face, but before her good cheer, it easily falters.
That's right. You've been staring. Quite heatedly, in fact. Although I'm not sure if you look like you want to kiss him or kill him.
It's more the latter,
Why not both?
currently.
Right.
Just don't go murdering him on my property.
We already
Walk
enough
into a
ghosts
room
and
and suddenly
bodies.
find a body there.
Subtlety like... Seriously, it's infectious in a way. No sooner I find myself enjoying our chat more than I've imagined to myself too. Although her attention briefly wavers at one point, she remains a good companion. Even more once I've mentioned who my parents are. Her face quickly lights up and fondness graces her face, despite the meeting from several years ago being a short one. But of course, there are some things we really can't avoid talking about. After all, it's one of the few things I remember her asking me the moment she spotted little Becky in the room. Do you have a boyfriend? In retrospect, it's an odd thing to talk about as children when there are loads we could have started with. No, when you're 12 and 14, yes, probably got it.
You were the cutest little thing with glasses. And when we met, you were having boy troubles with this lad called something with an A.
Oh shit, run.
I believe I still have the clothes she gave me. Chosen all so I could impress him. Why would you still have a dress from when you were 12? Jesus, like, you can't wear it, so why would you keep it? Like, what? Dude, I just lost all the clothes from, like, middle school except for, like, one shirt. I got one shirt that somehow... But I moved several times. But still, Becca isn't living in with her parents, so, like, why does she have that? It's weird. Yeah, on top of all the other fucking issues she has.
Mm-hmm.
And even back then, Ashton has always been denser than a rock, says fucking Bacanium.
Says
and
Bacanium
that one
alloy.
attempt to get him to notice backfired spectacularly, so of course, abandoned it completely and never just fucking talked to him about it. Sure, he's keen, he's a detective for heaven's sake, but feelings more often than not escapes him. Again, says
So maybe
Bacanium.
you should make up for his lack of being able to sense feelings by flapping your fucking lips and making words at him.
And just tell him how you feel instead of trying to assume one day he'll go, oh, you're in love with me. Oh, okay.
What was it again? Aaron, Alan, Adele, Albert, Alexander, Andrew?
Which makes this whole talk all the more embarrassing. And the more names she lists off, the more my discomfort grows until my smile turns into a grimace. What will she think of me? Here she is, married to a man she most probably loves at that. While I'm still stuck in the same place, yearning for the same person, not making any attempt to just communicate that with words like an adult.
Ashton! Ash! That man is that boy! The same one. Oh,
Well,
goodness
Dad.
me, after all these years! I can see why, though. He's quite dashing.
You
only
don't
give her that
really need to announce it to everyone with an earshot, you know? Keep it down.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
but
that's
it
probably the
really
big
is
reason is she
cute.
just doesn't want to, have the, he doesn't.
Yeah.
And that's that.
And that would just, destroy her entire worldview.
Yeah, because it literally has just been focused around him loving her finally.
Yeah.
She says that before a short moment, a hint of pity flickers in her eyes. I take that as a chance to change the subject before anything more can be said over the matter. I haven't even figured out how I should feel about the things Luke told me. Now I'm getting dragged into a similar discussion.
This is a nice party, Miss Wright.
Though, to be frank, I doubt she will be so willing to pass this up. The topic has already captured her attention.
Please, Anna's fine. We're friends of a sort, aren't we? We must be friends, seeing as I know about your little infatuation, Becky. Don't you worry, dearie. You'll have your happy ending yet.
I'm
Don't
not
encourage
too
her.
concerned about that, am I? That's not what I'm looking for.
Oh?
Bullshit.
And what makes you think that? Doesn't everybody want their happy ending?
Not you.
The idea of happy endings sounds like they're just for fairy tales.
And who would believe that? Some
Yeah.
dumb
And they
bitch?
are, sorta. I don't think you can just sit around, trapped in some tower and hope for the best. If you love them, you have to fight for it, right?
Or just have a conversation and then you'll know how they feel, or they can make a decision and then you can accept that and go from there.
There's no way
But
that
no, yeah,
waiting
sure,
in a
that's
tower and hoping for the best will work out. My plan is to wait in a tower and hope for the best.
And then be bitter as shit and just sharp to anybody who, without even knowing, has gotten in the way of that tower because I didn't say anything.
You're not just going to sit there and hope that everything will just fix itself on its own. Like everything, you have to work at it.
Jesus Christ, Becca.
I know. Hypocrisy, that's what this is. How dare I preach about something when that's exactly what I've been doing?
So you're self-aware and you're still this fucking thick.
I know, it's the fucking worst, I think. And then... I go and act as if I'm entitled to any of it. That by virtue of us growing up together, he must return whatever I feel for him. That he's not allowed to look at another because I'm the only one who has stayed by his side the longest. But in the first place, Ashton has always been his own person. Oh my god, is she fucking waking up? A little bit? Just fucking... That'd be amazing. This is something I cannot force on him. I can only hold on to these. Take care of it until the time comes I can confess it to him. There's been fucking 17 years. There's time. Great if he reciprocates, but if he can't, you can still be friends.
Well,
It'll be awkward for a little bit, but if
okay.
if she really cares about him
Mhm.
and they really are such good friends, it doesn't have to just be romantic, then you'll still be that.
So,
Yeah.
I like how it's just like it's been 17 years. For Bacanium alloy, this realization has only happened in the last, 10 hours.
Yep.
So now it's time to think it through.
I would love if, there's this fucking life or death situation. Fine, she's like, Ash, I love you. And he's like, no, fucking now, though? No, listen, I cannot right now. We have a fucking ghost. We're putting a pin in this. We got shit to do, Becca. Keep focus. Fuck. No. If he won't? Selfish. I've been too selfish. How laughable that Luke's words still true up until now.
But what do I know?
I'm sure the daughter of the two greatest professors I've ever known is smart enough to know what she's talking about.
At one point, maybe I would have easily agreed to that. However, the past weeks have also seen changes in the way I view things, like ghosts. As nice as these things sound, it turns out whatever I've previously known may not even be true for other people, or for myself. It is sobering and almost funny how things I might have said with much certainty before now has doubts muddying each of them. But there will be time to mull about these later because when a hush suddenly descends into the room, a whole different issue rears. Especially fucking Luke strides into the now quiet ballroom, fashionably laden, oozing with the same pompous mien he always carries around with him.
Good evening, ladies and gents. Enjoying the party? I hope I'm not too late in welcoming you all to the right mansion.
You are, but whatever. Before long, Hannah leaves my side to join him, and it doesn't take a genius to piece it all together.
Welcome, one and all, to our humble abode.
Even though I saw both of them in this fucking house, and on the invitation it said, Miss Luke and Hannah Wright, I'm such a dumb bitch.
So enjoy the feast that has been laid out for your senses as we only allowed the best to be served. Enjoy the rest of your night, everyone.
And deviled eggs, apparently, because Ian's a food snob. Fucking... His attitude, the manner he carries himself around people, his unfamiliarity with that part of the city. A fucking course. I should have known... Although I'm partly at fault here, tabloids and the gossip columns have never been really my thing. I should have also expected that wherever Luke fucking Wright is, some sort of drama will sure follow. There's no reason that you couldn't have known this, or couldn't have figured it out. So
Yeah.
This 100% is your fault.
Right.
You dumb hoe.
Right.
Seriously. He seems the kind of person who revels in it. Figures it'll find him on its own, even when he's not asking for it. It happens amidst a round of applause and hoots that people lagging behind the crowd they've gathered does not catch on until the cheers turn into several scandalized gasps.
I am pregnant with your little bastard. You promised me you'll take responsibility. God damn it, Luke. I finally got you to talk to me after months of silence, and you do this to me.
What do you mean you're pregnant with? Luke, is this true?
Lies and slander!
No, bitch, no.
Security! Yo, Hans, take her out of here before she makes an even bigger fool of herself!
No, you do not do this to me.
What? Oh, shit. I am late.
I was so ready to leave my stupid oaf of a husband. I told you to leave that damn wife of yours.
I have a feeling we're getting to the end of this
We can
night.
save it right here. Here, if you need to go, we can pick this up.
Yeah.
Saturday or Sunday.
Yeah, we'll pick this up. We'll pick this up next Sunday.
Yep. Okay, yeah, save.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah. Oh, this gets spicy.
Sorry, I did not set a time alarm. I thought I had more time than this. But we're cutting the stream here. Thank you everybody for watching. Bye.
Yep. See you next week. Bye.